Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was a late Friday night, maybe around 3 a.m. or so, and I found myself sitting alone in my grandmother's house, feeling completely cut off from the rest of the world. The house was isolated, standing alone in the middle of miles of open fields, with cows lazily grazing in the distance. The nearest house was well out of walking distance, and the only company I had were the distant hums and clanking noises from the gas well nearby. My grandma was out of town for the weekend, and I had decided to take the opportunity to enjoy some peace and quiet, playing video games well into the night. Her house had been built decades ago, but the room I was in was a newer addition, tacked on at the far edge of the house. It was like an afterthought built on the side, so it jutted out at an odd angle. The room had one window that faced out toward the highway, and further still, the distant gas well. The window was covered with a mesh drape, enough to obscure a clear view, but not completely block out the outside world. The monitor on my desk cast a bright light that made it even harder to see outside at night, the glow from the screen reflecting against the mesh, making everything beyond the glass feel like a shadowy blur. I didn't mind it though. I was too absorbed in the game. I was playing loudly, getting lost in the game, and chatting away with friends in the voice chat, when out of nowhere I heard it. At first, it didn't register. My headphones were on tight, and I was fully immersed in the world of my game. But then I heard it again, a blood-curdling scream. It was sharp, like a woman running for her life, and it cut through the night air. My heart froze. I had a hard time processing what I had just heard. It wasn't something I could just ignore. I slid one ear free from my headset, holding my breath, straining to listen. "Hey guys, I think someone just screamed outside my window." "Hold on." I mumbled into the mic, my voice shaking a little. I sat still, the game forgotten, and listened intently. The house was deathly quiet, except for the soft wind rustling outside. I couldn't hear anything else over the rush of adrenaline. The scream hadn't been loud enough to be close, but it had felt so real, so terrifying, that I couldn't shake the feeling it was coming from just outside. But after a few minutes, I heard nothing, no voices, no footsteps, just the wind. I began to second-guess myself. I looked out the window but saw nothing, just the swaying trees in the wind. The darkness stretched out, endless and empty. The distant hum from the gas well was the only sound. It was probably nothing, I thought, my mind trying to convince me to calm down. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe I had heard something from far off, carried by the wind. I locked the doors out of habit and tried to return to the game, convincing myself it was a fluke, some animal, or just my overactive imagination playing tricks on me. But that's when the second sound came. Thud, thud, thud. The noise was low but unmistakable. It sounded like something heavy was being dropped onto a hollow floor, or like someone was walking across the roof, the heavy steps echoing through the house. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, staring at the door behind me. Thud, thud, thud. The noise came again, this time louder and clearer, and my stomach twisted. My mind raced through all the possibilities, none of them good. Had I heard something before, and ignored it? Was there someone on the roof? The house was old, but the roof had always been sturdy. I had never heard sounds like this before. I spun my chair around slowly, facing the door that led to the rest of the house. It was quiet in the hallway beyond, the house completely still. The wind had picked up again outside, making the trees sway, but this was different. This sound was distinct, no wind, no leaves blowing. This was something else. Thud, thud, thud. I grabbed the knife I had in the drawer and the baseball bat from the corner of the room, trying to steady my shaking hands. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I needed to be ready. The thuds continued, and they sounded like they were getting closer. Or maybe my nerves were playing tricks on me. Either way, I wasn't going to take any chances. The house was silent again, except for the gusting wind. I stood there, listening intently, every muscle in my body taut with fear. I had lived here for 2 years, and I knew every creak and groan of the house. I knew the sounds of the wind, the way it would rattle the windows. But this was something I had never heard before. It sounded like footsteps, heavy, slow footsteps, coming from above. But no one had been up on the roof. At least, I didn't think so. I kept hearing it, thud, 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 like someone walking around up there, trying to stay hidden, or maybe trying to get in. I kept listening, my hands still clutching the bat, my mind spinning. I didn't dare look out the window again. I didn't know what was out there, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know. After what felt like an eternity, I gathered the courage to leave the room. The hallway was dark and quiet, and the air felt colder than it should. My bare feet felt cold against the hardwood floors as I crept through the house, moving as quietly as I could, my heart hammering in my chest. The doors were all locked. I checked them all earlier that night. I knew the house was secure, but it didn't feel that way anymore. Thud, thud, thud. The noise came again, this time from somewhere near the side of the house. It wasn't on the roof anymore. It was closer, maybe even just outside the walls of the house. My blood ran cold, and my steps slowed as I neared the front door. I carefully opened it, just a crack, not wanting to expose myself to whatever was out there. I peered out into the darkness. Nothing. The wind was still blowing, the trees swaying in the moonlight. The distant hum of the gas well was there, as it always was. But then I heard it again, the unmistakable thud. It was coming from the side of the house, and now that I was outside, I could hear it clearly. The sound was metallic now, with a slight clang to it. I stepped outside, bat gripped tightly in my hand. I moved slowly toward the left side of the house, trying to see what was making the noise. I was tense, every nerve on edge, my breath coming in quick bursts. And then I saw it. There, against the wall of the house, was a metal vine trellis, swaying gently in the wind. It was loose, one of the metal posts had come out of the ground, and as the wind gusted, it was banging against the side of the house. The sound was coming from that. The trellis was hitting the wall with a perfect footstep-like rhythm, the metal clanging every time the wind pushed it. My heart was still racing, but now it was with a different feeling, embarrassment. The adrenaline that had surged through me moments before drained away, leaving me feeling stupid. I stood there for a while, just staring at the trellis, feeling the weight of the situation settle over me. It had been so real, so terrifying, but it had been nothing. Just the wind and the loose trellis. The scream I had heard earlier? I learned later that it was likely a vixen howl, the scream of a fox, which is eerily similar to a woman screaming. I had never heard it before, but it was just another animal sound. I felt like an idiot, standing there in the dark with a bat in my hand, my heart still pounding from the rush of fear. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the night had been too quiet for too long. The fact that I had let my imagination run wild in such an isolated place, surrounded by nothing but fields and cows, left me a little shaken. When I went back inside, I locked the door again, sat down at my desk, and tried to go back to my game. But the fear still lingered. I couldn't quite shake the feeling of being watched, of something being just a little too close, even though I knew there was nothing out there. I had to laugh at myself, but the silence of the house felt heavy. It was the kind of silence that only happens in places that are truly isolated. That night, I didn't sleep much. The wind continued to howl, and every creak of the house, every rustle of the trees, made me jump. I kept thinking about that scream, the thudding footsteps, and the way my imagination had taken over. It wasn't until the sun came up, and I could see the fields outside, that I finally began to feel at ease again. But for the rest of the weekend, I kept the doors locked, and I never stayed up that late again. I lived in a house that, at first glance, seemed like any other old home. It was in a historic neighborhood, one of those adorable, tree-lined streets that seemed like it came straight out of a postcard. The kind of place that has that old-world charm, and maybe a little too much character for its own good. The house was nearly a century old, with creaky wooden floors and a certain draft that never seemed to go away no matter how much we cranked up the heat. During my second and third years of college, I shared this house with 3 other people. The upstairs had 3 bedrooms and a single bathroom, while downstairs there was a den that had been converted into another bedroom. It wasn't much, but it was home for us. Outside, there was a detached garage that had been turned into the unofficial party spot for everyone who came through our house. Glow-in-the-dark paint, old pool tables, and a steady flow of beer pong made it the kind of place you didn't want to leave. But what we didn't know, or maybe we chose not to acknowledge, was that there was something off about that house. The first incident happened during the very first party we threw in the garage. We'd had a bunch of people over, just a typical college get-together with loud music, snacks, and of course colorful chalk to draw random nonsense on the workbench. Everyone was doodling, names, random sketches, just whatever came to mind. When the party ended, we went out to clean up the mess the next morning. As I walked into the garage to start sweeping up, something caught my eye. One of the chalk drawings stood out. It was a name, Angela, written in bold, capital letters, surrounded by a box, like someone had highlighted it. But here's the thing, nobody named Angela had been at the party. Nobody even knew an Angela. I asked everyone who had come, but no one knew who it could have been. It was like something had decided to leave their mark on our party. We laughed it off at first. I mean, it could have been some prankster from the party, right? But nobody could explain how or why it had been done. It felt off. Even my roommates didn't know what to make of it. But we chalked it up to just one of those weird things and moved on. It wasn't long before more strange things started happening. We had a big Friendsgiving dinner with about 15 people one evening, and things got even more bizarre. After dinner, I went into the kitchen to get a glass of water. The kitchen only had one way in and out, and everyone was sitting at the table in full view of it. I turned the tap off after filling my glass and went back to join everyone at the table. The instant I sat down, the water in the kitchen turned back on. Full blast. I got up and walked back into the kitchen. There was no one in there. The faucet was running, water splashing against the sink. I turned it off, and there was no explanation. It was just strange. Again, we shrugged it off, blaming it on the age of the house and maybe some faulty plumbing, but the timing of it didn't feel right. And the house was old, maybe old enough that things didn't work quite the way they were supposed to. But then things started happening to me personally. My room was on the second floor, and I had always called it Antarctica because it was always freezing cold, no matter what. It was like the cold air just sat in that room, and no amount of heat could chase it away. The rest of the house was warm, but not my room. The first time it happened, I figured it was just a draft or something, but as it got colder, I started getting a little uncomfortable. I bought a space heater to try and warm up the place. My friend carried it up for me, and when we plugged it in, something weird happened. The smoke detector went off. The heater hadn't even had a chance to warm up, and there was no smoke, no burning smell, just the alarm blaring. I took the battery out, and the alarm stopped. A week later, I tried to use the heater again. The exact same thing happened. The alarm went off immediately. I pulled the battery out and just left the heater on my desk. It never worked after that. I left it sitting there, cold and useless. Around the same time, I noticed something else strange. I walked into my closet one afternoon and stepped into a puddle. It wasn't a small puddle either. It was large, soaking my shag rug through and through. I panicked, assuming there was a leak in the roof. But when I checked the ceiling, everything was bone dry. No water was coming from above. I picked up the rug, thinking maybe something had spilled under it, but there was nothing. No glass, no bottle, nothing that could have caused a puddle that big. It didn't make sense. A few weeks later, my roommate had the same thing happen to her. She stepped into a giant puddle in her closet, but there was no explanation for it either. We checked the roof, the walls, nothing. The house was old, sure, but this was something else. It was as if the house itself had a mind of its own, doing things that didn't add up. One night, things got even stranger. A group of us were hanging out in the living room, playing board games and drinking, and one of the guys brought his dog along. The dog was usually mellow, just chilling and minding its business, but that night, something was different. We were all talking, having a good time, when out of nowhere, the dog shot up from the floor. It bolted between its owner's legs and stared into the far corner of the room, its fur standing on end. It just growled a low, deep growl, staring into that corner like something was there. And the weird part, our cat had been acting the same way. For hours, it would just sit in that corner, staring at it, occasionally hissing, and then running away. We always thought it was just the cat being a cat, but now I wasn't so sure. That night, after everyone left, I lay in bed, wondering if I was just imagining things. The dog's behavior, the cat's strange obsession with the corner, it all felt wrong. But I didn't know what to do with it. It didn't feel like something that could be easily explained. I tried doing some research to see if anything had happened in the house. Maybe someone had died or something tragic had occurred in the past. But I couldn't find anything. There was no record of anything out of the ordinary. By then, I had started to wonder if we were all just living in a house full of coincidences, or if something was actually going on. But the worst part of all was the feeling that I couldn't shake. the unease that settled into my bones every time I was alone in that house. I never believed in ghosts, at least not until I started living in that place. Now, I couldn't help but wonder, was it just an old house, or was there something more to it? Something we couldn't explain? As time passed, the weirdness didn't stop. It kept coming in waves, odd noises, things moving when no one was around, and the constant feeling of being watched. But I wasn't the only one who felt it. My roommates, all of them, started experiencing similar things. We all began to feel like we weren't alone in the house, like there was something or someone else in the room with us. We never found out what it was. There were no answers, no easy explanations. But the strange occurrences continued until the day I finally moved out. As I packed up and left, I took one last look at the house. It wasn't just the eerie feeling that lingered, it was something deeper. A kind of unsettling knowledge that something had been wrong in that house, something that none of us could explain. I'd never live in a place like that again, not after everything that had happened. And Angela? She was still there. Whatever she was, she had left her mark on us. Let me start off by saying I don't particularly believe in ghosts. I never have. I'm one of those people who chalks up eerie occurrences to coincidence, overactive imagination, or just plain bad luck. But there's one story from a road trip my family took that I still can't shake off. It's something that still gets brought up at family gatherings, and no matter how much time has passed, it always leaves the same knot in the pit of my stomach. It's the kind of story you tell with a little laugh at first, but the deeper you get into it, the harder it is to ignore the unsettling details. It was the summer of 2005, and my family, along with another family of friends, decided to take a road trip down to Myrtle Beach. We were a group of 10 in total, 2 parents, 3 kids in each family, and me, my younger brother, and sister. We were living in Canada at the time, so it was a long haul down south, and we made plenty of stops along the way to see the sights. It was the kind of trip we'd talked about for years, but never thought we'd actually take. The excitement of being on the road for so long was enough to overshadow any doubts. After a full day of sightseeing and eating greasy roadside food, we all agreed to pull over at a hotel for the night. The hotel we found was one of those chain places, a Best Western, or something like it. Nothing fancy, but it was just what we needed. We were all a bit tired, and since it was already getting late, we figured a good night's rest would be the best way to recharge. It wasn't a huge hotel. In fact, it sat on top of a big hill, pretty isolated from any other buildings. The only thing around was the major highway, which was a bit too far to be of much concern, but still visible from the windows. We were the only ones in the lobby when we checked in, so it had that almost eerie quietness to it. Still, we didn't think much of it. The hotel had a weird vibe, but nothing too out of the ordinary. We were just happy to be off the road and heading to bed. Our room wasn't anything special either. 2 beds, a single cot, and a small bathroom. I was sharing a bed with my sister, and my younger brother was in the cot at the foot of the bed. Our parents were in the other bed across from us, both of them already settling in. It wasn't ideal, but it worked. We were all tired, and no one had the energy to complain about anything. We didn't even bother turning on the TV or anything. We just climbed into bed, said goodnight, and the next thing I remember was waking up in the middle of the night. It was around 2 a.m., I think. I was still half asleep, groggy from the long day. I had shifted a little, getting comfortable, when I felt something. At first, I thought it was just my brother messing around, trying to mess with me like he usually does. I felt a soft pressure on the top of my foot, like someone had touched it. Without thinking, I kicked my foot out of reflex. I wasn't in the mood for his games, especially not when I was already half asleep. But then it happened again. This time, it wasn't just a gentle tap. It felt more like someone was actively grabbing my foot. The grip wasn't tight, but it was enough to wake me fully. I pulled my foot back, kicking it again, this time more forcefully. My brother was always messing with me, so I figured it was just him trying to freak me out. After all, it wouldn't have been the first time. I tried to roll over and go back to sleep, annoyed. But that's when the pulling started. At first, it was subtle, just a slight tug, like someone was gently pulling at my ankle. I could feel the sheets tugging around me, as if something was slowly trying to drag me out of bed. I shot up immediately, panicked. I threw my hands out to stop whatever was happening. I was ready to slap my brother, who I was certain was behind this, but when I turned to look at him, I froze. He was still sound asleep. His back was to us, facing the wall, completely unaware of what was happening. His breathing was slow and steady, no signs of him being awake at all. I called out his name, shaking him lightly, but there was no response. He didn't even stir. The reality of the situation started to hit me hard. I glanced over at my sister, who was sleeping next to me. I shook her awake, asking why she was messing with me. I was starting to get scared. This wasn't funny anymore. I told her that I was freaked out, that something was wrong. She mumbled something about not having done anything, that she wasn't touching me, and to stop freaking her out. She sounded half asleep, but even in her groggy state, she was confused by what I was saying. I turned to my brother again, waking him up more forcefully now. I asked him what he had done, if he had been messing around in the dark. He looked at me like I was crazy. "I haven't done anything," he said, his voice muffled from sleep. I could see the confusion on his face, and for a moment, it was like we were all trapped in this weird limbo. No one had an explanation, and the fear in the room was palpable. It felt suffocating, like the air was thick with something we couldn't see but could sense. The next few minutes felt like hours. We all sat up, staring at each other in complete silence. I don't know if it was just the shock of the situation, or if we were all trying to make sense of it, but none of us could move. My brother's cot creaked as he adjusted himself, but he stayed facing the wall, still unaware. My sister held my hand, and I could feel the tension in her grip. We were all too scared to sleep after that. No one wanted to go back to bed. The pull on my foot had stopped, but the feeling of dread hadn't gone away. It had settled in deep, like a cold weight pressing down on us all. We stayed huddled together under the covers, not saying much, just trying to make it through the night. The silence between us was deafening, but none of us could bring ourselves to speak. We were scared to even look around the room. My mind kept racing, trying to come up with a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. Eventually, the sky started to lighten, and I could hear the distant sound of cars on the highway outside. The morning was a welcome relief, but even then, I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The tension in the room lingered, even after we all got up and started packing our things. I could see the same unease in my parents' faces as they went about their business. My dad admitted that he had felt uneasy the whole time we were in that hotel, but he didn't want to say anything because he didn't want to scare us. He had chalked it up to just being overtired, but even now, I could see that he was bothered by the whole thing. The hotel had given him the creeps too. We didn't stay another minute after that. We packed our stuff quickly, checking out and heading straight for the car. I remember sitting in the back seat, staring out the window, trying to make sense of what had happened. But no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find any answers. The feeling of someone grabbing my foot, the pulling, the dread, it still felt real, like it had happened only minutes ago. We spent the rest of the trip without incident, but it was always there, that unease. Every time we stopped at a new hotel, I'd get this knot in my stomach, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. It was like that night was a one-off, an anomaly, but one that still creeps into my thoughts from time to time. I've never been able to explain what happened in that hotel room. My brother wasn't playing tricks on me, and my sister didn't mess with me either. We were all awake enough to know something wasn't right. There was no logical explanation, and the more I try to convince myself otherwise, the more I realize that I can't forget what happened. It's been years since that road trip, but that night still haunts me. And the truth is, I don't know what really happened. But whatever it was, it left a mark on all of us. Even now, when we talk about it, there's a hesitation in the air, like we're all thinking the same thing, but too afraid to say it out loud. We all left that hotel shaken, and it's a feeling none of us has been able to shake since. It was a dark, rainy evening when I was driving my friend home after a long, dusty day at the barn. I was 16 or 17, just old enough to feel the weight of responsibility when I was behind the wheel, but still a little too young to have the confidence I needed in certain situations. The rain kept coming down in a steady, cold drizzle, the windshield wipers barely keeping up with the wet blur of the road. I remember looking at the clock in my car. It was around 8:30 or 9 o'clock, maybe a bit later, but the night felt much darker than it should have. The heavy rain made everything look like it was underwater. The roads were slick and visibility was poor. My friend lived in a quiet, somewhat isolated area that was tucked away on the edge of a fancy housing development. Her house was at the very end of a long, narrow road that turned into gravel halfway down. It was a secluded place, the type of neighborhood where everyone knew each other, and you didn't expect to see anything out of the ordinary, especially not at night. The kind of place that felt safe, too safe maybe. It had that eerie, quiet calm that made you feel like everything was okay, until it wasn't. I remember approaching the turn onto her road. It was pitch black except for the dull glow from my headlights, and I slowed down as I reached the sharp left-hand turn. The road immediately became much narrower, and the gravel crunched beneath my tires as I made the turn. I wasn't worried. It wasn't unusual to drive this way, and the road wasn't exactly busy at night. But as soon as I crossed the intersection, everything shifted. Out of nowhere, two men jumped from the shadows. I still don't know where they came from. There were no other cars, no headlights, no sounds, just the two of them. They came at me so fast that my heart slammed into my ribs. One man lunged for the passenger side, and the other went straight for the driver's door, both of them reaching for the handles. Their movements were erratic, desperate. I could see the wild gleam in their eyes before they even got close, but there wasn't time to think. I slammed on the brakes, and panic surged through me. I barely had time to react. Without thinking, I slammed my foot down on the gas. The car shot forward, and I could feel the tires spinning in the rain as I peeled out of there. I swear I ran over one of their feet, but I didn't dare look back. I kept my foot pressed to the accelerator, the engine roaring in my ears, my eyes wide and locked ahead. The rearview mirror was useless, the rain blurring everything behind me. But my friend, who had been as frozen as I was, finally screamed, "They're chasing us." I could hear the panic in her voice, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was so focused on getting away that I didn't want to risk taking my eyes off the road. She said they were running after us for a few seconds, and then, just like that, they disappeared into the dark. My heart pounded in my chest as I drove the remaining stretch to her house. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only a few minutes. I remember pulling into her driveway, the gravel crunching beneath the tires as I quickly parked. We didn't even say anything to each other at first, just sat there in the silence of the car, the rain still pattering against the roof. Her parents were in the living room, and when we told them what happened, they were quick to call the police. They said they'd drive through the area and then call us once they'd done a sweep. I was shaking, but I tried to calm myself down. The police assured us that everything would be fine. The area was safe, they said. Just an odd incident. It was only after I left her house that everything took a darker turn. I had to get home. My mom was expecting me, and by now I was already late. As I made my way down the long, private road that led out to the main street, I realized that I still hadn't texted her. I pulled over just at the end of my friend's driveway, not wanting to shine my headlights too directly into the house across the street. The house was dark, and I didn't want to disturb anyone, but I needed to let my mom know I was on my way. I turned off the headlights, dug out my phone, and texted my mom. My fingers fumbled as I typed out the message, and when I finished, I glanced up, thinking I could switch the lights back on and head home. But as I lifted my head, everything in me froze. Right in front of my car, standing maybe just a foot or two away from the bumper, was one of the men, the one who had lunged at my door. He was standing perfectly still, his face eerily lit by the faint glow from my dashboard. He wasn't moving, but he didn't need to. His grin stretched across his face like something out of a nightmare. It was wide, unsettling, and his eyes gleamed with a twisted, manic energy. He just stood there, staring at me, as if daring me to do something. Then slowly, like a deliberate taunt, he raised one hand and pointed directly at me, still grinning. It felt like the air went ice cold, and I could feel my stomach drop into my knees. I don't know if he mouthed anything. Maybe I found you, or maybe it was just my imagination, but I could swear he did. My entire body went rigid with fear. I didn't even think, just acted. I slammed the headlights back on, threw the car into reverse, and burned rubber, peeling out of there so fast I thought the car might fishtail. My heart was hammering in my chest as I slammed the door lock with my elbow, a wave of terror washing over me. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911 in a panic, my hands shaking uncontrollably as I spoke to the dispatcher. I don't even know what I told them. All I could say was that I was terrified, that the same guy who had tried to get into my car was now standing right in front of me, grinning and pointing. The dispatcher was calm, telling me to drive to the nearest gas station and wait for an officer. The drive felt like a blur, but I finally made it to the gas station, my hands trembling as I parked the car. An officer arrived shortly after, his patrol car's lights flashing in the darkness. I was hysterical by that point, barely able to tell him what happened. He was reassuring, asking me questions, trying to piece together what had happened. They took down my information, and I gave a detailed report. The officer said they would check the area again, but he didn't seem too concerned. He told me to go home, and that everything would be fine. But I never heard from the police again. For days, I couldn't shake the image of that man's face, of the way he had just stood there, so close to my car, with that sickening grin. It felt like a bad dream that I couldn't wake up from. I kept wondering if they had followed us the whole way back, if they had been waiting for me to let my guard down. And no matter how much I tried to convince myself that everything was fine, that it was just an isolated incident, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that something wasn't right. The rain and the darkness seemed to make it worse. Every time I drove through that area again, I was hyper-aware of my surroundings, even though I knew the odds of encountering them again were slim. But I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that they were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next opportunity. Over a decade has passed since that night, but even now, when I think back on it, my stomach knots. The memory of those faces, their cold grins, and the panic that hit me in the pit of my stomach never fades. And every time I pass that area again, I can't help but wonder if they're still out there, watching from the dark corners, waiting for someone else to drive by. It was one of those nights when everything felt calm, but the air was still thick with something off. It wasn't like I was looking for trouble or anything, but when you've lived in a house for as long as my cousin and I had, you get used to the little quirks that make a place feel unique. This house, though, well, this house was something else. It had its own vibe, like it was always hiding something just out of reach. My cousin and I were living together at the time, just the two of us in this creaky old house that used to be part of a bigger family farm, though the farm had been long abandoned. The house sat at the end of a long, winding dirt road. There was no one around for miles, just acres of empty land, wild grass, and old trees. The kind of place that gets quiet at night, too quiet. Anyway, the ghost stuff, the weird things happening around the house, started happening shortly after we moved in. At first, we didn't think much of it. You know, strange noises, things out of place, the usual weird stuff that happens when you're in an old house. But then one night, we had some friends over. We were all hanging out, drinking beer, having a good time when one of our friends, James, decided to move the recliner in the living room. When he picked it up, that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, we all heard a kid crying, like a real loud sob. It was so distinct, so clear, it made all of us freeze. And then, as soon as the recliner hit the floor again, the crying stopped. And that was when we heard it. A laugh. A high-pitched, innocent laugh, like a little kid. But here's the thing, there were no kids around. Not even close. We were all in our 20s, and the house hadn't been lived in by anyone else for years. We just looked at each other, stunned. After a few moments of silence, someone, probably me, joked, "Guess it's just Timmy." We all laughed it off, but somehow the name stuck. From that point on, we started calling whatever was making those noises Timmy. It became a weird little inside joke. But after that night, things started happening more frequently. It wasn't scary at first. At least, not to me and my cousin. Timmy would make his presence known every now and then. Things like the sound of footsteps in the hall when no one was there, or things moving on their own. There was one time when I was sitting at the kitchen table, and I swear I saw the shadow of a small child running through the living room. But it wasn't scary. Not at first. We kind of just got used to it, like it was part of the house. Then came that Friday night. It started off like any other. My cousin and I had been sitting in the kitchen, drinking a couple of beers, laughing and talking about nothing in particular. Our roommate, Mark, was on the couch watching TV in the living room. He wasn't really part of our conversation. We had just been talking about Timmy, the ghost, because we hadn't heard from him in a while. It felt kind of strange, not hearing the little things we had gotten used to. The footsteps, the creaks, the whispering in the walls. It was like Timmy had disappeared. I remember leaning back in my chair and saying, almost as a joke, "Man, I wonder if Timmy's still around. We haven't heard anything in days." My cousin nodded, but it was clear we didn't really expect anything to happen. We had made peace with it, you know? It was just part of living there. But then I did something stupid. I turned a beer bottle on its side, and put my hand on it. "Timmy," I said, trying to keep it light, "if you're real, spin this bottle." My cousin shot me a look, but I could tell he wasn't too worried. Nothing had ever happened to us, really. We just kind of brushed it off. But my cousin still gave me a warning glance, telling me to stop. But I didn't listen. I was waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. I sat there for a second, feeling a little stupid for even saying anything. We started laughing nervously, trying to play it off, when suddenly, out of nowhere, the doors in the house started slamming open. The front door, the bedroom doors, even the bathroom door. Every door in the house, just slamming open. The sound was so loud, so sudden, that it felt like the whole house was shaking. The front door was locked, too. I knew it had been latched before we sat down. But there it was, swinging wide open. And the sound didn't stop. It kept going. The bedroom doors all slammed open one after another. I don't even know how to explain it. It wasn't like wind or anything. It was something else. Mark jumped off the couch like he was shot out of a cannon. He leaped to the other couch in one swift motion, barely missing a beat. My cousin and I just stared at each other, wide-eyed, both of us frozen. We didn't know what to say. It felt like time had stopped. The sound of those doors slamming open was still echoing in our heads. For a moment, no one moved. We were all just looking around, trying to figure out what had just happened. Then Mark spoke, but it was more of a nervous murmur than anything coherent. "What the hell was that?" My cousin shook his head slowly. "That wasn't just a breeze. That wasn't just the wind." He was right. I could feel it too. That wasn't just something that could be explained away. We didn't say anything else for a while. There was nothing to say. It wasn't like we could explain it away anymore. I'd tried to make it a joke before, but after that, there was no denying that something was in the house. Something real. The rest of the night passed in silence. We didn't mention Timmy again. It wasn't that we were scared, but it was like we had been reminded of something. Something we had taken too lightly. We never taunted Timmy again. After that, things went back to normal, or as normal as things could be in that house. We still heard things now and then, but it was different. It was like Timmy had gotten his point across. The house was his space, not ours, and if we were going to live there, we had to respect that. I won't lie though. A part of me always wondered what would have happened if we hadn't stopped. If we had kept pushing, would it have gotten worse? Would Timmy have done something else to make his presence known? I don't know. I'm not sure I want to find out. But from that night on, the house was quieter. We still heard footsteps, still felt the occasional chill, but it was different. Timmy wasn't the same after that. And neither were we. There were a few more strange occurrences, things I still can't explain. Like the time I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of a child giggling just outside my bedroom door. But after that night with the doors slamming open, it never felt the same. We never felt like we were being taunted again, just watched. The house had its own energy, and after that, we all started to respect it a little more. Eventually, we moved out. We didn't leave because of the ghost. It wasn't like that. But that house, that old farmhouse, was a place that got under your skin. And in the end, it felt like it was time to move on. I don't know what happened in that house before we lived there. Maybe Timmy was just a kid, maybe he was something else, but after everything, I don't think I'll ever be able to explain it completely. Some things are just not meant to be understood, and sometimes it's better that way. Senior year was supposed to be chill. I was coasting with decent grades, already had a couple college offers, and I wasn't too stressed about much. I was a 6 feet 2 inches athlete, broad-shouldered, and people didn't really mess with me. I had that kind of confidence where you walk down the street and people move out of your way. I didn't get scared easily. I don't think anything really had shaken me in a long time. But what happened during that school trip to Boston stuck with me. I've never been more unsettled in my life. It was a day trip, just a quick class outing to explore some of the historic spots, get lunch, and walk around Quincy Market. There were about 30 of us, and a few teachers chaperoning. Everything was normal at first. We had done the historical sites, taken a bunch of pictures like tourists, and eventually got cut loose to roam around the market area in groups. My friends and I split off and wandered the shops, mostly goofing around. We got some food, hit a souvenir place, and made plans to meet at the fountains later. About an hour in, I told them I needed to use the bathroom and split off. The public restrooms were in the building at the end of the market hall. I walked in, took a urinal, and was just minding my own business when I felt it, that prickly feeling on the back of your neck when someone's watching you. I glanced to the side and caught a glimpse of a guy by the sinks. He was drying his hands slowly, but he wasn't looking at the dryer. His head was angled just a bit to the left, like he was checking his reflection or something, but his eyes were clearly turned toward me. I finished up, walked over to the sinks, and started washing my hands. As I did, the guy passed behind me, which wasn't unusual, except he didn't leave the bathroom. Instead, he went back toward the urinals. I caught his movement in the mirror. He stepped up to the same urinal I had just used and stood there, but he wasn't using it. He was just standing, facing the wall, head turned again, eyes on me. I felt that adrenaline hit in my chest. Not panic, not yet. Just that tight, on-edge feeling when something doesn't sit right. I dried my hands and walked out of the bathroom. I turned down the hallway that led back into the main corridor of Quincy Market. I stopped for a second at the end of the hall, checked my reflection in the window of a store across from me, and there he was. He had come out of the bathroom maybe 10 seconds after me and was lingering at the hallway exit. He stood like he was deciding where to go, but I saw it again. His head turned slightly like he was looking at the crowd, but his eyes were fixed on me. I kept moving, trying not to let my body show anything. No speed change, no glance back. I walked straight into the crowd, into the busiest part of the market. My mind was going a mile a minute. I had excellent situational awareness, part of being an athlete, part of just being raised cautious. I knew how to check reflections, how to loop around and double back to confirm someone was behind me. And I knew the signs. This guy wasn't just being weird. He was tracking me. I walked the entire outer edge of the market building, looped around past the food trucks, then dipped into the crowd by the fountain. I paused at a window of a candy shop, pretending to check something out. I glanced at the reflection again. There he was, this time standing near a bench, head turned again, as if watching a family with kids playing nearby. But his eyes were unmistakably angled toward me. I started threading back inside the market building, this time weaving through people. I went from stall to stall, pretending to browse shirts and souvenirs. I saw him again, just inside the entrance, standing by a rack of scarves. His head was turned toward the scarves, but his body faced my direction. He wasn't trying to catch up to me. He was maintaining a certain distance, 10 to 15 feet away at all times. Not close enough to alarm anyone else. Just close enough to not lose me. I picked up the pace a bit and cut across to the other side of the building, stepping behind a big group of tourists who were all crowded around a food stand. I ducked down for a second, out of view, then moved quick toward a clothing store tucked along the side hallway. I slipped inside and made a beeline for the back, near the fitting rooms. The store was narrow and had only one way in or out. I stood near a rack of jackets, pretending to browse while keeping the mirror by the dressing room in view. A minute passed. Then two. Then I saw him. He stepped inside the store. Didn't even pretend to look at anything. His eyes swept the front, then down the aisle straight toward the back, toward me. I didn't wait. I dropped the jacket I had been pretending to look at, turned and crouched a bit, slipping behind a mannequin and darted for the exit. I moved fast and silent. As soon as I was out of the store, I cut into the heaviest crowd I could find and stayed moving, zigzagging across the plaza. Only after I was several turns deep through the market, again, did I risk a look back. He was gone. I took a long route back to the fountain and found my group. They were still laughing about some dumb t-shirt they saw, completely unaware anything had happened. I walked up to them, heart still racing but trying to act calm. I started telling them, quietly at first, what had just gone down. They were giving me weird looks like I was being paranoid, like maybe I misread the guy. That was when I saw him again. The crowd had thinned out for a second, and across the open plaza between the buildings, maybe 50 yards away, he appeared. Alone this time. No one else around him. He was walking slowly in my direction. Same tilted head. Same turned eyes. I felt my skin crawl. My heart started pounding again. I pointed straight at him and said loud enough for everyone in my group to hear. That's him. That's the guy who's been following me. His reaction was instant. His head snapped forward. His whole posture changed. That fake casual thing he had been doing dropped. He looked shocked, like he hadn't realized I had known all along. And then he bolted. He didn't just turn around and walk away. He ran. He took off toward the side street between two buildings, the direction I hadn't gone before. And just as he reached the corner, I heard it, a loud shout from behind us. There he is. Get him. 4 cops came out of nowhere, sprinting after him. Nutmal cops. Real officers. They moved fast, yelling for people to get out of the way. The guy hit the corner and kept going, straight toward an old beat-up van parked on the curb. The back doors were slightly open. The cops were fast, though. 2 of them split off and circled around. The guy almost made it to the van, one hand outstretched like he was going to jump in, but they tackled him before he got there. It was loud and chaotic for a second, people yelling, phones out recording, the guy on the ground with his arms behind his back. We stood frozen. One of the cops stayed behind after the others cuffed the guy and hauled him up. He spoke to a couple of the teachers, asking about who had seen what. My teacher gestured to me, and I explained everything, from the bathroom to the store. He listened closely, took notes. Then he thanked me and told me I had probably helped prevent something bad. I didn't press for details, but I remember what he said as he was leaving. You did the right thing staying in public. You kept your head. That probably saved you. Later we heard that the guy had been on some kind of watch list. There were reports of similar incidents in other cities. Always alone. Always targeting guys around my age. Always disappearing before anything could be done. This time they got him. It messed with me more than I thought it would. I've been in fights. I've dealt with threats before. But this was different. It was quiet. Creeping. It was the kind of danger that doesn't hit until it's too late. I kept replaying everything. The way he watched, how calculated it was, how careful he had been not to get close until the very end. For the rest of the trip, I stayed close to my group. I watched every shadow, every person walking a little too slow behind us. Even now, sometimes when I catch someone in a reflection watching a little too long, I get that jolt in my chest. That memory doesn't fade. That day in Boston reminded me that no matter how tall you are, no matter how strong you feel, real fear doesn't care. It creeps in quiet. And sometimes, it wears a face that looks just like anyone else's. I was somewhere around 12 or 13, somewhere in that awkward stage between childhood and adolescence, when this happened. My bedroom was a cozy space, small but comforting, with posters of bands and movies I liked plastered on the walls. The air always seemed a little colder than the rest of the house, but it didn't bother me much. I had a thick quilt my mom had sewn for me, and that usually kept me warm at night. My cat, a small, gray tabby named Smokey, often slept with me at the foot of the bed. I loved his presence, even if he wasn't the most affectionate cat. This particular night, I woke up around 1 or 2 a.m. I wasn't sure what had stirred me, but when I opened my eyes, the room was pitch dark. I could feel the cold air creeping in from the window, the chill brushing my skin despite being bundled under the covers. My room was quiet, aside from the soft hum of the house settling. Smokey was nestled at the foot of the bed, curled up and sleeping soundly. I shifted in bed, feeling an itch in my throat. I was tired, still half asleep, but the cold air made me uncomfortable. I moved my legs up slightly to make room for Smokey. I didn't mind him being near me, but sometimes he'd stretch out in his sleep, and I didn't want to accidentally push him off the bed. As soon as I moved my legs, I felt something shifting next to my feet. It was a soft movement, but it was enough to make me freeze for a moment. I thought maybe Smokey had shifted positions and was trying to get closer to my feet. It was a typical thing for him to do, especially when it was cold, so I didn't think much of it at first. I moved my legs up a little more, giving him space. But then, just a few seconds later, I felt it again, a soft, deliberate movement near my feet. I figured Smokey just really wanted to be closer, so I moved my legs again, closer to my chest this time. But the feeling didn't stop. It was still there, something moving, something brushing against my feet. But when I looked down, there was nothing. Nothing at all. I stared at the empty foot of the bed, my heart beginning to race. My cat was not there. I knew that for sure. If Smokey had moved, I would have heard him. His collar had a bell on it, and it always jingled when he walked. I'd even left the door slightly cracked open, so if he had left the room, I would have heard him exit. But there was nothing. No jingling, no rustling, just the eerie stillness of the room. I pulled the covers over my head, trying to block out whatever had just happened. I told myself it was nothing, that I had just imagined it, but the fear in my chest wouldn't go away. I had always been a little jumpy at night, but this was different. There was something about it that didn't sit right with me. I waited there, beneath the covers, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My heart pounded in my chest, and every little sound felt amplified. The hum of the fridge in the kitchen, the creaking of the old house, the distant rustling of leaves outside. I couldn't relax. Every time I thought about pulling the covers down, I felt this gnawing sense of dread. And then it happened again. Something moved at the foot of my bed, brushing against my feet. This time, it was unmistakable. It wasn't a light, fleeting sensation like before. It was a more deliberate movement, like something was pressing into the mattress. I couldn't explain it. It felt like a weight was shifting near my feet, and I could almost feel the fabric of the bed shifting with it. I didn't know what to think anymore. Was it Smokey? Could he have moved without me hearing? No, I told myself. This was different. This was wrong. My legs shot up again, pulling my knees to my chest, and I hugged them tightly. My hands were shaking as I clutched my legs. I couldn't stop crying now. I was scared, truly scared, in a way I hadn't been before. It was more than just the feeling of something strange in the room. It was the certainty that I wasn't alone. I could feel it, deep in my bones. There was something in that room with me. Something that wasn't Smokey, something I couldn't explain. I stayed under the covers, my head pressed into the pillow, listening intently for any sound that might break the silence. But the room remained eerily still. I wanted to scream, to call for my parents, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was paralyzed with fear, unsure of what I would even say. I was too scared to move, too scared to look. I just lay there, listening for anything that might give me a clue as to what was happening. Then once more I felt it, something brushed against my feet again. I couldn't stop myself. My heart was hammering in my chest as I slid out of bed, pulling the covers with me as I stood in a panic. I looked around the room in desperation, my eyes darting from corner to corner. But there was nothing. No movement. No sound. It was as if whatever had been there had vanished into thin air. But I knew it wasn't my imagination. I knew something had been moving, something I couldn't see. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, that cold, sickening feeling that I wasn't alone. I don't remember when I finally fell back asleep, but when I woke up the next morning, I felt completely drained. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a soft light through the blinds, but the terror from the night before still clung to me. My body felt heavy, my mind foggy. I didn't want to get up, but I knew I had to face the day. I didn't want to think about what had happened, but I couldn't shake it. I had to tell someone. I went to my dad, who was in the kitchen, making his usual coffee. I didn't know how to start the conversation, but I had to get it off my chest. He listened patiently as I explained what had happened, how I woke up and felt something moving near my feet. I told him how scared I was, how I felt like I wasn't alone in the room. When I finished, I expected him to dismiss it or brush it off, but he didn't. He paused for a moment, his face becoming serious. Then he told me something I hadn't expected. A few years ago, he and my mom had been sleeping in the same room when my dad had felt something strange, a presence beside him in bed. He thought it was my mom at first, but when he looked over, there was nothing there. He said it felt like someone had lain down beside him, and when he looked, there was no one. He told me it was one of the strangest feelings he'd ever experienced. Your grandfather died in that room, he told me quietly. Your mom, and I think maybe it's him, or something else. He paused before continuing, almost as if he was reluctant to say the next part. We don't believe in spirits, but I think it might be a demon. That was the first time I'd heard him mention anything about demons. Growing up, my parents had always been Christian, but they never really talked about supernatural things. They focused more on faith and the teachings they believed in. But this was different. It wasn't something I could easily brush off. My dad had never been one to talk about things like that, so hearing him say it was unsettling. I didn't know what to believe. I wanted to dismiss it, to tell myself that it was all in my head, that I had imagined the whole thing. But the feeling, the sensation of something being there, still haunted me. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how afraid I had been, how real it had all felt. That night, I tried to sleep again, but it wasn't the same. I kept my legs tucked under the covers, my body curled up in a way that felt safe. I couldn't shake the unease, the lingering feeling that something was watching me, waiting. I knew I wasn't alone. Over the years, I've come to accept that I'll never really know what happened that night. Maybe it was just my imagination, running wild in the dead of night. Maybe it was something more, something I'm still not ready to understand. All I know is that whatever it was, it changed me. It made me more aware of the things I couldn't see, the things that lurked in the darkness just beyond reach. It made me question everything I thought I knew about the world. And to this day, I still find myself checking the corners of my room, listening for sounds in the dead of night, wondering if it will ever happen again. Because sometimes I can still feel it, something in the dark, just beyond the reach of my senses. It had been a long, quiet evening. My wife had left for her new job in the north that morning. She traveled a few times a week, and though I was used to being home alone, I never quite got used to the silence. It was always the little things that got to me, the creaks in the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the random sounds from outside that I couldn't place. Tonight, though, I was fine. I had the apartment to myself, the TV was on, and I was just watching one of my favorite movies, Bad Boys 2. It wasn't anything new to me, but it was just the kind of mindless action film I could relax to. Once the movie ended, I stretched and glanced at the clock. It was getting late, so I decided to call it a night. I turned off the TV, set my phone on the nightstand, and climbed into bed. I always had trouble falling asleep, but tonight was different. My body was heavy, my mind was slow, and I could feel the pull of sleep creeping in. I had just gotten comfortable, lying on my stomach with my head buried in the pillow. I could hear the soft sounds of the apartment around me, the quiet buzzing of the air conditioning, and the distant hum of traffic from the street below. The sounds were comforting, familiar. It didn't take long before I was on the edge of sleep. My thoughts started to slip away, and I began to drift, caught between wakefulness and the deep, restful blackness of sleep. I wasn't fully asleep, though. I could still hear my surroundings, still feel the weight of my body on the bed, still aware of the world around me, just on the verge of slipping away. Then I heard it. At first, it was so faint that I thought I imagined it. A soft sound, something that didn't quite belong. I didn't move, unsure if it was a dream beginning to form or something more real. The sound came again, a subtle creak from the bedroom door. I didn't open my eyes immediately, not wanting to break the delicate balance of sleep and wakefulness. But the sound persisted, growing louder, like someone gently pushing the door open. It was then that I felt something shift in the air. A sudden, cold chill crawled down my spine. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't just the sound of the door opening. It was something else. Something off. Slowly, I turned my head, the slight movement making the world spin just a little bit. I wasn't fully awake, but I could still make out shapes and shadows. That's when I saw it. A face, peering around the bedroom door. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, some leftover image from the movie I'd just watched. But no, it wasn't. It wasn't human. The face I saw wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. It was wrong, distorted. A pale, twisted face with hollow, dark eyes and an expression that twisted into something evil, something vile. It wasn't just a face looking at me. It was like it was watching me, waiting for me to notice, its grin widening as if it were amused by my confusion. The grin wasn't playful or mischievous. It was sinister. It was the kind of grin you see in a nightmare, the kind that made you feel small, helpless, as if whatever was grinning at you wanted nothing more than to drag you down into darkness. I tried to scream, but my throat constricted, my voice lost in the fear that flooded my body. The moment I saw that face, something inside me snapped. My body jerked violently, a spasm that felt unnatural, as if my muscles had betrayed me. My hands reached out instinctively, grasping at the sheets, trying to pull myself up and away, but I couldn't. In one violent motion, my body twisted, and before I could even process what was happening, I felt myself fling off the bed. My side slammed into the dresser next to the bed, the sharp corner catching me in the ribs. Pain shot through me instantly, but it wasn't enough to stop the adrenaline from coursing through my veins. My head buzzed as I hit the floor with a hard thud. My body, still in shock, felt disconnected, like I wasn't fully in control. The world around me spun, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. I didn't even have time to gather myself before I heard the sound of water splashing. Looking down, I saw that a cup of water on the dresser had tipped over when I hit it. The water poured down the side of the dresser and splashed across my chest. The coldness of it was the only thing that snapped me out of my terror. My hands instinctively shot out, grabbing the pistol from the nightstand next to the bed. I'd always kept it there for safety, but in that moment, I wasn't sure if I was really awake or still trapped in some nightmare. I flicked on the tactical light attached to the pistol and scanned the room, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The light cut through the darkness, bouncing off the walls and illuminating every corner. The door was shut. The face was gone. There was nothing but the quiet, nothing but the pounding of my heart in my ears. "Is anyone there?" I yelled, my voice shaking. I was desperate to hear something, anything, to prove that I wasn't losing my mind. But there was no answer. Just silence. I turned on the bedroom light, feeling the sweat on my skin, my pulse still racing. The room was empty, still, exactly as it should have been. But there was a strange stillness now, an unnatural calm. The dresser stood there, the water still dripping down the side, the cup knocked over from where I had slammed into it. I looked down at the floor, seeing that I had torn the drawer off the dresser when I fell. The front of it was broken in half, lying beside the dresser like some kind of broken, discarded piece of furniture. I didn't remember doing that. I reached down to touch the back of my leg, and that's when I felt the pain. A deep, stinging gash on the back of my thigh, right under my butt cheek. It was tender to the touch, and I winced as I probed it with my fingers. I must have hit the corner of the dresser when I fell. Blood was already starting to trickle out, soaking into the fabric of my shorts. But none of that mattered. My mind was still reeling from what I had just seen. I couldn't understand what had just happened. Was it a dream? A hallucination? Was I losing my mind? No, I couldn't be losing my mind. I had to be awake. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and quickly checked the time. It was 3:47 a.m. I didn't know why, but something about the time made everything feel worse. It was too early to be fully awake, but too late to feel safe. I quickly checked the locks on all the doors and windows, even though I knew the apartment was secure. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It felt like I was being watched. Even as I went through the motions of checking the apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been in the room with me wasn't gone. I felt a presence, like someone or something was waiting just outside of my field of vision. After checking everything twice, I sat down on the couch, still holding my pistol. I didn't know what else to do. I had no idea what I had just experienced. There was nothing logical about it, nothing that made sense. The next day, I tried to tell myself it was just a night terror. I did some quick research, read about sleep paralysis, and found that what I had experienced was one of the more common forms of night terror. It was a horrifying thing to go through, but apparently, it wasn't all that uncommon. I tried to tell myself that, anyway, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that still lingered in my chest, the image of that twisted, grinning face flashing through my mind. It was something that didn't go away just because I found an explanation for it. The fear didn't dissipate. The unease didn't fade. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the week. Every creak, every shadow, every movement in the corner of my eye made my heart race. I couldn't even look at the dresser without feeling sick to my stomach. I eventually fixed the drawer, though it didn't really make a difference. It wasn't the drawer that had broken. It was something inside me that felt cracked, fractured. Whatever had happened that night, I couldn't explain it. I still don't understand it. But I know that I haven't experienced anything like it since, and I'm grateful for that. The fear, though, still lingers. It's there in the quiet moments when I'm alone, when my wife isn't home, when the apartment is still. There's something about the stillness that makes me wonder if that thing, whatever it was, is still out there. Watching, waiting. I try not to think about it, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I feel like I'm not quite alone. When I was younger, my dad had this thing about control. It wasn't anything obvious, but you could feel it. He would do small things, like checking the locks on doors more than necessary, or making sure the kitchen lights were always turned off exactly when we said we were done. But the one that really stuck with me was the way he'd come up to my room at night. I remember it vividly. It was one of those things that, at first, seemed like an annoying, harmless habit. I'd be in bed, trying to wind down after a long day at school, and then I'd hear the slow creak of the door to the hallway opening. The sound was always too quiet to catch at first, but then the soft padding of his feet would get closer. I knew it was him. He was always so methodical about it. He'd walk right up to my door, stand there, and listen. Sometimes, I'd hear him exhale softly, and then he'd just stand there. I could never figure out if he was waiting for something, or if he was just checking on me. I always pretended to be asleep, no matter how much I wasn't. I'd turn off everything, the TV, the lights, anything that might make it obvious I was still awake. It was like a game I played with myself, hoping I'd pass his test. If he caught me awake, I'd hear about it the next day. He'd give me that disapproving look and tell me I needed to stop staying up late, even though I wasn't really doing anything wrong. For a while, this was just the rhythm of my life. I'd hear him come home from his night shift, walk up to my door, and I'd turn off everything as quickly as I could, pretending to be asleep. But there was something that always struck me as odd. He never seemed to leave. After I'd convinced myself that I was safe, that I'd passed the test, I'd lay there in the dark, waiting for him to turn around and go back to his side of the house. But I never heard it. He'd just stand there in silence. I'd wonder if maybe he was still listening, or if he was standing there because he didn't want to wake me up. Sometimes, the silence would stretch on for what felt like forever. Eventually, I moved across the house to a room on the opposite side. My parents had rearranged the house, and I was now in the room closest to the back door. At first, it felt a little creepy to be so far from everyone, but I got used to it. I liked the feeling of having my own space, my own corner of the house. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that I was now somehow out of his reach, and that gave me a strange sense of freedom. But it wasn't all perfect. Every night, I would still hear him when he came home from work. The house was quiet, the night deep and still, but I could always hear him. The familiar sound of his work boots dragging along the wooden floors would echo in the hallway. Then, just like before, he would come up to my door. I would freeze waiting. I'd turn everything off, maybe even hold my breath, hoping he wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The routine was the same as it always had been. He'd pause by my door and listen. I would pretend to be asleep, but there was something new that started to unsettle me, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. When I listened hard enough, I could tell that he never walked away. I remember one night, it was late, and I had just finished watching TV on my laptop when I heard those boots again. Hud, hud, hud. The unmistakable sound of him coming down the hallway. I immediately turned off the screen and pulled the covers over my head. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat as I tried to make myself as still as possible. The door to my room was slightly cracked open, just enough to hear his footsteps, but not enough for him to see me if he opened it. The heavy footsteps grew closer. I could practically hear his breathing, and I tried not to make any noise, any sound that might give me away. The door was too quiet, the house too still. I was just about to relax, thinking he would leave like he always did, when something happened. It was subtle at first, just a shift in the air, a change in the way the sound carried. I felt it before I heard it. The footsteps stopped, right outside my door. I froze in place, listening for the sounds of him walking away, but it didn't come. I held my breath, waiting for any hint of movement, but there was nothing. I don't know how long I stayed like that. A minute? 10. It felt like an eternity. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. Maybe he had just gone to the bathroom or checked on something else in the house. But there was no sound of him moving away. Just silence. The silence stretched on, and my anxiety grew. Something fell off. I couldn't quite explain it, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. After what felt like an endless time, I finally slowly let out the breath I'd been holding in. I listened again, but it was still too quiet. No footsteps. No movement. I wanted to peek out, to open the door and see what was going on, but something in me told me not to. The last thing I wanted was to catch him in one of those moments where he thought I was doing something wrong. But this felt different. This felt like he wasn't there at all. The next morning, when I saw him, I didn't mention it. I didn't want to bring it up, didn't want to seem like I was losing my mind or being paranoid. But I couldn't shake that feeling, that sense that something wasn't right. A few years later, we switched sides of the house again, but this time it wasn't me who moved. My mom and dad decided to trade rooms, and they ended up on the side of the house closest to the hallway. My room was still on the far end of the house, with the back door. I was away at college at the time, so I didn't see it happen, but my mom told me about it one day, a few months after we'd moved around. She said it was late one night, and she was lying in bed next to my dad. She had her eyes closed, ready to sleep, when she heard it, the sound of heavy footsteps walking down the hall. She thought it was my dad getting up to check on something, maybe even going to the bathroom. But as the sound of the footsteps got closer, she felt something wasn't quite right. The steps were too loud, too heavy. They didn't sound like my dad's. They didn't sound like anyone she knew. The footsteps came right up to their door. My mom said she could hear them stopping, right outside. It wasn't until she waited in the dark, hoping it would go away, that the footsteps finally stopped. She waited for a moment, but then there was nothing, No sound, no movement. Just silence. That was it. She told my dad about it the next morning, but he didn't seem to think much of it. He just brushed it off. He said it was probably just the house settling, but my mom said it didn't feel like that. It felt different, like someone had been walking around, someone who shouldn't have been there. We haven't heard the footsteps in a while, but that night stuck with me. After hearing my mom's story, I started thinking back on my own experiences, the times I'd heard those footsteps outside my door, the moments where I swore someone was standing there just waiting, watching. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't my dad. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I was just paranoid. But every time I think back to that moment, to the footsteps that never seemed to leave, I can't shake the feeling that there was something else in that house. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. This is a story that started when I was just 16, a time when things were supposed to be simple, but for me, they were anything but that. I didn't have the easiest home life. My parents, while they weren't exactly the picture of love and care, there was always tension in the air, like an electric charge just waiting to snap. They'd hurt me physically and emotionally for as long as I could remember. It wasn't just the occasional slap or harsh words either. It was constant, and the mental scars were the worst. Those moments when they would break you down, piece by piece, until you didn't know who you were anymore. It was suffocating, but I had learned to live with it, to bury the pain deep inside, until I could get out of that house. Then came him. It wasn't a typical situation, how we met. I mean, I wasn't the kind of person who had a ton of friends. I kept to myself most of the time, focusing on school, even though I hated it. The only class I hated more than all the others was math. And there he was, sitting next to me in that class, just as miserable as I was. I don't remember how we started talking, but we both agreed that math was the worst, and for some reason, that was enough to spark a bond between us. It wasn't like a deep friendship at first, more of a shared understanding of how bad things were. And that was enough. We'd help each other with assignments, skip class together, and just talk about random stuff. It was almost like a small escape from everything else in life. He was one of those people who seemed a little different, but in a way that didn't scream danger, just odd. He was into hacking, but not the kind of hacking that could land someone in serious trouble. At least, not the kind he showed me. He was more about breaking into systems, figuring out how things worked, and maybe playing a few pranks on people, but nothing malicious. What really stood out about him, though, was how he would talk about all these conspiracy theories. He wasn't obsessed with them, but he'd bring them up in a light-hearted way, like he was just passing on some strange little tidbit of knowledge that was fun to think about. Aliens, secret societies, government cover-ups. He believed in it all, but again, it was always with a smile and a sense of humor. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but it made him intriguing in a way. But then things at home started to get worse. The tension was unbearable. The things my parents were doing to me were no longer something I could pretend weren't happening. It was more than just the occasional yelling or physical punishment. It felt like I was suffocating under their control. I couldn't breathe. It was like living in a cage. I had to get out. I needed to escape. That's when I told him, my hacker friend, that I was leaving. I had arranged to stay with my boyfriend at the time, his mom's house, which was far away from my city, far from everything that was suffocating me. I didn't expect what came next. When I met him to tell him, his face changed. I'll never forget the way his expression went from casual to something else. His eyes widened, and his skin seemed to lose all its color. It was like he wasn't looking at me anymore, but through me. He grabbed my arm, and I remember how hard he held me. His fingers dug into my skin, and the pain was so sharp that it made me gasp. But it wasn't just the physical pain that scared me. It was the look in his eyes, something dark and desperate. "You can't leave," he said, his voice low and rough. "You're here for me. You're the indigo child. I need you to save me when all this madness ends. You can't leave. You're mine now." I had no idea what he was talking about. Indigo child. What the hell was that? None of this made sense. But it didn't matter. I didn't understand, but what I understood was that his grip was tight, and he wasn't letting me go. He shoved me to the ground, and I hit the pavement hard. The bruise that formed on my arm from where he grabbed me stayed for weeks, a constant reminder of how quickly things could change. I was scared, more scared than I had ever been. I managed to get up, promising I wouldn't leave, but I could tell he wasn't going to let this go. Not now. Not ever. I left quickly, heart pounding, but his eyes stayed with me, burning into my mind. That was the last time I saw him face to face, but it wasn't the last time I'd hear from him. I thought I was free. I thought that leaving the city meant leaving him behind. But he didn't stop. He found ways to contact me, calling, emailing, even sending letters. It didn't matter how many times I changed my phone number, my email, or even my computer. He was relentless. He didn't care how much time had passed. He didn't care that I had moved on, that I was in a safe place, far away from everything. He wouldn't let me go. I told my boyfriend about it. He was a big guy, over 6 feet tall, and not afraid to stand up for me. He didn't like it, not one bit. He didn't like that someone was harassing me, especially someone like him, someone who had once been so close to me, but now seemed like a completely different person. But despite everything, he never showed up. My boyfriend made sure of that. My hacker friend, as scary as he was, never had the guts to show up in person. Still, that didn't stop him. He kept calling, sending messages, making sure I knew he wasn't done with me. Years passed. I thought I could escape it all. I moved to a new city, started fresh, and tried to bury the past as far down as I could. But then, I had to go back. There was no avoiding it. My life led me back to that city, back to the place where it all started. And that's when he started again. At first, it was subtle. A missed call here and there. An email that seemed out of place, like he was just checking in. But it didn't take long before it escalated again. His messages became more intense, more urgent, like he was warning me about something, but I couldn't understand what. It was like he was still trying to pull me back into his world, into whatever delusion he had built up in his mind. I blocked him, changed everything again. But it didn't matter. He found new ways. He always found new ways. I was terrified, but I refused to let him control me. I was no longer that scared, helpless girl. I had a life now, a life that was mine, and I wasn't going to let him take it from me. I had to remind myself that I had fought hard to get here, that I had already been through so much, and that I would keep fighting. I never saw him in person again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was always just a step behind, lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. I couldn't understand why he wouldn't let go. What was it that made him believe he had a claim over me? But I was stronger now, and as much as he tried, I wouldn't let him win. I wouldn't let him pull me back into his twisted world. In the end, I realized something. I wasn't his, and I never had been. I was my own person, and no matter how many years it took, no matter how many times he tried to reach out, I wouldn't let him define me. I was free, and that was the most powerful thing I could hold on to. I was just a child when I first heard the story, though even then I could tell it wasn't something my family liked to talk about much. It wasn't the sort of thing you'd hear around the dinner table, or even during one of those long nights when the grown-ups stayed up late talking while the kids pretended to sleep on couches or rugs nearby. It came out quiet and sudden, like something too heavy to carry around any longer. My mother told me, but she didn't linger on the details. Just the basics. Enough to stick in my head, enough to make me feel cold and confused and angry, even though it had happened long before I was born. It was about my great-grandmother, who grew up outside of Lytton, Iowa. That was back in the late 1800s, when most of Iowa was still in that hazy in-between stage of not quite wilderness, but not yet modern. You had towns, small and spaced out, little churches, and a few general stores here and there. But outside of those, everything was farmland and dirt roads and open skies that seemed endless. People lived off the land and depended on each other more than they trusted each other. Family was everything. Neighbors were close, but also not. You helped each other with the crops, traded for eggs and milk, borrowed tools, but you kept your eyes open and your mouth shut. People had their ways. You didn't question too much. My great-grandmother, I'll call her Clara, was born into that kind of life. Big family, lots of work, little time for nonsense. Kids didn't stay kids for long. As soon as you were old enough to carry a pail or sweep a floor, you were helping, and by the time you could walk a mile without complaint, you were probably doing chores that today would make some adults pause. Clara had seen more by the time she was 10 than I had at 20. That was just the way it was. When she was about 11 or 12, she was staying at home while her older brothers were off in the fields, and her parents were visiting someone sick in another township. There were no telephones in the house, and even if there had been, it wouldn't have mattered. You got help from whoever was closest, and sometimes that meant a child was the only one around. That night, a storm rolled in, one of those long, black Midwestern storms that seemed to drag themselves across the whole sky. Rain pounding the windows, wind making the trees creak, and lightning turning everything white for a split second at a time. In the middle of all that, a neighbor came banging on the door. She was already soaked and red-faced, panting like she'd run a mile. She had 3 children at home, and she was about to give birth to a 4th. Her husband had gone into town and hadn't come back. Maybe he got stuck in the storm. Maybe he just figured the baby wouldn't come for a few more days. Either way, she was alone. Clara didn't hesitate. She followed the woman back to her house, which was a few fields away, and helped her inside. It was a simple, small farmhouse. Rough wooden floorboards, the smell of kerosene and damp wool, the heat of a fire burning low in the stove. The other children were asleep in one room, or maybe just hiding. Clara wasn't sure. All she knew was that the mother was in pain and needed help. So she helped. She had seen animals born, had watched women in her family care for one another after a birth. No one had taught her formally, but you picked up things fast when you had to. She boiled water. She found clean cloths. She held the woman's hand when it got bad, wiped her face, said little prayers to herself, even though she didn't think they would matter. Eventually, the baby came. It was alive, full of breath and movement, and seemed healthy. Clara felt a rush of something she couldn't name then. Relief, maybe. Pride. She had done something big. Helped with something important. The mother didn't smile or cry, though. She barely looked at the child. She just stared up at the ceiling, her breathing heavy but flat. After a while, she asked Clara to go get more linens. There were some kept in a closet on the other side of the house. Clara got up without question. It was still storming outside, the thunder shaking the walls, the lamps flickering. The hallway was narrow and cold. The closet was stuck and hard to open. She had to pull it hard and sort through what was inside, everything smelling like dust and old wood. She took her time, picking out the cleanest she could find, folding them neatly against her chest before heading back. When she returned, something had changed. The air felt stiller, like it does after lightning has struck too close. The baby was no longer moving. It was quiet, still. Clara stopped in her tracks and stared. The mother wasn't crying. She wasn't saying anything. Just sitting up a little, already wrapping the baby in one of the old cloths with slow, careful hands. Like she was cleaning up after a meal. Like it was a chore, nothing more. Clara said nothing. She couldn't. Her chest felt tight. She didn't understand at first, not fully. Babies died. It was common. They called it crib death, or failure to thrive, or sometimes they didn't call it anything at all. Just bad luck. Just something that happened. But this was different. Clara had only been gone a few minutes. The baby had been healthy, alive, warm. She knew what death looked like and what it didn't. This was wrong. The mother wrapped the baby tighter and placed it in a basket near the wall. She didn't cry, didn't look away, just said that Clara could go now. She didn't thank her, didn't say much of anything. Clara left in the rain, walking fast and holding her breath until she got home. She told no one. What could she say? A child accusing a grieving mother of murder? No one would believe her. And even if they did, what would come of it? Nothing. There were no coroners out there. No autopsies. No one came to check. If a child died at birth, the family buried them. That was it. Babies died all the time. People accepted it. Clara didn't. Not this time. But she stayed silent. Years passed. Clara grew up. She married, had children of her own. Became a mother, then a grandmother, then a great-grandmother. She never forgot what happened, though she rarely spoke of it. My mother heard it once when she was young, maybe by accident, maybe because Clara had carried it too long and needed to let it out. My mother told me when I was about 15. I remember the feeling in my stomach as she spoke, the way the words settled in me like stones. It was so simple, so quiet, but it stayed with me. I asked my mother once if Clara ever saw that neighbor woman again. She said yes, many times. The woman lived a long life, had more children, and those children grew old. Clara never said anything, never accused. She watched the children grow, attended church with the family, waved at them in passing. Sometimes, when she was much older, she would sit silently and stare into the distance when one of those children walked by. My mother noticed it, but she didn't understand until later. The most disturbing part for me wasn't the act itself. It was how quiet it all was. No screaming, No violence. Just a moment, a choice, a calm decision made in silence. A new life snuffed out before it had even begun, and no one said a word. Clara went on to become quite successful for a while. At one point, she owned 9 farms. She was respected, known in the area, a tough woman who didn't flinch at much. But the depression came, and she lost it all. One by one, the farms slipped through her fingers. She ended her days in Lavinia, Iowa, which now is barely even a town. Just a spot on the road with a sign. No stores, no post office, just a few houses and empty fields. She died before I was born, but sometimes I feel like I know her better than some of the people I've met in real life. That story stayed with me, even though I never saw her face or heard her voice. I think about her sometimes, how young she was, how much she carried. It makes me wonder what else women back then kept inside. What things were buried not just in the ground, but in memory. The woman who ended her own child's life never faced justice. She was never questioned, never punished. Maybe she never even felt guilt. Maybe she did. I don't know. I never met her. But I met 2 of her surviving children once, when I was young. They were old then, white-haired and thin, sitting on folding chairs at a town gathering. They looked like any other old farmers. Quiet, weathered. I shook their hands, said polite things. I remember staring at their faces and wondering if they knew what their mother had done, if they ever suspected, if they remembered that stormy night and how it felt. Clara didn't tell them. She didn't tell anyone beyond the few in her family who heard it late in life. It wasn't about revenge. It wasn't about justice. It was just a memory that never left her. A piece of truth that she carried quietly to the end of her days. And now somehow I carry it too. It's strange how stories like that work. They stay alive in whispers, passed down when no one else is listening. Not because we want to remember them, but because forgetting would feel worse. Because if we forget, it might happen again. Because silence can be heavy, but ignorance is heavier. Sometimes, when I'm driving through Iowa, I look out at the empty fields and think about how many stories are buried out there. Not just the ones in cemeteries, but the ones hidden in closets, in quiet rooms during storms, in the stillness that comes after something terrible has happened. And I think about Clara, that small girl standing in the rain, holding folded linens, too young to understand all of it, but old enough to know that what she saw was wrong. Old enough to remember it for the rest of her life. I grew up in this old apartment complex that sat kind of tucked away behind a row of fast food joints and a big grocery store. The buildings were these worn-out 2-story blocks, lined up in a horseshoe shape around a big, cracked concrete courtyard that had this half-circle path cutting through the middle. Most of the time it just looked like nothing special, just where kids rode their bikes or people walked their dogs. But back then it was everything to me and my cousin. That middle section was our world during the summer. She and I were really close growing up, more like siblings than cousins. She was just 1 month older than me, and it was one of those things we always teased each other about, even if it didn't really mean anything. That summer, I was 7 and she had just turned 8, and she'd come over to stay at our place for a few days. I was excited because we always had the best time when she came over. We'd spend hours outside until the sun went down, sometimes barefoot, sometimes with scabby knees, riding scooters, drawing with chalk, collecting bugs in jars we weren't supposed to use. It was hot that summer, the kind of heat that makes the pavement smell like rubber and makes your shirt stick to your back. Everything seemed slower. I remember the way the cicadas screamed from the trees, and how the AC inside barely did anything except blow warm air. We stayed outside as much as we could, only going in for water or to cool off before heading out again. Our favorite spot was the curved sidewalk that made that half circle in the middle of the apartment buildings. We used to pretend it was a racetrack or a stage or whatever we felt like that day. It felt kind of hidden, surrounded by the buildings, like a secret place even though everyone could see it. That afternoon started like any other. We had finished some melted popsicles on the steps outside and then decided to go play in the circle. I remember the air smelled like cut grass and car exhaust, and my flip-flops slapped against the sidewalk as we made our way down the concrete steps. The sun was beating down, and the metal handrail burned my hand when I touched it by accident. We had to walk across the parking lot to get to the half circle, and I remember we passed the row of mailboxes and the big green dumpster that always stank like rotting fruit. That's when we first noticed the van. It didn't pull in fast or anything. It just kind of drifted in through the entrance, slow and quiet. At first I didn't think anything about it. It looked like one of those beat-up maintenance vans. You know the type, white with no windows in the back, a little dirty, maybe some faded writing on the side. It rolled in and stayed behind us for a bit. We weren't walking fast, and the van didn't speed past or anything, just sort of stayed back there. I figured it was someone going to fix something. We saw maintenance guys all the time, coming around to fix busted AC units or leaky pipes. So I didn't say anything, and I don't think she did either. We just kept walking, kicking pebbles, and talking about whatever random thing we were into at the time, probably bugs or cartoons or something dumb like that. We made it to the half circle, and we started doing what we always did, running around, jumping on cracks in the sidewalk, pretending they were lava or something. The cicadas were still screaming, and someone had left a broken scooter by the side, the back wheel spinning slowly like it had just been dropped. There was trash blowing across the path, a plastic grocery bag, a crushed soda can. Then I realized the van had followed us all the way to the circle and had stopped. That's when I started to feel weird about it. It parked just off the side, kind of angled like it hadn't pulled into a proper spot. It was maybe 20 or 30 feet away. The engine cut off, but nobody got out at first. I tried not to stare, but I could feel it sitting there, just idling before it shut off. I glanced at my cousin, and she was looking at it too, just kind of squinting at it out of the corner of her eye. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. We kept playing, but slower now. I remember I was pretending to balance on the edge of the sidewalk like it was a tightrope, arms out, but I kept looking over at the van. I couldn't see who was in it. The front windows were tinted just enough to make it hard to tell if someone was watching us. Then the driver's side door creaked open. I don't remember hearing it so much as seeing it, this slow, deliberate motion like whoever was inside was trying not to make noise. The man who stepped out was tall, wearing dark clothes that didn't look like a maintenance uniform. His face looked weirdly blank, like he wasn't in a rush, like he had all the time in the world. The second he stepped onto the pavement, my whole body locked up. My cousin was already running. I saw her blur past me out of the corner of my eye, heading in the opposite direction from where we came. My brain caught up just after, and I bolted too, straight ahead, through the grass, not even thinking, just running as fast as I could. I remember how dry my mouth felt, like all the spit had just disappeared. My flip-flops nearly flew off, and I barely kept them on. My feet hit the pavement hard, then dirt, then more pavement. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My ears felt full of blood, pounding, and my legs burned. I don't know how far I ran, but I remember diving behind the brick wall near the laundry room and crouching there, trying to make myself small. My chest was heaving, and I kept swallowing, trying not to cry. I peeked around the corner once, but I couldn't see the van. It was like it had disappeared. No sound, no engine, nothing. I stayed there for what felt like forever. Eventually, I came out slowly, half expecting someone to grab me. I didn't see my cousin anywhere, and I didn't go looking. I just walked back to our apartment, looking over my shoulder the whole time. I never told my parents. I don't know why. Maybe I was scared they wouldn't believe me, or that I'd get in trouble for going off to play without telling them. Or maybe I just didn't know how to say it. It felt too weird, too confusing. My cousin didn't bring it up either, not that day and not after. But from that day on, we didn't go back to that circle. Not once for the rest of that summer. We played closer to the buildings or inside. Even if we went out, we'd keep looking around like we were expecting that van to show up again. It never did, but the feeling stuck. That crawling fear in my stomach, the way the air changed when the man stepped out, the way my cousin didn't hesitate to run, it all stayed with me. Weeks passed, then the summer ended, and eventually I got older. I started playing in other parts of the complex again, slowly at first. But I never set foot in that half circle again. Not really. I'd walk past it sometimes, but I'd feel that pressure on my chest like I was back there, frozen in place, watching that van door swing open. Eventually, we moved. I don't remember the exact day we left, but I remember riding in the back seat of the car, looking out the window as the buildings disappeared behind us. The apartment complex shrank in the distance, and I felt this weird mix of relief and sadness, like I was leaving a piece of myself behind, but also finally getting away from something that had always been waiting there, just around the corner. Now, when I think back on it, I know how close we came to something bad. We were just kids, playing in the summer heat, and some man decided we were worth following. I think about how easily things could have gone differently. If we hadn't noticed, if we'd kept playing for just a few more minutes, if we hadn't run. It's scary how small the decisions are that change everything. I still remember the color of that van. I remember the way the sun hit the metal, the small dent in the bumper, the way the tire tread left soft marks on the pavement. I remember the man's shoes, dark, worn, scuffed like he'd been walking for a long time. I never saw his face clearly. I think my brain just blocked it out, or maybe I never looked long enough. But I remember the shape of him, the way he moved, the way my cousin didn't even wait before she ran. I never asked her what she remembered. I think we both knew that bringing it up would only make it real again. We just let it sit there, unspoken, like some heavy object we'd both seen fall but never dared touch. Years later, I drove past the old complex by accident. I was visiting someone nearby, and I didn't even realize where I was until I saw the big green dumpster and the half-circle sidewalk still cracked and faded. The buildings looked older than I remembered, the paint peeling, the stairs rusted, the grass patchy. The van wasn't there. Of course it wasn't. But for a second, I saw the shadow of it in my head, parked at the edge, waiting. I didn't stop. I just kept driving. That place is part of who I am, but I don't miss it. I don't want to go back. Some places stay frozen in time for a reason, and that sidewalk, that van, that day, it all belongs to a summer that ended differently than it could have. We got away. That's all that matters. I met her online a few years ago. It was through a random app where people could meet and chat. I don't know why I stuck with it, but there was something about her that made me want to talk to her. She wasn't the type to share much at first, but we bonded over time. She seemed distant at times, and I thought she was just shy. But after talking every day for months, I felt like I knew her. She told me her name was Alicia. One afternoon, I was talking to her on the phone. It was an ordinary conversation at first. The kind where we talked about our day, shared some jokes, and casually exchanged thoughts. But then things took a strange turn. I was listening to her talk, and then there was silence for a moment. I heard something in the background, like muffled voices, but it wasn't clear. Then I heard her voice again, but this time it was different, faint, almost panicked. "No, I won't hang up the phone," she said. I thought maybe she was just trying to say goodbye or something. But then I heard a voice I didn't recognize. It was a man's voice. He sounded distant, like he was speaking from far away, but I could make out one sentence. "Don't touch me," she said, her voice shaking, like she was trying to fight something or someone off. Then there was more silence, but it was broken by the sound of the phone disconnecting. My heart stopped for a second. I stared at the phone, not sure what had just happened. I tried calling her back, but no answer. I sent a few texts, hoping she would respond, but nothing. Then, just as I was about to call it a night, I received a text from her. The message didn't come from her number, though. It came from her iPod. It was strange because I knew she didn't have any other phone but the one I'd been texting with. The message was frantic, short, and chilling. "I'm in a car with some random person. He took my phone. Don't call the cops." I didn't know what to do. The message didn't make sense. I wanted to call the police, but she had specifically told me not to. My mind raced, trying to figure out what was going on. I wanted to believe that it was just a misunderstanding, but the fear in her message made me think otherwise. For the rest of that night, I kept checking my phone, hoping she'd text me again or pick up when I called. Hours went by without any sign of her. The next day, I still didn't hear from her, and I was getting worried. I didn't know what to do, but then finally, after what seemed like forever, she called. Her voice was barely recognizable. It was rough, raspy, like she had been screaming for hours. I could barely understand her at first, but she managed to get a few words out. "Hi, I'm at the hospital. Hi. I was thrown out of the car," she said. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. She told me everything after that, but the details were fragmented. She said the guy had raped her, and then just threw her out of the moving car. She had to walk for miles with a broken leg to get any help. She was covered in bruises, her voice cracked from screaming, and the trauma of it all was clear in her shaky words. The hospital had treated her injuries, but the emotional scars were much harder to heal. I didn't know how to respond. I couldn't understand how someone could do that to her. My mind couldn't process it all at once. She was in pain, physically and emotionally, and there was nothing I could do. I told her I was sorry, and I promised her I'd always be there for her. But things didn't go back to normal after that. A few days later, I started noticing something strange. She would talk to me, but it wasn't always her. She would sleep talk sometimes, and when she did, she'd say things that sounded like she was reliving what happened to her in that car. She'd mention the man, say his name, and describe things in a way that made it sound like she was back in that moment. At first, I didn't think much of it. Trauma can do strange things to people, especially after something so awful happens. But as time passed, the sleep talking got worse. Sometimes she would say things like, "I don't want to go back. I don't want to see him again." And other times it was just a string of random words. It wasn't just that she was reliving the past. It was like she was trapped in it, unable to escape even in her sleep. Then, 2 weeks after she'd gotten out of the hospital, I got another text. This one wasn't from her. It was a strange message, asking if I had seen her. The message sounded like it was coming from her phone, but it was a weird, cryptic message, like someone else was using it again. The text said, "I went missing. Have you seen me?" I panicked. I called her immediately, desperate for some kind of answer. When she picked up, her voice sounded normal, but there was something off about it. She had no memory of what I was talking about. She didn't remember sending the text. She said she hadn't been missing at all. I felt like I was losing my mind. We talked for a while, and she assured me everything was fine. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. How could she have sent that message if she had no memory of it? How was she texting from her iPod without Wi-Fi or cell service? How could she have been missing and not remembered it? A few days later, she broke up with me. She said she couldn't handle a relationship, that everything was too much for her to deal with. I didn't understand. We had been through so much together, and now she was pushing me away. I respected her decision, though, and gave her the space she needed. But a few months later, I heard from her again. She seemed different. She was more herself, but there was still something off about her. We talked for a while, and I thought maybe things were going to get better between us. But then, out of nowhere, she dropped another bombshell on me. She told me she had Alzheimer's. She said it wasn't diagnosed yet, but she was forgetting things. Her memory was starting to fail her. It didn't make sense to me. She was so young, so full of life. How could she possibly have Alzheimer's? She was just in her early 20s. It didn't add up. Our conversations started to get even stranger. She'd talk about things that made no sense, things that didn't fit with our previous talks. She would switch topics randomly, saying things that were completely unrelated to what we were talking about before. It felt like I was talking to someone who wasn't the same person I'd gotten to know. I didn't know what was going on anymore. Was she really suffering from some kind of memory loss, or was there something else? Her behavior was becoming more and more unpredictable. Sometimes she seemed perfectly normal, and other times it was like she didn't even know who I was. Then one day, she stopped contacting me altogether. No texts, no calls, nothing. I tried reaching out, but it was like she had vanished again. I didn't know what had happened, but it felt like I was being ghosted, not just by her, but by whatever had happened to her in the first place. But there were still things that didn't make sense. She had told me her name was Alicia, but her Facebook had a different name, Emily. Why had she lied about her name? How had she texted me from her iPod without Wi-Fi? How had she gone missing without remembering it? And why did she suddenly claim to have Alzheimer's when she had been perfectly fine just a few months before? There were so many unanswered questions, so many things that didn't add up. I couldn't make sense of it. I kept thinking back to that night when she was in the car with some stranger. It was the only part of the story that felt real, but even that seemed distorted with time. Had it all been real, or had I just imagined some of it? I still don't know what happened to her. Maybe she was telling the truth, and maybe she wasn't. Maybe the girl I met online was just a stranger to me from the start. Maybe she was never who she said she was. I don't think I'll ever get the answers I need. The night was already pressing its limits, a cool, late summer evening, and the road stretched out ahead, dark and empty. The family friend, Sarah, had been driving for hours, her husband Dan beside her, and their daughter Mia in the back seat. They'd been to a family reunion about 30 miles out of town, and after a long night of food, laughter, and catching up, they decided to head back. It wasn't late, but Sarah felt the weight of the day pressing on her. A few drinks and the weariness of travel had made her mind feel heavier, and she just wanted to get back home. The highway they were on, Route 72, was desolate this time of night. It was a road they'd taken countless times, but it always felt longer when it was dark. The city lights were far behind them, and the town they lived in was still a good 30 minutes away. They hadn't passed another car for at least 15 minutes. Sarah had the window rolled down a crack, letting the cool air rush in, her fingers tapping on the steering wheel. Dan was quiet beside her, staring out the window as they moved through the long stretches of flat land and distant hills. The road was almost completely straight, stretching for miles in front of them with just a few ranch houses scattered around here and there. Nothing out of the ordinary. That's when Sarah saw him, standing off to the side of the road, barely visible at first. A figure in the distance, wearing a worn cowboy hat and a faded denim shirt. At first, she wasn't sure if she was just imagining it, but as they got closer, the figure became more distinct. "Pull over," she said, her voice soft but urgent. Dan blinked, looking out the window. "Huh, the guy on the side of the road," she said, pointing. "I think he needs a ride." Dan squinted ahead. There was a cowboy, maybe in his 40s, his face half hidden by his hat. He was standing still, just watching the car as it approached. There wasn't much else around, just the endless fields and the dark hills in the distance. "All right, if you want," Dan said, his voice casual, though there was an edge of skepticism to it. He slowed the car and pulled over, the gravel crunching beneath the tires as they stopped just a few feet away from the cowboy. Sarah rolled down the passenger side window, leaning her arm out. The cowboy's eyes flicked up at them, then down to the ground. His movements were slow, deliberate. He didn't look particularly threatening, but there was something unsettling about the way he stood there, like he was waiting for something. Or someone. "You need a ride?" Sarah called out, her voice a little louder now that they were stopped. The man gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Without a word, the cowboy walked toward the car, his boots scraping lightly on the gravel. As he got closer, Sarah could see his face more clearly, a rough, weathered man with a day's worth of stubble and a tired look in his eyes. His skin was tanned from years under the sun, his clothes looked worn but sturdy. He was about average height, maybe a little taller than Dan. Dan leaned over to the other side of the car to unlock the back door. Sarah shifted in her seat to make room for him, and the cowboy climbed into the back, sitting with his back straight, but not speaking a word. They didn't even hear him get in. It was almost as if he had just materialized into the car. "Where you headed?" Sarah asked, trying to make conversation as she eased the car back onto the road. "Town," the cowboy muttered, his voice low and gravelly. He didn't elaborate, just gave a small nod, his eyes fixed ahead. Sarah exchanged a glance with Dan. It wasn't exactly a chatty ride, but she figured maybe he wasn't much for talking. She couldn't help but notice how quiet the cowboy was, how little he moved in the back seat. But then again, people were different out here in the country. Maybe he just didn't have much to say. They drove on in silence, the dark road stretching out ahead of them. Mia, who had been half asleep in the back, shifted and groaned softly as she adjusted her seat. Sarah glanced back for a second, checking on her daughter, but she quickly turned her attention back to the road. The air felt colder now, the heat of the day slipping away as they passed mile after mile of empty land. The car's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the road and the occasional scrub of dry grass along the shoulder. That's when the cowboy finally spoke. "Hey, right here. Right here." His voice was loud enough to startle Sarah. She flinched, her heart skipping a beat. He wasn't looking at her or Dan. His eyes were fixed on something outside the window, just off the road, in the darkness. "Right here," he repeated, his finger pointing to the side of the road. Dan slowed the car to a stop. "What? Here?" "Yeah, right here," the cowboy insisted, still staring out the window. His finger was stiff, pointing sharply toward some invisible spot in the dark. It made Sarah's skin crawl a little. For a moment, nobody moved. Sarah exchanged another confused glance with Dan. What was this guy on about? There wasn't anything around, just more flat land and empty fields. No houses, no lights, nothing. "Are you sure?" Dan asked, his voice a little uneasy now. But the cowboy just stared, his fingers still pointed toward whatever he was seeing in the darkness. He didn't speak again. He just sat there, silent, waiting for the car to stop. Reluctantly, Dan pulled over. The tires crunched against the gravel, and Sarah's heart raced in her chest. She had no idea why, but the whole thing felt off, like something was about to happen, though she couldn't place why she felt that way. She glanced back at Mia, who was still mostly asleep, her head resting against the seat. The last thing Sarah wanted was to make this trip longer than it had to be, but the cowboy wasn't giving her much choice. The car came to a halt. The cowboy opened the door, and for a brief moment, Sarah thought he might say something more, but he didn't. He just climbed out of the car, his boots scraping against the gravel as he stepped out into the night. He didn't say anything as he closed the door behind him, just walked away, fading into the darkness like he'd never been there at all. Dan looked at Sarah. "What the hell? Didn't even say goodbye," she murmured, shaking her head. "I don't know," Dan replied. "This is strange. But he's gone now. Let's just get going." But as they started to drive again, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. She glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the cowboy's figure disappearing into the shadows, his movements slow and deliberate. They hadn't driven more than 4 miles when it happened. Dan's foot was still on the gas pedal when Sarah saw him again. The cowboy, standing by the side of the road, waving for a ride. "Holy shit," Mia screamed from the back, now wide awake. Sarah gasped, her breath catching in her throat. The cowboy was there again, standing exactly where they had left him, just a few miles down the road. "Dan, stop the car!" Sarah shouted, her voice shaking. "Stop the car now!" Dan slammed on the brakes, the car screeching as he swerved to the side of the road. The tires kicked up dust and gravel as they stopped abruptly. "What the hell?" Dan said, his voice rough with confusion and fear. "That's not possible. He was just. The cowboy was still standing there, just a few feet away from them now. His face was partially hidden in the shadows, but Sarah could see his figure clearly. He hadn't moved an inch. He just stood there, staring at them. Sarah's heart raced. "We need to go. Now." She wasn't sure how, but somehow, the cowboy had reappeared in front of them, as if he had never gotten out of the car at all. As if nothing had changed. "Get in the car." Sarah yelled, her voice frantic. Without another word, Dan threw the car into gear, and they sped off, tires screeching against the road as they turned back toward town. Mia was crying softly in the back, and Sarah could feel her hands trembling on the steering wheel. For the rest of the drive, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something, was watching them. The darkness outside seemed to close in, the headlights from the car illuminating the empty road in front of them. They didn't stop again until they reached the safety of the town, where the lights felt like a small, welcome refuge from the unknown. They never saw the cowboy again. This happened when I was around 15 years old, and even now, thinking about it still gives me a weird, sinking feeling in my gut. It was Halloween, and I was at my friend William's house. He lived way out in the rural part of New York, where the houses were spaced out by acres of land, and thick woods stretched out behind most properties. William's backyard didn't just lead to some trees, it bordered an actual forest. The kind that stays dark even in the afternoon because of how thick the canopy is. The kind of forest where sounds travel funny and everything smells like wet earth and old bark. I'd been in those woods plenty of times, so had most of our friends. There was nothing strange about them, at least not until that night. There were 6 of us at William's place that day. Me, William, his older brother Jared, our friend Sebastian, and 3 girls we knew from school. I won't name them out of respect, but we were all pretty tight back then. Halloween landed on a weekend that year, so we'd been hanging out all day. We were doing what bored teenagers do, eating candy, watching old horror movies, laughing at stupid jump scares. Jared, who was a few years older than us and way taller and stronger than anyone else, was the kind of guy who'd always try to mess with you just for fun. He wasn't mean or anything, just like getting a reaction out of people. When it started getting dark, and the woods behind the house started looking more like a wall of black than just a bunch of trees, he got that look in his eye, the one that meant he had an idea. He said he'd give anyone $100 if they walked into the woods and went to the old cabin and back. Now to explain, this old cabin wasn't some creepy abandoned house straight out of a movie. It was just a rundown place in the middle of the woods, probably built by hunters decades ago. Teenagers went there to drink, smoke, hook up, whatever. Everyone knew about it. It was maybe a 5-minute walk from the edge of the yard, just far enough in that you'd lose sight of the house and get surrounded by trees, but not so deep you could get lost. I'd been there a dozen times during the day. Even at dusk, it wasn't that scary. But on Halloween night, after hours of scary movies and sugar, and just that weird anxious energy teenagers get when they've been cooped up too long, none of us wanted to do it. We all just kind of looked at each other and laughed nervously, brushing it off. But Sebastian stood up. He always had this thing where he wanted to prove himself. He was the type of guy who'd jump off the roof into a pool just because someone said he wouldn't. So of course he took the challenge. He said, "Screw it," and went around to the back door. We all followed him to the backyard, standing in the cold October air, watching as he stepped into the woods with just the flashlight on his phone. His girlfriend was a little anxious about it, and I remember watching her cross her arms and bite at her lip. The rest of us were laughing, teasing him as he walked into the tree line, his light bouncing between the trees. We kept watching the little glow until it vanished between the branches. Then it was just dark. We waited. 5 minutes went by. We were all still kind of joking around, but there was this tension creeping in. It wasn't just that he was taking longer than expected. It was how still everything felt. The wind had stopped. No leaves rustling. No night sounds. Just a weird silence that hung around us like fog. His girlfriend started getting really uncomfortable and took out her phone to call him. She held it to her ear for a few seconds, then looked down. No answer. That got our attention. Jared tried to play it cool, saying maybe Sebastian dropped his phone or was trying to scare us, but you could tell he was starting to feel weird about it too. We waited another 5 minutes. Still nothing. That cabin wasn't that far. You could walk there, look around, and come back in under 10 minutes easy. So the fact that there was no sign of him, no noise, no light, no response, it started to feel wrong. Like really wrong. Finally, we decided to go in after him. Jared unlocked the gate on the back fence, the one they kept shut to keep animals out, and we started walking into the woods. William and Jared led the way, with the rest of us bunched up close behind them. I had a flashlight, and so did 2 of the girls. The trees closed around us quick, and within a few steps, the house was gone. It always felt a little spooky in those woods at night, but now it felt different. Not just creepy. It felt heavy, like the air itself was thicker, colder. We walked in silence. Nobody was cracking jokes anymore. Every crunch of leaves beneath our feet felt like it echoed too loud. I kept my flashlight moving across the trees, half expecting Sebastian to jump out from behind one to scare us. But there was nothing, just tree trunks and darkness. When we got to the cabin, it looked the same as always, falling apart, with graffiti all over the sides, a broken window near the front. It looked empty, quiet. We called out for him. No answer. His girlfriend called again, and that's when we heard the ringtone. It was faint, but close. We followed the sound and found his phone lying on the ground a few feet from the side of the cabin, screen cracked, flashlight still on. That's when the panic really hit. He wouldn't just drop his phone and leave. Not Sebastian. Not without telling someone. It felt like we'd stepped into a scene from one of the movies we'd just been laughing at a few hours earlier. Only now we weren't laughing. Jared picked up the phone and started looking around with a serious expression. We stood there, huddled together, trying to decide if we should call the cops, when I noticed something. Off to the right, between the trees, I saw movement. Just a shift in the shadows at first. Then it formed into something solid. A man, just standing there, watching us. He wasn't moving, just standing maybe 30 feet away, right at the edge of where our lights could reach. His face was in the shadows, and I couldn't make out any details. Just the outline of a man. Tall. Still. I blinked, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, but he was still there. That's when I felt it, that cold jolt in my chest, like all the air had been knocked out of me. I whispered something, but it came out louder than I meant it to. Everyone turned to look where I was pointing. Then we all saw him. The moment our lights hit him directly, he moved. Fast. Way faster than I expected. He started running straight at us. No noise. No yelling. Just full speed through the woods. We all screamed. No plan, no coordination, we just ran. I don't remember the path we took. I don't remember who was in front or behind. All I remember was branches slapping my face, my heart slamming in my chest, and that raw, animal panic that takes over when your brain thinks you're about to die. I didn't stop until I was out of the woods. I burst into the backyard and nearly tripped over my own feet. Jared slammed the gate shut behind us and locked it without saying a word. We all ran into the house, breathless, shaking. And then we saw Sebastian. He was sitting on the couch, pale, eyes wide, staring at the floor. His girlfriend ran over to him, but he barely reacted. It took a minute for him to talk, and even then his voice was quiet and hoarse. He said he made it to the cabin fine, poked around a bit, and then saw someone standing behind the trees. At first, he thought it was Jared messing with him, so he laughed. But the guy didn't move, just stared. Then he started walking towards him. Slow at first, then fast. Sebastian ran. He said he dropped his phone without realizing it and cut through a different path to get back, hoping to loop around. He didn't know we'd gone in after him. That was the end of the night for us. No more jokes. No more games. We stayed in the living room with the lights on, not really talking. Everyone just kind of stared at the walls or their phones, trying to act like everything was fine. But it wasn't. Something about that guy, that moment, stuck with us. We never called the cops. I don't know why. Maybe we were scared they wouldn't believe us. Maybe we just wanted to forget it happened. Jared tried to say it was probably some messed up Halloween prank, some local creep trying to scare kids in the woods. He might have been right, but I never went back in those woods again. Not once. Even in daylight, even with other people, I couldn't do it. Every time I'd visit William's house and look out at those trees, I'd feel it again. That drop in my stomach, that weight in my chest, like something was still out there, watching. Years have gone by now. We all grew up, moved on, spread out across different towns. But that night never really left me. I still think about it when Halloween comes around, when I hear footsteps in the dark, when I walk past wooded trails on quiet evenings. I still don't know who that man was, what he wanted, or where he came from. All I know is that he was real, and that we were lucky. It didn't feel like a prank. It felt personal, like he wasn't trying to scare us, like he wanted to catch us. That's what haunts me the most. The thought that if we'd waited a few more minutes, gone a few feet deeper, or made one wrong move, one of us might not have come back. That night changed the way I look at the woods, and maybe that's the most terrifying part of it. Not the man himself, but the way something so familiar, somewhere I'd spent so much time, could turn so dangerous so fast. I don't tell this story much anymore. Most people wouldn't believe it, but every word of it happened. And every time I remember, I feel that same cold run through my veins. That same fear. That same sense that something saw me that night. Something that didn't care if I came back. That night felt like it would be a typical shift. Just another evening watching kids at the summer camp retreat. It was my second time volunteering there, and this time, I was with a few of my friends. We were all in our sophomore year of high school, and this was the perfect way to spend some summer evenings, right? Helping out, getting to hang out with friends, and being part of something bigger. The job seemed simple enough. Watch over the kids while the parents attended their assigned events. Nothing too hard, and nothing too strange. But of course, we didn't expect anything to happen. This particular house, the one we were assigned to, stood at the farthest point of the retreat site. It wasn't just a small cabin like the others. It was a full-sized house with 2 stories and a large porch. The others would joke that it was the haunted house on the property. Maybe it was because it was so far out, tucked against the trees at the edge of the camp. Or maybe it was because the only light out there was the porch light that barely reached past the front door. The darkness beyond it always felt thick and unsettling. My friends and I would laugh off the jokes, trying to convince ourselves that the stories about the house were just that, stories. We were teenagers, after all, and we didn't believe in ghost stories or anything like that. When we arrived, we were handed 5 kids to look after, 3 boys and 2 girls. The boys were loud, hyper, and kept running around, trying to mess with the girls while they were just trying to do their own thing. It wasn't an easy job, but it wasn't anything I hadn't handled before. For the first couple of hours, we kept the kids entertained, played some board games, and made sure they weren't getting into too much trouble. After all, it was a retreat for the parents, and we were there to make sure everyone had a good time. By around 9:30, the kids were getting tired, and one by one, they started heading upstairs to bed. The house was big, and the stairs creaked under their little feet as they climbed up to their rooms. We told them to settle down, to be quiet, and to try to fall asleep so we could relax a bit. Once we were sure they were tucked in, we collapsed onto the couches in the living room. There was something calming about the house when it was just us. The hum of the fridge in the corner, the faint rustling of leaves from outside, and the distant chatter of other groups at the retreat gave the place a strange kind of solitude. But there was something else too, a feeling I couldn't shake. The house felt lonely, like it had seen something. I couldn't explain it, but it wasn't just the fact that it was so far from everything else. There was an emptiness about it that made me uneasy. After about an hour of talking and laughing about random stuff, we all settled into a quiet moment. I was just about to start on a game of cards when we heard it, a loud sobbing sound from upstairs. It was sudden and cut through the silence like a sharp knife. It wasn't just one of the kids crying out in their sleep. This was something else. It was a real, heartbreaking cry, and it immediately made me feel a pang of concern. I got up quickly, motioning to the other girls to stay downstairs with the others while I checked on it. I knew who it was. It was one of the boys. It was Jacob, the youngest of the three. I hurried up the stairs, my feet hitting the creaky wooden steps, and knocked gently on his door before opening it. He was sitting up in his bed, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, sniffling. "Hey Jacob, what's wrong?" I asked softly as I approached him. I sat down on the edge of his bed and gently rubbed his back, trying to comfort him. He leaned into me, his face flushed with tears. I could feel his little body shivering slightly, like he had been crying for longer than I had known. I had a bad dream," he mumbled between sniffles, his voice small and shaky. I held him close, offering some comfort, whispering that everything was fine and that he was safe. Within minutes, his head was heavy against my shoulder, and I could feel his breathing slow. Jacob had fallen asleep again, his small body still in my arms. The other girls came up quietly, checking on the other kids. The two girls were already asleep, and the other boys were fine, tucked in under their covers. We all exchanged a relieved look and nodded, our nerves settling as we realized it was nothing to be too concerned about. I decided to just let Jacob sleep on my shoulder for a while longer. He looked peaceful again, and I didn't want to disturb him. After about 15 minutes, I stood up carefully, trying not to wake him. I walked out of the room, and the others followed me out into the hallway. We decided to check in on the girls, just to make sure they were all okay, too. The girls' room was at the far end of the hallway, and when we peeked inside, we saw the silhouette of the youngest girl, Emily. She was sitting upright in her bed, her back straight and her legs crossed, her face turned toward the window. The dim light from the hallway barely illuminated her figure, but it was enough to make me pause. I felt an immediate sense of discomfort. "Emily," I whispered, stepping into the room, my heart beating faster than I expected. She didn't respond at first. Instead, she just sat there, frozen, still as stone. Then, slowly, she turned her head toward us. Her eyes were wide, and her face, though not showing fear, seemed distant, like she was seeing something none of us could see. When she finally spoke, her voice was small, but it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "There's someone in the house," she whispered. The words hit me like a punch. The silence that followed felt deafening. I felt a cold wave of panic wash over me, and my mind scrambled for a rational explanation. Was she just half asleep? Was she having a nightmare, too? But there was no denying the unsettling way she said it. "There's someone in the house." I exchanged a quick glance with the other girls, and for a moment, none of us said a word. We just stared at Emily, trying to make sense of it. But as we did, I felt a shift in the atmosphere. The house, which had felt so strangely still before, now felt oppressive, like it was holding its breath. One of the girls, Lauren, was the first to snap out of the daze and speak up. "Emily, are you sure?" But Emily didn't answer. She just stared at us, her eyes wide, her breathing shallow. It wasn't like her at all. Emily had always been a brave little girl. She wasn't the type to be afraid of the dark or make up stories. And yet, here she was, sitting up in her bed, as still as if she were in a trance. The unease spread through all of us, but there was no way we were staying upstairs to investigate. We all backed out of the room slowly, trying not to make a sound, and huddled together at the top of the stairs. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of the floorboards, but the sense of something being wrong loomed heavy in the air. We gathered ourselves, trying to shake off the anxiety that had settled in our chests. We agreed to just stick together for the rest of the night. We weren't about to go running around the house in search of a ghost, or whatever was supposed to be in the house. We decided to head back downstairs, stay close, and not venture too far from each other. For the rest of the night, every sound, the wind rustling through the trees, the occasional tap against the windows, made us jump. We were on edge, not knowing whether it was just our nerves or if something else was actually out there. We didn't sleep much that night, if at all. Every time there was a creak or a rustle from upstairs, we would freeze, listening intently, hoping it was just the wind. But the longer the night stretched on, the more we couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. By morning, the sun had risen, and everything seemed much less ominous. The house felt like a completely different place in the daylight, and we breathed a little easier as we made breakfast for the kids. But there was still one question hanging over us. Had Emily really heard something, or had her imagination gotten the best of her in the dark? We never did figure that out. All I know is that after that night, I never looked at that house the same way again. When I was about 8 or 9, I used to spend most of my afternoons outside with the other neighborhood kids. We all lived in a quiet little cul-de-sac, just a loop of about 10 houses tucked away from the main road. The kind of place where every driveway had at least one bike tossed onto the grass, and someone's dog was always barking from a fenced backyard. Our parents all knew each other, so it felt safe, familiar. Everyone knew whose lawn you could cut across, which garages had soda in the extra fridge, and where all the best hiding spots were for games of tag or manhunt. That summer afternoon was one of those golden, lazy days where the heat pressed down just enough to make everything feel slow, but not enough to keep us inside. The sky was cloudless, the pavement was hot enough that we'd only walk on it barefoot if we were racing, and we'd already been out for hours doing whatever random stuff we could come up with. Someone, maybe it was Kyle or Jordan, had the idea to do a water gun fight. Not just some half-hearted backyard game, either. We were serious about it. Buckets for refills, designated team zones, a whole plan. Everyone ran home to grab their gear. My water gun was the best. Bright green and neon orange, longer than my arm, with a double pump handle and a shoulder strap. I'd begged for it the summer before and finally got it for my birthday. It could shoot a stream across a whole driveway if I angled it right. I'd left it on the porch that morning, but when we ran off to start the war prep, I forgot to grab it. Dumb, I know. I didn't realize until we were all crowded around my friend Sean's backyard, planning our teams and bragging about who had the most powerful blaster. I remembered, cursed under my breath, and told them I'd be right back. The walk from Sean's house to mine was just around the curve of the cul-de-sac, a minute or two tops. You could almost see my front porch from his backyard if you leaned far enough past the fence. His yard had one of those tall wooden fences that separated it from the forest that bordered the whole neighborhood on one side. Just beyond it, a narrow dirt path curved into the trees. It wasn't official or anything, but kids used it all the time, shortcutting between houses, building forts, exploring. We called it the secret trail, though every kid knew about it. It started right beside Sean's backyard and looped deeper into the woods behind a few other houses before connecting to an older utility road nobody really used. As I started walking back to my house, I remember it got a little quieter. The kind of quiet you only notice when you're alone. Everyone else had scattered or was still gathered at Sean's, and the buzz of energy from the game faded behind me. The sun was still high, casting long shadows on the sidewalk, and the air smelled like hot grass, plastic toys, and barbecue charcoal from somewhere down the street. I wasn't scared or anything, just in a hurry. Then, right when I passed the mouth of the trail that led into the forest, right by Sean's backyard fence, I saw a car parked in the grass. Not in a driveway, just kind of awkwardly off to the side, half in the shade of the trees. It wasn't one I recognized. Most of the parents in our neighborhood drove minivans or clean sedans. This one looked old. The kind of car that had probably once been red, but had faded into a dull, dusty rust color. The windows were tinted, and the whole thing had this grimy, forgotten look, like it hadn't been washed in months. You could see patches of dirt stuck around the wheel wells and a strip of dead leaves caught under the windshield wipers. Something about it felt off, like it didn't belong. Just as I slowed down to look at it, the driver's door opened and a man stepped out. He wasn't doing anything strange, just getting out of the car, but the way he moved stuck with me. Slow, like he didn't care who saw him. He wasn't old, maybe in his 30s or 40s, with a scruffy beard and messy clothes, faded jeans and a stained t-shirt that looked too big on him. His face was hard to see clearly from where I was, but something about him made my stomach tighten. He didn't look around, didn't wave, didn't acknowledge me at all. He reached back into the car and pulled out a dog on a thick leash. A big, muscular pit bull. Now, I've always liked dogs, but I was still a little kid, and I'd heard the stories. Some of the older kids in the neighborhood, especially Kyle, talked about how pit bulls were dangerous, how they could tear your arm off or snap your bones if they bit down. I don't know if any of that was true, but at that age, it was enough to make me freeze. The dog looked powerful. Short, shiny fur, wide chest, thick neck. It didn't bark or growl, just stood next to the man, its tongue hanging out slightly, eyes scanning the trail entrance like it already knew the path. The man didn't speak. He just started walking down the forest trail, holding the leash in one hand like he'd done it 100 times before. The dog trotted beside him, calm but alert. I stood still, my heart beating harder than it should have been. I didn't know why, but I had this weird instinct to wait. Just a minute. Something told me not to move yet. I stood there on the sidewalk, squinting after them as they disappeared into the trees. The dog's leash dragged along the dirt behind it with a faint scraping sound until they were gone. I waited a little longer than I needed to, then finally hurried back to my house. I found my water gun on the porch, still sitting where I left it, a bit warm from the sun. I slung it over my shoulder and started heading back, trying to shake the unease, telling myself it was just a guy walking his dog. Nothing weird about that, right? But when I got back to the trailhead, walking right in front of it to cut through Sean's side gate into the backyard, I stopped dead. The pit bull was there. Not the man, just the dog. It stood at the entrance to the trail, its chest rising and falling steadily, tongue still hanging out, leash dragging in the dirt behind it. But no owner in sight. No footsteps. No rustling in the brush. Just the dog. It hadn't seen me yet, or maybe it had and didn't care. It was sniffing around the edge of the path, like it had caught a scent. Its tail wasn't wagging. Its ears were pricked up. The leash looked heavy and frayed at the end, like it had been chewed or ripped loose. I didn't know what to do. I was right across from the gate, maybe 15 feet. I stood still for a second, staring at it, waiting to see if the man would come running after it, calling its name. Nothing. The trees behind it were still and quiet. Too quiet. That's when the dog turned its head and looked directly at me. My heart jumped. It didn't growl or bark, just stared, like it was sizing me up. I didn't wait any longer. I ran. I sprinted straight across the grass toward Sean's gate, what we called the secret back door, a panel of the wooden fence that opened inward with a rusted latch. I grabbed the latch, yanked it open, and slammed it shut behind me as fast as I could. My hand fumbled for the hook on the inside and latched it closed, heart hammering. The second I secured it, I turned and ran across the yard to where the others were still getting ready for the water fight, trying to catch my breath. I didn't say much at first, just told them I saw the pit bull again, without the guy, that it was loose. Everyone tensed a little. We were all just kids, and even though we liked to act tough, something about a big dog running around without a leash felt dangerous. One of the parents was called over, and they told us to stay in the yard and not go near the trail until someone checked it out. But nobody ever found the dog, or the man, or the car. That old red car was gone the next time I looked, vanished like it had never been there. I asked around, my parents, neighbors, even the mailman a few days later. No one remembered seeing a guy like that, or a dog like that, or any old car parked by the trail. It just wasn't there anymore. After that, I didn't use that forest path for a long time. Even though it was a shortcut, and we used to mess around in the woods, I always stuck to sidewalks after that. Something about the way that dog looked at me stuck with me. Not wild, not angry. Just still. Focused. Like it was waiting for something. If I'd been slower. If I dropped my water gun or tripped. If the gate had stuck or the latch had broken. Sometimes I wonder how far it got into the neighborhood before it vanished. If it found its way back to that man. Or if it had just kept walking until it got tired or bored. Or worse, nobody ever reported it. No animal control trucks, no warnings, no signs on the mailboxes. It was like it had slipped into our world for a moment and then disappeared. The game that day never really happened. After the dog scare, most of us just stayed close to the house, spraying each other with garden hoses instead. I remember my water gun felt heavier after that. I didn't even want to carry it anymore. It's weird how something that small, just a moment, can stick in your memory. No chase, no bites, no hero story. Just a look, a feeling, and the heavy silence of the woods. And that car, sitting like it had always belonged there, and then gone like smoke. I don't remember how old I was exactly. I only know I was young. Too young to really understand what fear was, but old enough to remember exactly how it felt. This happened back in Monroeville, Pennsylvania, when my dad was in the army. We moved a lot back then. Different houses, different states, sometimes different schools. Everything always felt temporary, like we were just staying for a while before heading off somewhere else. But that one house, the one where this happened, stuck with me more than any other. My room was down at the end of the hall, kind of tucked away from everyone else. My parents' room was across the house, and my sister's was a little closer to mine, but still far enough that when things got quiet at night, it felt like I was the only one in the whole house. I liked having my own space back then, being able to arrange my toys or draw on the floor or just stare at the ceiling. But night was different, especially in that house. The room had this closet. No door, just an open rectangular space about as wide as a regular door. It went back deeper than you expected, and the light never really reached all the way in. Even in the daytime, the back of that closet always felt dark. I would tell my dad about the things I saw in there. Sometimes I'd point at it and say something was watching me. It creeped him out, I think, but he always brushed it off or told me to go back to sleep. After a while, I stopped bringing it up. That night, I woke up with the urge to pee. I was still at that age where I was trying to learn to control it, to make it to the bathroom in time and not wet the bed. My dad, being in the army, ran the house strict. He was a tall man, around 6 feet 3 inches, and he didn't tolerate accidents. If we messed up, we got the belt. Not often, but enough that you remembered not to screw up again. So when I woke up with that pressure in my belly, I knew I had to make a decision. Try to go back to sleep and risk it, or get up and head to the bathroom. While I was lying there thinking, I glanced around my room. Moonlight was coming in through the window. It must have been a full moon that night because I could see everything, not clearly, but enough to make out shapes. Shadows stretched across the walls. The furniture stood out in gray outlines. My closet, though, the closet was always the same, darker than it should have been. I could see inside it just enough to make out the edges. And he was there again. It was the same figure I'd seen before. A tall shadow, like a man wearing a hood or maybe a cloak. No face, just blackness. He stood there in the same position as always, not moving, not speaking, just watching. I don't know how I knew he was looking at me. He didn't have eyes, but I felt it. I knew. By then, I was used to seeing him. As strange as that sounds, he had become a part of the room in a way. Scary, yes, but familiar. I closed my eyes, rolled over, and tried to ignore it. Maybe if I pretended I didn't see him, he wouldn't do anything. That was always my plan. Shut my eyes and wait until sleep took me again. But sleep didn't come. The pressure in my stomach was worse. I lay there for a while, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, squirming and shifting. Eventually, I had no choice. I had to get up or face the consequences in the morning. I looked back at the closet. The shadow man was gone. At first, that felt like a good thing. Maybe he wasn't real. Maybe my mind had made him up. But then the fear really kicked in. If he wasn't there, where was he now? Was he hiding under the bed? Behind my door? In the hallway? My heart started racing, and I remember being covered in sweat even though the room was cool. I couldn't risk wetting the bed, though. That would be worse. So I came up with a plan. I figured if I moved fast enough, nothing could get me. Like how kids run up the stairs from the basement when the lights are off. If I just launched myself out of bed and made a beeline to the bathroom, I could do it without giving anything the chance to grab me. I counted down in my head, pretending to be asleep so nothing would expect me to move. Then I went for it. I threw off the blanket and ran. My feet hit the carpet, and I didn't even look around. I just sprinted straight for the door. The hallway was only a few steps away. The bathroom was directly across from my room. I could see it. The door was open, the toilet lit by the dim blue-gray light of the moon. But as I passed the doorway, right at the edge of my room, maybe one step into the hall, something stopped me. It didn't grab me. It didn't pull me back. It felt like I ran chest first into something solid. Not like a wall, though. A wall would have hit my whole body. This was just my upper chest, maybe my shoulders. Like a thick arm had stretched across the doorway and stopped me. It knocked the breath out of me for a second. I stumbled backward, scared out of my mind. I didn't wait to figure it out. I turned and ran straight back into my room, dove into bed, and pulled the blanket over my head. I stayed like that for what felt like forever. I was shaking. I thought for sure something was going to reach under the blanket and grab me. I even imagined fingers curling around the edge of the bed. But nothing happened. After about 10 minutes, I couldn't hold it anymore. I was sweating, breathing hard, and terrified, but I knew I had to try again. This time I moved slower. I crept to the edge of the bed, stood up, and walked carefully to the door. I paused at the same spot I had hit whatever it was. I reached a hand out into the hall. Nothing, just air. I took a step, then another. I was out in the hallway now. The moonlight still lit everything just enough. I made it to the bathroom, did what I had to do, and then stood there, staring into the hallway. I didn't want to go back to bed. I didn't want to pass that spot again. But eventually I had to. So I ran for it, dove into bed again, and this time pulled the blanket up to my chin, eyes wide open. The rest of the night I barely slept. I kept glancing toward the closet. The shadow never came back that night. The next morning, everything felt normal again. Sunlight came in through the window, warm and soft. I got dressed, ate cereal in the kitchen, and didn't say anything. I almost convinced myself it was a dream, but I remembered it too clearly. Every detail. The way my chest felt when I hit that invisible wall. The feeling of being watched. The way the air felt heavy. Even the way the shadows moved across my ceiling when I lay in bed afterward. I never forgot any of it. Years later, when I was older, I brought it up to my dad during a visit. He didn't remember me ever telling him, but he said I used to creep him out with the stuff I saw or talked about. I guess he figured it was just a kid's imagination, something I would grow out of. But I didn't. That night stuck with me, clear as day. I never saw that hooded figure again. Not like that. Not in that way. I never hit that invisible wall again either. It was just that one night. One experience. I never had sleep paralysis in my life, and I don't lucid dream. It wasn't a nightmare. I was awake. Fully awake. I can still feel the carpet on my feet, the pressure in my chest when I ran into whatever that was, the cold sweat on my neck when I got back into bed. We moved again not long after. Another base. Another house. And even though I stayed in plenty of other rooms after that, some of them creepier than others, none of them ever felt like that room. That closet. That moment. I don't have an explanation for it. I'm not saying it was a ghost or some supernatural thing. I don't believe in fairy tales. But I know something was there. Something was in that room, or in that hallway, and I felt it. Something I couldn't see but couldn't ignore. Sometimes late at night, when I'm lying in bed with my girlfriend and she's already asleep, I think about it. The feeling of being stopped. Like something that wasn't supposed to be seen reached across the doorway. I don't know what it was. I probably never will. But I know it was real. I never peed the bed again after that night. I remember it like it was yesterday. It happened about 4 years ago, and I still get a strange feeling in my stomach when I think about it. My sister and I had just gotten home from school around 2:30 in the afternoon. We were both in high school at the time, and our routine was always pretty much the same. Drop our bags by the door, head straight to the kitchen for a snack, and settle in until our mom got home from work. But that day, something felt different. As soon as we walked in through the breezeway, I noticed it. A large brown cardboard box sat right in front of the door. It was way bigger than anything we'd ever gotten from a delivery service, and it was addressed to someone we didn't know. The name and address were printed in bold letters on the top. It wasn't even close to our neighborhood. The address was nowhere near ours. My first instinct was to assume it was meant for a neighbor, but as I looked closer, I realized there was no way it was. No delivery person in their right mind would leave a box that large in a breezeway, especially not in a place where it could easily be mistaken for something else. We didn't touch the box immediately. I was curious, of course, but we both hesitated. I figured it would make sense to wait until our mom got home to see what she wanted to do about it. Maybe it was some kind of mix-up, or maybe it was something from one of her friends. She worked in an office a little further down the street, so it wasn't uncommon for her to get packages delivered there for work. But this wasn't like any delivery I had ever seen. After a few minutes, my sister and I just stood there in the breezeway, staring at the box. It felt like something was off, but neither of us could put our finger on why. The sun was still shining outside, but the breeze was chilly, and the day felt quieter than usual. We waited in silence, neither of us really saying anything. My sister fiddled with her phone, scrolling mindlessly through messages, and I stood there, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. It wasn't until about 30 minutes later that the next part of the weirdness unfolded. A blue truck pulled into our driveway. It wasn't a car we recognized, and it wasn't the kind of truck that someone would casually drive down our street. The truck came to a slow stop in front of the house, and I could see the driver clearly through the windshield as he parked. He didn't look familiar, and there was something unsettling about the way he was just sitting there for a moment before he got out. The man who stepped out of the truck wasn't someone we knew, either. He wasn't tall, but he wasn't short either. His clothes were plain, just regular jeans and a t-shirt, but there was something about him that just felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but as he made his way toward the door, I felt my heart rate pick up just a little bit. He didn't stop at the door or knock. No, he just walked straight past it and headed right for the box that was still sitting in the breezeway. My sister and I stood frozen watching him. He bent down, grabbed the box without a second thought, and lifted it effortlessly, as if it weighed nothing. The box had been way too heavy for us to even move, but this guy was carrying it like it was nothing. We didn't know what to do. My sister and I just looked at each other, both of us too stunned to speak. The guy didn't look back at us or say anything. He just turned and walked straight back to his truck, threw the box in the bed, and got back in. A moment later, the truck revved up, and he drove off, disappearing down the street without a single word. I remember standing there in complete silence for a few seconds, still processing what had just happened. What was that about? Who was that man? Why did he take the box? My sister was the first to speak, though I couldn't really make sense of what she said at the time. Her voice was shaky, and she was visibly shaken, but she just asked, "What the hell was that?" I didn't have an answer for her. I felt the same way. It was like something out of a nightmare, but it was real, and it was happening in broad daylight. Neither of us knew who the guy was, or why he had come to our house and taken that box. And we definitely didn't know where he had gone after that. I didn't even think to call our mom right away. Instead, I grabbed my phone, and we both started searching online for anything that might explain what had just happened. Maybe we could find some kind of clue, some logical explanation, but we didn't find anything that made any sense. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. We both sat in silence, half waiting for someone to explain what had just happened. Our mom came home around 4:30, but when she walked in, the first thing we did was bombard her with questions. Of course, she had no idea what had happened. She'd been at work all day, and she was as confused as we were about the mysterious box and the strange man who had taken it. We never saw the man again. We never heard anything more about the box, and nobody in the neighborhood seemed to know anything about it. Over the next few days, I kept an eye out, just in case someone came looking for it or came by to ask about the delivery. But nothing happened. The whole thing just disappeared. A week passed, and I thought about it less and less. It was one of those things that left an impression, but eventually life went on. Then one night, about a month later, I woke up to a sound. It was just a faint noise at first, but it was enough to rattle me from my sleep. I lay there in the dark for a moment, trying to figure out what it was. I could hear it again, a faint scraping sound, like something being dragged across concrete. I got up and went to the window, thinking it might be some kids messing around outside. But when I looked out, I didn't see anything. The street was empty. Still, that strange feeling crept back, and I couldn't shake the sense that something wasn't right. I told myself I was just overthinking it, that it was probably nothing. But the next morning, I found something. The same blue truck, the one I'd seen that day, was parked down the street, just a few houses away. It wasn't the same exact spot, but it was the same truck. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't know if it was the same person or just someone else with the same truck, but it was too coincidental to ignore. I never told my sister about it. I didn't want to freak her out again, but I watched that truck for days, hoping it would leave, hoping I wouldn't see it again. The man never came back, but the memory of that day, the box, and that guy lingered in my mind. It was unsettling, and for a long time, I couldn't explain it. There was no reason why he would have taken that box, and there was no reason for him to come back. But I kept thinking about it, wondering what would have happened if we hadn't just let it go, if we had tried to figure out who he was or why he was there. It's been years now, and I still don't know the truth about that box or that man. But sometimes late at night, I find myself staring out the window, half expecting to see that blue truck pull up again, and I wonder, what was really inside that box? I woke up to the feeling of something warm and wet trickling down my face. At first, I thought it was just a sweat from the heat of the night, but as I opened my eyes, the wetness didn't feel right. Something was off. My mind was still foggy with sleep, so I blinked a few times, trying to clear my vision. That's when I saw it, the cold, dark barrel of a gun, pressing right up against my eye. It was so close, I could see the small marks and scratches along the metal surface. For a moment, I didn't process what was happening. My head felt heavy, like it was made of stone, and the sleep in my system still held me in a half-daze. My first instinct was to shrug it off, thinking maybe I had just dreamt it, or it was part of some messed-up sleep hallucination. I closed my eyes, and despite the danger, I just went back to sleep. What else could I do? I was too tired to think straight. Then something hit me hard on the side of my head. I felt a sharp jolt, a pain that cut through the haze of sleep. The impact was like being hit with a hammer, and I instinctively reached up to touch the sore spot. When my hand made contact, I felt something warm and sticky. Blood. It was running down my forehead, dripping between my fingers and soaking into my palm. My mind instantly went into a state of panic, the kind of rush you get when your body tells you something is terribly wrong. I opened my eyes again, and this time, I was fully awake. Standing over me was a man, fully clothed, with a ski mask covering his face. He wasn't just standing there quietly. He was shouting, his voice rough and filled with anger. "Get the fuck up now," he yelled at me. My heart was racing, and my head spun. I was confused, dazed, and in pain, but I could hear the urgency in his voice. The blood trickling down my face only made things worse, blurring my vision as I tried to focus. My body felt heavy, like my limbs were made of lead, but somehow I managed to push myself out of bed. I didn't even care that I was only in my boxer briefs. I didn't have the energy to be embarrassed. All I cared about was the man in front of me, and the pistol he was pointing at me. He demanded money. It wasn't a request, it was an order. "Money now," he shouted. My mind was still scrambled, but I knew I had to do something. I told him that I had money in my wallet, and I needed to get it from my pants. As I stood there, my legs wobbly, I began searching frantically through the laundry pile in the corner of my room. I couldn't find my pants at first, and I could hear him pacing behind me, his boots heavy on the floor, probably getting more impatient by the second. Finally, my hand brushed against the rough denim of the jeans I had worn earlier that day. I shoved my hand into the pocket, praying my wallet was still there. When my fingers closed around it, I sighed in relief. But then I felt something else, a switchblade. It was the one I kept tucked in my pocket for emergencies. I pulled it out along with the wallet and held it tightly in my grip. It wasn't much, but it was something. Just as I was about to turn around and hand the guy my wallet, I heard a high-pitched scream. Triaic. It cut through the air, sharp and full of terror. My blood ran cold. It was my brother's girlfriend, screaming from the other room. Why was she here? What the hell was going on? I couldn't think clearly, but I knew I couldn't do anything reckless. She had 2 kids with her. I couldn't get myself into more trouble than I was already in. I handed the man my wallet. His hands were shaking, and I could feel the tension in the air. He snatched it from me quickly and then shouted out, "Help! Get the fuck in here." He wasn't alone. I didn't know how many others were in the house, but it didn't matter. The panic in my chest started to grow, my heart beat louder in my ears as the seconds dragged on. Before I could even process what was happening, 2 more men appeared, pushing me roughly into the living room. I stumbled as they forced me to the ground, my head still spinning, blood still dripping from my forehead. When I looked up, I saw 4 more men standing there, each holding a pistol, each one as threatening as the last. It was a blur of faces, ski masks, and dark clothing. 5 men, all armed, and all of them looking down at me with cold, unreadable eyes. "Get on the fucking ground," one of them ordered. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a command. I didn't argue. I didn't have the energy to fight back. I dropped to the floor, my arms shaking as I tried to steady myself. For what felt like an eternity, one of the men held the gun to my temple. It was cold, the metal pressing against my skin, the weight of it bearing down on me. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and frantic, but I couldn't focus on anything other than that damn gun. It felt like it was the only thing in the world. The minutes stretched into what seemed like hours, each second dragging on, each breath I took coming with more and more difficulty. I could feel the blood still dripping down my face, slowly trickling onto the floor, but all I could think about was surviving. Was I going to make it out of this? Were they going to kill me? And then, just like that, the gun lifted from my head. The men didn't say a word, they just turned and walked away. It was like they had gotten what they came for, and now they were done. I blinked in disbelief. my mind struggling to process what had just happened. As soon as I could move again, I scrambled to my feet. I rushed to the kitchen, my blood still seeping through the cut on my forehead, staining my skin and my clothes. My head felt light, like I was about to pass out, but I didn't care. I needed something. I needed to protect myself. I grabbed the machete from the top of the fridge, feeling its cold, heavy weight in my hands. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. I didn't know what else to do, but I knew I couldn't just let them take everything. I bolted out the back door, running into the yard, the cold night air biting at my skin. I stood there for a moment, trying to collect myself. I was wearing nothing but my underwear, blood running down my body, machete in hand. The house was silent. I couldn't hear anything. No vehicles, no footsteps, no voices. Nothing. I felt like I had stepped into a void, the world around me completely still. The panic was overwhelming, but I didn't have the luxury of breaking down. I had to stay alert. I looked down at myself, at the blood soaking into my skin, and I realized they had taken more than just my wallet. My phone was gone. My jar of loose change, the one I had been collecting for months, was gone. My weed rolling kit, my half-pound of weed, it was all gone. They had ransacked the house, taking anything of value and leaving me with nothing but the blood on my skin and the machete in my hand. I didn't know what to do next. I stood there in the yard for what felt like forever, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. I had barely escaped with my life. They had taken my things, but I still had my life. And that was something, even if it didn't feel like much. The quiet of the night settled over me as I stood there, staring at the empty space where the men had been. They were gone now, but their presence lingered in the air, a reminder of how close I had come to losing everything. I didn't know what was going to happen next, but for the first time that night, I let out a breath. I had survived, and that was enough. I woke up early that morning, feeling groggy, but ready to get some work done. My boyfriend had left for work already, and I was alone in the house. It was a quiet, calm morning, just the way I liked it. The sun was barely up, casting soft rays through the window, but it was still that early, peaceful time when everything felt like it was on pause. The only sounds I could hear were the faint hum of the fridge and the rustling of trees outside in the cool morning breeze. I had been wanting to paint the spare bedroom for a while, and now that I had some time alone, it felt like the perfect opportunity. I grabbed the paint, brushes, and rollers, set up everything in the room, and started working. The room had a cozy vibe with soft, beige walls, but it was in desperate need of a fresh coat of paint. I had been carefully applying a light cream color when I heard my phone buzz in the other room. It was a message from my boyfriend, letting me know that the guy who had wanted to buy something from us on Craigslist was still coming by today to check it out. This made me feel uneasy. The night before, we had sold the item to someone else, and we had told the guy about it that morning. He wasn't happy about it. He seemed pretty upset, messaging us that it was messed up that we sold it before he had a chance to see it. He needed it, apparently, and wasn't happy that we had just sold it out from under him. It was a weird situation, and I didn't think much more of it. I shook off the worry, telling myself it was just some guy who didn't get what he wanted. What could he possibly do? It wasn't like he knew where we lived or anything. Plus, he was still going to come by today, even though the item was already sold. My boyfriend had given him the address, but I doubted anything would happen. It was just one of those situations that you brush off, right? I went back to painting. The rhythmic swish of the brush on the wall was oddly calming, the smell of fresh paint filling the room. I focused on staying steady, getting into a good rhythm. The silence in the house was comforting, and the quiet made it easier for me to concentrate on the task at hand. But then, suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard a noise that broke my concentration, a loud, forceful bang from the back door. At first, I thought I was hearing things. I paused, holding my breath, trying to figure out what it was. Maybe a branch had fallen outside, or the wind had slammed something against the house. But no, there it was again, a second, even louder bang. The kind of sound that immediately puts you on edge, like someone was trying to break in. My heart skipped a beat. My brain immediately went into panic mode. The first thing that came to mind was the Craigslist guy. Could he be here already? No, it didn't make sense. He wouldn't show up this early, right? But then again, he had been upset about us selling the item, and who knew how desperate he was to get it. I froze, my hand still gripping the paintbrush, the paint dripping off the tip. My mind raced through possibilities. There was a gate by the carport that led to the backyard, and from there, you could get to the back door of the house. It was an easy way to slip into the house without being seen from the front. And to make matters worse, earlier in the summer, someone had broken into the garage through the back. That made everything feel even more real and terrifying. I knew how easy it was to slip past the front of the house and sneak in from behind, and now I could hear more banging. I didn't want to move. I couldn't. My body was frozen, a knot in my stomach. I thought about calling my boyfriend, but I didn't want to make noise. I didn't want to alert whoever was out there that I was inside. What if the guy had come to confront me? What if he was really angry and decided to take it out on me? I told myself to stay calm, but the loud banging continued, each one making me more and more nervous. It sounded like someone was really trying to get in, and the back door, which was typically secure, was now an open target. My heart pounded in my chest, and I thought about what to do. The front door was too far to get to in time, and the windows were too high to climb through. The only option left was to hide, to stay out of sight. But the sound of the door rattling, as if someone was trying to force it open, made that impossible. Then, to my horror, I heard the creaking of the door. It was opening slowly, like it wasn't locked properly. My throat went dry. Who was it? Was it the Craigslist guy, mad and wanting to make a scene? Or was it someone else? I crouched down behind the wall, hoping the person wouldn't see me. My breathing was shallow, and I felt my pulse racing. My eyes darted around the room, looking for any possible escape, but there was none. The only thing I could do was hide and hope that whoever was out there didn't find me. Then came the voice. It wasn't loud at first, but it was clear enough to make my blood run cold. The person on the other side of the door said something, but the words didn't register at first. My mind was too clouded with fear to focus. My heart was in my throat now. What if they knew I was home? What if they were just waiting for me to make a sound, to give myself away? But then, as I was sitting there listening, hoping for the best but preparing for the worst, I realized that the voice didn't sound threatening. It was calm, too calm. It was a woman's voice. I hesitated for a moment, my heart still pounding. Maybe it was someone who had the wrong address? I waited, trying to make out the words. But then I heard it more clearly. Hello? Is anyone home? I stayed silent, not sure how to respond. What was happening? The door creaked open further, and then the voice came again, louder this time. It's me, Name. I left something here last time I was over. My mind raced. Name? Who is that? And why would they be coming into the house like this? I didn't know what to do. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I didn't want to make a sound. It wasn't until a few more seconds passed, and I realized I knew that voice, that I dared to move. It was my boyfriend's mom. Relief hit me like a wave. I stood up slowly, my legs shaky. I felt embarrassed now that the adrenaline was starting to wear off, but I also felt like I had narrowly avoided something bad. She had scared the crap out of me, but at least she wasn't here to harm me. I walked out of the room slowly, making my way to the back door. The sight of her standing there with a bag in her hand, looking confused as to why I seemed so shaken, was almost comical. "Hey, what's wrong?" she asked. "Did I scare you?" I let out a long breath, laughing shakily as I realized just how close I had been to losing my composure. "Yeah, a little bit," I admitted. "I thought you were someone else." She raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask any more questions, probably seeing how shaken I was. She smiled, handed me what she'd come to pick up, and left. I stood in the doorway for a long time afterward, still trying to calm myself down. The whole thing had felt so real, so close to being something awful. I had to remind myself that it was just a mistake, a simple misunderstanding. But as I closed the door behind me and locked it, I couldn't shake the feeling that the fear I'd felt was still lingering. The house felt quieter now, almost too quiet. But I tried to push it out of my mind, focusing on the room I had been painting, reminding myself that I was safe, that everything was okay now. It was years ago when my mom told me the story of what happened to my grandma. The story has always stuck with me, mainly because it feels so strange and unsettling. It wasn't just a story from the past, it was a real event that happened to her, something that I can still feel lingering whenever I think about it. My grandparents used to live in a farm in a very remote area of Brazil. It wasn't the kind of place you'd find on a tourist map. There were no bustling towns nearby, no shops to pop into, just wide stretches of land, and the nearest neighbor miles away. The kind of place where you knew your neighbors, and they knew you. It felt safe. The kind of place where, even at night, it was quiet and peaceful, and crime was unheard of. In fact, crime was something that didn't even cross anyone's mind. It was a different world out there, one where everything seemed as still and secure as the countryside itself. But what my grandma experienced that winter, well, that made the stillness of the countryside feel unnervingly loud and full of strange things. It was the kind of thing you'd hear whispered about, something that was so far out of the ordinary that even the bravest of folks would be left questioning reality. It all started one night when my grandma was lying in bed, trying to sleep, when she first heard the noise. At first, she thought it was just the house settling, or maybe the wind outside moving some pots or pans. But it wasn't just a one-off sound. It kept happening night after night. A faint clinking, a sharp scrape of metal on metal, followed by the sound of something shifting in the kitchen, like someone was moving things around. It wasn't the kind of noise that could easily be ignored, especially when you're lying alone in the dark, in a house that's way too quiet for comfort. At first, she tried to wake my granddad, but he'd just roll over and mutter that it was nothing. "Go back to sleep," he'd say. "It's probably the wind or the house making noise." But this didn't feel like just the wind. My grandma knew something was wrong. After a few nights of hearing those same clinking sounds, she started feeling uneasy. She lay there, wide awake, staring into the dark, trying to tell herself it was nothing. But the noises kept coming, almost every night. Pots and pans scraping against each other, the sound of silverware being shifted around. It was as if someone, or something, was in her kitchen, going about their business. This went on for a full 2 weeks. Every night, she'd hear those strange sounds. And every night, she'd try to wake up my granddad, but he'd ignore her, saying it was just the house, or maybe an animal outside. He was stubborn that way, not one to give in easily to superstitions or strange occurrences. But my grandma, she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The longer it went on, the more she started to believe that there was something, or someone, lurking around her kitchen that night. And it wasn't just the sounds anymore. It was the creeping, crawling feeling she'd get when she'd lie there awake, the darkness seeming heavier and heavier with each passing minute. Then one night, something changed. She didn't hear the familiar clinking and scraping of metal. The house was eerily silent, so silent that it almost felt too quiet. My grandma woke up in the middle of the night, unsure why, but when she opened her eyes, she saw something that made her heart stop. A small, bright light was hovering in front of her, just a few feet away. It wasn't the kind of light that comes from a flashlight or a candle. No, this was different. It was like a glowing orb, soft and steady, and it floated there, suspended in the air. My grandma didn't say a word. She didn't even move. She just stared at it, trying to figure out what it was. The light didn't flicker or shift. It stayed there, almost like it was waiting for her to do something. The strange thing was, it didn't feel threatening. It didn't feel supernatural, not in a ghostly sense. But it was, without a doubt, strange. In a way, it felt like it was guiding her, as if it wanted her to follow. And follow it she did. The light moved slowly through the room, toward the door, and my grandma, though unsure, stood up and followed it. She didn't question it. There was something almost hypnotic about the light, like it was calling her. She felt no fear, no hesitation, just an overwhelming pull to follow it. The light drifted toward the kitchen, and as she walked through the dark hallway, the floorboards creaked under her feet. The house was still quiet, too quiet. The light led her to the kitchen door, which was slightly ajar. When she stepped inside, what she saw stopped her in her tracks. Her kitchen was nothing like she'd left it. The floor, which had always been sturdy and solid, was broken, with large gaps and cracks running through the wood. And beneath that broken floor, something was shining through the cracks, a soft golden glow, as though there was something hidden down there, something buried beneath the kitchen. She knelt down and began to pull up the loose boards of the floor, her hands trembling as she worked. The light above her flickered but remained steady, hovering just above her. As the boards came up, she saw it gold. Piles of gold, shining brightly in the dark. It wasn't just a small stash either. No, this was a treasure trove. Coins, gold bars, trinkets, things she could never have imagined. The floor was hiding an entire trove of treasure, just beneath her feet. But how? Why? And most importantly, who had put it there? My grandma wasn't one to be superstitious. She wasn't the type to believe in magic or fairy tales. But what she found under her kitchen floor made no sense. How could there be so much treasure hidden in her kitchen, in a farm that seemed so normal and safe? The questions flooded her mind, but there was no time to ponder them. She knew what she had to do. The first thing she did was call the police. The second thing was move out. The whole situation felt wrong. It felt dangerous, like the treasure was a signal of something that shouldn't have been there, like something had been disturbed. When the police arrived, they dug up the floor and confirmed what she had found. The treasure was real, but there was no explanation for how it got there or who had left it. There were no markings, no clues, just the gold buried beneath the floorboards. The officers couldn't tell her much, except that they'd report the find and begin an investigation. But nothing ever came of it. No one ever claimed the treasure, and no one was ever caught trying to steal it. The farm wasn't the same after that. My grandma couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She couldn't sleep in that house anymore, not with the memory of the broken floor and the treasure hidden just beneath it. After a few weeks, they packed up and moved out, leaving everything behind. They never spoke about it again, at least not openly. But I know my grandma was always haunted by the thought of what might have happened had she not followed that light. The treasure was never touched by anyone who came after. The farm, the house, and the land were left empty for years. I think my grandma knew something we didn't, that sometimes some things are better left untouched. She may have found the treasure, but I can't help but wonder what the price was for discovering it. And even now, when I think about it, I'm left with more questions than answers. What had those noises been all about? Why had someone, or something, been moving things around in her kitchen for 2 whole weeks? What did the treasure mean? And why was it hidden there, so close to home, waiting for someone to uncover it? In the end, I think the mystery was never meant to be solved. My grandma and granddad moved on, and the land eventually passed on to someone else, but the memory of that strange, glowing light and the treasure buried beneath the kitchen floor will always be with me. It's a story that never quite leaves you, because it's not just about finding treasure. It's about what we don't understand, what's hidden just out of sight, waiting for someone brave enough to follow the light. I've been sitting in my lounge room for the last couple hours, doing what I do most nights when I can't sleep, scrolling through Reddit, reading creepy stories that I know are only going to mess with my head. I always tell myself I'll read something light or funny to wind down, but I never do. I fall into these rabbit holes of weird encounters, people hearing voices in the woods or being followed home, and even though I brush most of it off as exaggeration, I can't lie, it gets to me, especially when it's quiet like this. Middle of the night, the house dead still, everyone else asleep. I've got the TV on in the background, playing something harmless, the Food Network, I think. Something about cake decorating or pies or whatever. The volume's low, just enough to not feel like I'm completely alone. I'm in my usual chair, the one right near the front window. Curtains closed, of course, but I can still feel the cold coming in through the glass. The cat, my fat old Tabby, is curled up on my lap, completely out. She's warm and purring softly, and it's kind of grounding, to be honest. It's around 4 a.m., and I'm feeling jumpy. That crawling sense you get after reading too many spooky things. I know it's in my head. That kind of unease where every creak sounds too deliberate, where shadows look like they might move if you stare too long. I try to shake it off. I'm not some wide-eyed kid. I've lived in this house for almost 10 years. I know all its sounds. I know when the fridge hums, when the plumbing knocks. Nothing should surprise me. But then I hear something that doesn't fit. It starts low. At first, I think maybe I'm imagining it, something like whispering. Like when a TV's on in another room and you catch just the rhythm of voices, but not the words. But the TV's here with me, and it's just background babble about buttercream. This whispering isn't coming from the TV. It's coming from outside, right outside the window. It's faint, could be wind in the bushes. I tell myself that. I lean my head a little to the side, trying to catch more of it. And then it changes. The whispers stop and become something else. A long, drawn-out moan. Not loud, but unmistakable. It lingers for a few seconds, and then cuts off, dead silent. That's when I sit up. Not all the way out of the chair, but just enough that my back is straight, and I'm staring at the curtains like they're going to part on their own. I don't know what I expect to see. A face? Movement. Nothing moves. There's no sound now, not even wind. I'm telling myself it's just paranoia. Just nerves from reading too many stories. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. But that sound, it was real. My brain's already trying to logic it out. A possum? Maybe some kids messing around? But who's outside whispering at 4 in the morning in a quiet street like mine? I move slow, like I'm afraid sudden movement will make it worse. The cat grumbles when I lift her off my lap, but she doesn't resist. She stretches, yawns, and curls up where I was sitting. I tiptoe toward the window and pinch the curtain between 2 fingers. I lift it just enough to peek out. Nothing. The front yard is still. Porch light is off, but the neighbor's light across the street gives me enough to see. No one there. The bushes don't move. The driveway is empty like always. I watch for maybe 30 seconds before letting the curtain fall again. It could have been anything. Maybe something blew through the yard. Maybe a fox or something. I go check on the kids, mostly just for peace of mind. I walk through the hallway, peeking into each room. All good. They're asleep, wrapped up in blankets, breathing slow and deep. That calms me down a little. If something really was outside, they didn't hear it. I head to the kitchen, grab my old mag light from the drawer. It's heavy, solid, the kind of flashlight you could club someone with. I've had it for years. I've gotten into the habit of going out for a smoke around this time anyway. It's the only time the street is really quiet, no traffic, no noise. Just me, the night, and a few minutes of peace. But tonight feels different. Even so, I step up to the front door like I always do. Hand on the knob, I pause. Then I turn it slowly, quieter than I ever have. I don't even know why. I guess part of me still expects to see someone standing there. I push the door open. The cold hits me first. Damp, still air. Then I see them. 5 cats. 5 of the neighborhood cats, all different colors, shapes, sizes. We've got quite a few stray or semi-stray cats around here. Most of them belong to someone, but they roam, usually harmless. But now they're all sitting at the end of my driveway, in a loose semicircle, all facing the same direction, my house. They're perfectly still. It's not that they're walking by or playing or even loafing around. They're sitting like statues, all facing me. Their heads don't turn when I open the door, not even a twitch. It's like I caught them in the middle of some weird ritual or something. I shine the light on them. 4 of them immediately scatter. They sprint off in different directions, under cars, into bushes, down the road. But one stays. The black one. Big, thick, well-fed looking. Not a scrawny stray. Could belong to someone, but I've never seen a collar on it. It just sits there, its eyes reflecting the beam of my mag light, glowing yellow-green like they always do in the dark. It doesn't move, doesn't blink, just stares right at me. I shift a little on the porch, light still on it. Nothing. No tail flick. No twitch of the ears. It's like it's not even a cat. Just a thing sitting there watching. I tell myself it's just a cat being a cat. They do weird stuff. I light my smoke and lean against the porch post, trying to act normal. But I keep the flashlight trained on it, just in case. I stay out there for maybe 10 minutes. The cold bites a little more the longer I'm out. Smoke curls up in the still air, and the only sounds are my own breath and the quiet hiss of the cigarette burning. The black cat doesn't move. Not once. It just sits, eyes reflecting the light, body low to the ground, almost like it's waiting for something. Then, just as I'm finishing the cigarette, I hear it. An engine. A car comes tearing down the street. Way too fast for this neighborhood. It's a dead-end street. Mine's the last house at the end. There's no reason for anyone to be coming this way unless they live here, and I know all my neighbors. The car is loud, something old maybe, or modified. It doesn't slow down until it's almost at my driveway. Then it screeches to a halt, right in front of my house. I freeze. It idles there, not moving. Headlights wash over the front of my yard. I can't see past them. Just a glare, like 2 suns, right in my eyes. I feel my pulse climb in my throat. I grip the flashlight tighter. 5 seconds pass. Maybe 6. Then the car peels off again. Tires scream as it turns around at the dead end and speeds back the way it came. And just like that, it's gone. I don't move right away. My heart's pounding. I stare after it, mouth dry. I try to make sense of it. Some drunk. Someone lost. But no one stops dead in front of a house like that. Not at 4 in the morning. Not on a dead-end street. There are no houses past mine. No reason to come this far unless you mean to. I look back at the cat. It's gone. For a second I think maybe it ran off during the car incident. But then I glance down the steps. And it's there. At the bottom of the stairs. Closer. Still staring. Something about that makes my skin crawl. I don't know why. It's a cat, but it feels deliberate, like it moved when I wasn't looking just to mess with me. Still not blinking, just sitting there, same posture, same eyes. I don't finish my smoke. I toss the butt into the yard, step back inside, and close the door carefully behind me. I lock it, then check it again. Deadbolt, too. Inside feels different now. Less safe. The house is too quiet, too still. The TV's still playing, but it's not comforting anymore. The glow feels off. The cat on the chair has moved. She's sitting up now, ears perked, facing the window. Watching. I sit down slowly and grab my phone. My hands are shaking a little. I start typing this out. I just need to get it down while it's fresh. I don't know what any of it means. It probably doesn't mean anything. Maybe it's just weird coincidences stacked on each other. A noise outside, cats acting strange, a car showing up for no reason. But I can't shake the feeling that something was wrong out there tonight. I haven't gone back out since. I don't think I will, at least not tonight. I checked the kids again. Still asleep. I locked every door and window. I even pulled all the curtains, not just in the living room. The black cat's still out there. I peeked through the curtain, and it's sitting at the end of the driveway again. Not moving, just waiting. It's almost 5 now. I won't sleep, but I'm not going outside again either. The mag light's on the table beside me. The cat's still watching the window. I'm just gonna wait it out till morning. I don't know what that car was doing. I don't know what I heard outside the window. I don't know why the cats acted that way. But I do know this. Something about tonight felt different. Off. Like I was being watched. Measured. Not by ghosts or anything. Not by monsters. By someone. And whoever it was, I don't think they were passing through. I think they were testing the water. Seeing who was awake. Who would come outside. Tonight I did. I stepped out. I looked. But tomorrow night, I won't. I was 13 or 14 years old when it happened, a time when I was still naive about how dark the world could get. It's a memory I can't shake, even now at 32. There's not a day that goes by without me replaying the events in my mind, even though they happened so long ago. It was one of those moments where everything shifted, and I realized just how vulnerable you are when you're alone. My dad was out at fire practice that night. He had a regular commitment to the local volunteer fire department, and it was always the same. He'd be gone for a couple of hours, leaving me home alone with the dogs. My own dog, a German Shepherd mix, was protective but loving, always by my side. She was the type that would growl at strangers, but was fiercely loyal to those she trusted. The other dog we were sitting that night, a beagle, was completely different. Sweet and docile, he couldn't care less about being protective. He was always calm, even in the face of a stranger. It might seem like a strange thing to mention, but it's important. It's why I never forget that night. I remember everything as though it happened yesterday, every detail etched into my mind. I was in the living room, watching TV, when the knock came at the door. It was a soft knock, but it caught my attention, making me glance up. Our front door had a screen door in front of it. The screen door was a little old, but it had a lock on it, which I always appreciated. The screen was pretty flimsy, so I never opened it unless I absolutely knew who was at the door. But back then, I wasn't paranoid. I just didn't think anything would happen. I got up from the couch and walked toward the door. I peeked out the small window by the door, trying to see who it was. What I saw froze me in my tracks. There was a man standing there, just outside. He was tall, with shoulder-length silver hair that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light of the evening. He had a silver mustache, and his clothes were all dark, black pants, a black shirt, and a worn brown leather jacket. There was nothing about him that screamed friendly or safe, and I felt a cold chill run down my spine just looking at him. Even now, I can picture him so clearly in my mind. His eyes were hard to read, but there was something about the way he stood there that made my stomach twist. I wasn't stupid, though. I knew better than to just open the door. We had a little rule in our house. If someone came knocking, you didn't open the door unless you knew them. I was alone with my 2 dogs, and I wasn't about to take any chances. The dogs, especially mine, started barking immediately. It wasn't their usual playful bark. No, this bark was different. It was urgent and protective. The beagle joined in, but his bark was more confused than anything. My German Shepherd, however, went ballistic. She was standing in front of me, her hair raised along her spine, teeth showing. She wasn't barking at him so much as growling, deep and low like a warning. The beagle, even though he wasn't as protective, joined in with the barking, and for a moment, it felt like the whole world was covered in this wave of noise. I stepped back from the door, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The man started talking, but his voice was so soft I could barely hear him. He kept asking me to come outside, but something about it felt off. It wasn't the normal, "Hey, how are you?" tone you expect from a stranger. No, this was different. The way he said it, it felt like an order. The words weren't clear, but his body language said everything I needed to know. He was getting closer to the door slowly, as if he was testing the waters. I didn't even hesitate. I reached for the handle of the main door, locking it. The sound of the lock clicking into place felt like the loudest noise in the world. I'm sure the man heard it too. He looked at me, his face twisting into something that almost resembled anger, but he didn't say anything. I knew he saw the door was locked, and I saw the flash of frustration cross his face. And then he just left. He didn't say another word, didn't try to knock again. He simply turned around and walked away, but I didn't feel safe, not even for a second. I stood there for a moment, my breath heavy in my chest. The dogs were still going crazy, barking and growling. I wasn't sure what to do next, so I did the only thing that felt right. I closed the main door and made sure to lock it too. I didn't let myself relax, not even a little. I walked through the house, checking the windows, making sure everything was secure. I felt like I was holding my breath the entire time, waiting for something bad to happen. And then I heard it, the sound of the side gate opening. It was unmistakable. The gate was heavy and old, and I could hear the creak of the hinges as it opened. I didn't think, I just ran. My heart was pounding so hard in my chest that I could hear it in my ears. I sprinted through the house, my legs moving faster than they ever had before. The dogs followed me, their barking filling the air, and I didn't stop until I reached the side door. I didn't look out the window or check who was outside. I didn't need to. I just locked the side door, hearing the click as the lock engaged, and barely managing to catch my breath. My heart was hammering in my chest. The dogs were still frantic, and their growls were starting to quiet down, but I could still feel the tension in the air. Something wasn't right. I grabbed my phone and called my dad. My hands were shaking so badly that it took me a few tries to dial the number. I finally got through to him, and I told him what had happened, my voice tight with fear. He was calm on the phone, but I could tell he was already getting into his truck. He told me to stay inside, lock the doors, and wait for him. The fire hall was only about 10 minutes away, but it felt like forever before my dad arrived. I was pacing the house, looking through the windows every few seconds, just waiting for him to pull up. The dogs were on edge, but at least they'd calmed down a little. My dad finally got home, and he immediately started checking the yard and around the house. He went out front, then to the side, checking the gate where I had heard the man walking earlier. But there was no sign of anyone. No footprints, no car tracks, nothing. It was like he'd disappeared. But then the phone rang. It was one of my dad's police buddies. He asked if we were okay, and I could hear the concern in his voice. Apparently, other officers had heard about the situation, and they were asking if we needed someone to come patrol the area for the night. I didn't know it then, but I later found out that we had officers patrolling our street for the next couple of nights. That was when I realized how close I had come to something terrible happening. I was just a kid, alone in the house, and if I hadn't trusted my instincts, if I hadn't locked that door, things could have turned out very differently. I knew then that if I hadn't had the dogs there to warn me, or if I had been too naive to lock the door, I might not have made it through that night unscathed. I never saw the man again, never heard anything about him. My dad made sure to keep an eye out for anyone unusual around our house for weeks, but there was never any sign of him. Over time, life returned to normal. But every now and then, when I'm home alone, I'll hear a sound at the door, and my mind immediately goes back to that night. Even now, I can still picture him, his cold, angry eyes, his silver hair shining in the dim light. That man was dangerous, and I don't know what he wanted, but I know one thing. If I hadn't listened to my gut, things would have ended very differently. I've never forgotten that feeling, the one that settled in my chest when I realized just how close I came to something terrible. That night, I learned the hard way that sometimes it's better to trust your instincts than to ignore them. And I'm thankful that I had the dogs there to help keep me safe, even though they had no idea how much they were protecting me. I spent a good portion of my childhood in a house that was well over 100 years old. It was the kind of place that creaked and groaned in the night, the kind of house where every shadow seemed like it could be hiding something. I moved in when I was 5, and we stayed there until I was 16. There was something about that house, something off. I can't really explain it, but I always felt like I was being watched, like the walls were listening, like there was always something there just on the other side of my vision. The house was huge, old and creaky, with dark wood floors and narrow hallways that seemed to stretch on forever. I remember the way the house smelled, too, a mix of old wood dust and something else that I couldn't quite put my finger on. The windows were massive, and you could hear the wind howling through the cracks in the winter. Every night, when I was younger, I would wake up to the sound of my bed shaking. It wasn't like a violent shaking, just a subtle, steady vibration that would make the whole room feel off. I'd pull the covers over my head, thinking maybe if I hid, it would stop. But it never did. I'd lie there, wide awake, listening to the whispers. It was always the same, soft, unintelligible whispers, like a group of people murmuring to each other in the next room. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it sounded like they were right there, in the room with me, and it would get louder, closer. I used to pull the covers over my head and tell myself it was just the wind, or that I was imagining things. But the more it happened, the harder it was to ignore. I remember one of the scariest things about the house was the room at the end of the hall. My brothers and I used to fight over who got to sleep in the room closest to the stairs, the room with the attic door. The attic door never stayed shut. It always had this eerie sense of life about it. If it was closed, you could hear it creaking like someone was pushing it open slowly. And if it was open, you could hear movement from upstairs, even though no one was up there. Just footsteps, dragging noises, the occasional whispering. Nobody ever went up there, not really. We were all too scared. But one time, around Halloween when I was about 8, my brothers decided to mess with me. They had this dumb cassette tape with a vampire telling spooky stories, playing creepy music in the background. Honestly, it wasn't scary at all, but to a kid who was already scared of the house, it was just enough to push me over the edge. I remember them telling me to stand in that room at the end of the hall. They said I had to stand there by myself, listen to the tape, and not get scared. They left me there, the door creaking as they went, leaving me in the darkness with nothing but the faint light from the hallway and that cassette tape whirring to life in the silence. At first, it wasn't so bad. I was nervous, but I tried to stay calm. I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of seeing me freak out. But then the whispers started. They weren't coming from the tape. No, these were real whispers, like voices from the corners of the room, voices that didn't belong. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. I focused on the tape, but the voices grew louder, almost like they were trying to drown it out. They were getting closer, too. I could feel something shifting in the air around me, a presence, something was there. Then it happened. The thing that has stuck with me all these years. I don't know how it appeared, but it did. One moment, I was standing there in the dark, staring at the door, and the next there was a face, red with sharp, jagged teeth. It was so close, too close. I could see every detail, every sharp curve of its face. It had a look to it, something primal and raw, like it was ready to tear into me at any moment. The teeth were so sharp, and its eyes, they were staring right into mine. They were black, empty, like there was nothing behind them but rage. The room seemed to spin as I froze, unable to move, my heart pounding in my chest. I was paralyzed, like my body wasn't even mine anymore. I couldn't look away from its face, even though every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, to get away. I was just 8 years old, and that thing, it felt like pure evil. I could smell something foul in the air, something rancid, like rotting meat. Suddenly, as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. The room was just as it had been before, silent still. The whispers faded into nothing, and I was left standing there, gasping for air. I don't know if it was real or not. I don't know if I imagined it, or if it was some horrible nightmare. But I felt it all in my bones. It was like something that wasn't supposed to be in the world had just been right in front of me. I didn't even hesitate. I turned around and ran down the hall as fast as I could, my feet pounding against the wooden floor. I don't remember how many steps it took, but I was in my bed before I even realized it, throwing the covers over my head, my body trembling. I could still feel it, feel the cold, suffocating presence of whatever it was. I didn't say anything to my brothers when they came back. They just laughed and said they knew I'd get scared. They didn't know what had happened to me in that room. I didn't tell anyone for years. I didn't tell my mom, my dad, or even my brothers. I couldn't. They wouldn't understand. They would think I was just imagining things, making up stories. I wasn't sure what had happened either. Was it a dream? A hallucination? Or had I really seen something? That question lingered for years, gnawing at me every time I walked down that hallway, every time I passed the room at the end of the hall. It didn't stop there, though. That house, there was something wrong with it. The whispers didn't go away. The strange noises, the things that would move on their own, the feelings of being watched, they kept happening. The shadows in the corners of the rooms, the cold spots that would appear out of nowhere. The house felt alive, like it had its own heartbeat, its own pulse. But that one night, that face, that thing, it was different. That was the one thing I couldn't explain, the one thing that I would never forget. It was like a mark on my memory, a stain I couldn't wash away, no matter how hard I tried. I lived in that house until I was 16, and by then, I had grown used to the strange happenings. I'd learned to block out the whispers and the shaking bed, learned to ignore the things that moved in the shadows. But the memory of that face never left me. It's been over 20 years now, and every time I think about it, my heart races, and I can feel that same fear creeping back in. What was it? I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know. But it's something I can't forget, something that stays with me, lingering in the back of my mind every time I walk past a dark corner, every time I feel a chill run down my spine. I don't know what it was, but I know one thing. It wasn't just my imagination. It was real. And whatever it was, it's still out there somewhere. It happened last Labor Day weekend. I had gone over to stay the night at my friend's house, which wasn't anything unusual. We'd known each other for years, and I'd slept over more times than I could count. Her room was familiar to me. The way she kept it slightly messy, the white string lights pinned across the ceiling, the pile of books near her nightstand, and the futon she always pulled out for me when I stayed over. That night was like any other. We watched a few movies, scrolled through our phones for a bit, and then went to bed sometime past midnight. She crawled under her comforter, and I settled onto the futon with one of her spare pillows and a thin blanket. I remember feeling tired, but not exhausted. I laid there for a while listening to the hum of her fan, watching the shadowy patterns the string lights made on the ceiling. At some point, I drifted off. It must have been around 3 or 4 in the morning when I woke up. There was no noise, nothing startling. I just suddenly opened my eyes, like something tugged me out of sleep. It was dark, but not pitch black. Enough light came in from the hallway through the cracked door that I could see shapes in the room. The outline of her dresser, the edge of the bed, and the figure of someone walking back and forth next to it. At first, I wasn't alarmed. It looked like her. Same height, same general shape. She was just walking slowly along the side of the bed, turning back and forth as if she was pacing. Her movements were weird, though, kind of stiff and robotic, not like how people normally walk. I figured she might be sleepwalking. I knew some people did that. It didn't even occur to me to be scared right then. I just laid there watching her, thinking she'd eventually get back in bed. She kept pacing slow and quiet, just back and forth. Every now and then she'd stop and turn like she was looking at something, then keep going. The silence was strange. Even though the fan was still running, the room felt heavy in a way I can't really explain. Like the air was thick, or the silence was pressing down on me. 5 minutes passed, maybe more. She didn't stop. Eventually, I sat up slightly and asked her what she was doing. My voice was groggy, quiet, but enough to break the silence. She didn't stop. She just mumbled something I couldn't make out. It sounded like words, but nothing clear. I asked again, a little louder. That's when I heard her voice come from the bed. She said something like, "What are you talking about?" But the second I heard her voice come from the bed, everything inside me tightened. I turned my head and saw her there, lying under the blanket, her face barely visible in the dim light. At the same time, the figure that had been pacing stopped in its tracks. It stood there for a second, then turned and walked slowly over to me. Not rushed, not frantic, just smooth, steady steps. It stopped directly in front of me at the edge of the futon. Then it bent down. The movement wasn't jerky or dramatic. It was fluid, like someone leaning over to get a closer look. It lowered its face right near mine. I could see the outline clearly now. Long, dark hair hanging down past the shoulders. A white gown, loose and flowing, almost glowing slightly in the low light. I froze. I don't know how else to describe what that moment felt like. My skin went cold, but I was sweating. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I just shut my eyes hard and forced out words asking my friend to turn on the light. I must have said it loud, because I remember her stirring and fumbling with the lamp. The second the light came on, the room changed. The heaviness lifted, like a switch had been flipped. I opened my eyes, and there was nothing in front of me. No one was standing there. It was just me, sitting upright on the futon, shaking. I looked at my friend, really looked at her. She was sitting up in bed, rubbing her eyes, her face puffy from sleep. She looked confused. I looked around the room. The same cluttered dresser, the same scattered clothes, the same familiar setup. But no one else. That's when my brain started putting things together. My friend was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Casual sleepwear. Nothing like what I saw pacing the room. That thing had on a long, flowing gown. And her hair, my friend's hair was short, barely grazing her shoulders. The thing I saw had long, dark hair that hung down past its chest. I sat there for a long time, breathing heavy, trying to make sense of what just happened. My friend asked if I was okay. I told her I thought I had a weird dream. I didn't want to get into it. Not yet. Not while I was still shaking. Eventually, I laid back down, but I didn't sleep. I kept my eyes open for the rest of the night, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I imagined it, that I had some kind of half-awake hallucination. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I kept coming back to the same problem. Why did it feel so real? Why did I notice the clothing, the hair, the sound of the footsteps? Why did it stop when the light turned on? Why didn't it feel like a dream? The next morning, everything was normal. We had breakfast, watched a show, talked about going out for the day. I didn't mention it. I wanted to, but I also didn't. Part of me worried she'd think I was messing with her. Another part of me didn't want to say it out loud because it would make it more real, like admitting it gave it power. Later that day, when I went home, I walked into my own room and just stood there. I looked around at the familiar layout. My bed, my shelves, my laundry basket, everything in place. But I felt jumpy, like something might be there when I wasn't looking. That night, I locked my door. I don't usually, but I did. I double-checked the closet, left the hallway light on. It was a long time before I fell asleep. Days went by. I kept replaying the moment in my head. The pacing, the bending down, the way it stared. The way the room felt so wrong until the light came on. I looked up stuff online, hoping to find some kind of explanation. Sleep paralysis, lucid dreaming, maybe even stress. But the thing is, I was fully awake. I moved. I sat up. I spoke. I remember the feeling of the futon fabric on my hands. I remember the exact temperature of the room. That kind of awareness doesn't come with dreams. I've been over to my friend's place since then. Nothing weird has happened. The room feels the same. But I don't sleep as easily anymore, especially when I'm not at home. And even when I am home, I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, half expecting to see someone pacing in the shadows. I haven't seen anything since, but that moment, those few minutes, changed something. I don't have a neat explanation. I don't know what it was. All I know is what I saw, what I felt. And no matter how much time passes, I still remember it clearly, like it happened yesterday. I keep telling myself there's a logical explanation, that it was a trick of the light, a leftover piece of a dream that spilled into waking. But deep down, I don't believe that. Not fully. It wasn't a dream. I was awake, and something was in that room with me. When I was in 3rd grade, we lived in this weird townhouse. It wasn't like a normal house with a big yard and a white picket fence or anything. The place had this stretched out layout, kind of like a row of connected boxes with thin walls. The back of the townhouse opened up to this massive forest that just seemed to go on forever. It wasn't pretty or peaceful looking like the kind of forests you'd see in a painting. It was rough and wild, like it had been there long before any of our homes were built. Tall trees with bark peeling off, roots sticking out of the ground like claws, broken branches everywhere. It always smelled like wet dirt and old leaves. Still, for a kid, it was perfect. My friends and I used to go back there all the time. We'd drag pieces of plywood or cardboard and build little clubhouses in the trees or clearings. Sometimes we found old tires or plastic chairs someone had dumped, and we'd use them to make our spots more comfortable. We'd stay out there for hours, getting filthy and pretending we were in some kind of secret society. That forest felt like ours, like we had claimed it, even though we never really knew how far it went. Our townhouse was kind of run down. The windows were old. Some had cloudy spots where the double panes had failed. The carpet was always dirty, even right after it got cleaned, and the air always smelled like a mix of dust and something faintly sour. My room was small and faced the front parking area, which wasn't ideal, but I didn't care much at that age. Every morning, I'd wait by the front door for my friend and his mom. They lived about half a mile away, and she'd come pick me up and take us both to school. It became part of my routine. Wake up, get dressed, eat breakfast, then sit by the door until they arrived. One morning, as I was sitting there waiting, I heard something strange. It was a small sound, faint like a giggle. Just one. Not a full laugh, not loud. Just a single, soft giggle. I didn't react at first. Maybe I thought it was the TV or something outside. But then I looked down the hallway that led toward the bedrooms. The door to one of the rooms was cracked open, just barely, and right as I looked at it, I saw it close. It wasn't a dramatic slam or anything. It just closed at a normal speed, steady, like someone gently pushed it shut. But it was weird. I hadn't heard any footsteps. I hadn't heard the latch click when it shut, just the soft sound of the door moving. It creeped me out a little, but I was a kid. I didn't want to admit I was scared. I just stayed there, staring at the door for a second longer than I normally would have, then turned back and waited for my friend's mom like always. That day, I didn't go into any rooms by myself. A week or so later, my mom was in a cleaning mood. She was always like that sometimes. Out of nowhere, she'd get frustrated at the mess and tell us to clean everything. I got stuck with vacuuming the living room. The vacuum was old and heavy, and I always hated dragging it around. I was doing the usual lazy job, not really moving stuff, just pushing it around the open floor, when I hit something under the couch. I pulled the vacuum back and got on my knees to look. There was a pizza box under there. I pulled it out and opened it. Inside was one slice left. One gross-looking slice of cheese pizza. I immediately got mad. Like really mad. I didn't remember having pizza. My family must have ordered it without me one night, which felt totally unfair. It wasn't even that I wanted the pizza. I just hated being left out. I took the box to my mom to complain about it. She barely reacted, just told me to throw it out in the outside trash bin. I did, and forgot about it pretty quickly. It didn't cross my mind again until later, when things started to feel even weirder. A few days after the pizza box thing, I was doing my usual morning wait by the front door. I had all my stuff ready for school and was just sitting there, watching the clock, when I thought I heard something in my mom's room. Her door was closed, and the house was dead quiet otherwise. I stood up and walked over to it. I don't know why I didn't just open it. Maybe something about it felt wrong. I didn't hear movement exactly, just something subtle, like a soft bump or rustle. I didn't want to open the door, but I was curious. So I leaned in and pressed my ear to the door. And the moment my ear touched the wood, I heard giggling again. But this time it wasn't just one small giggle. It was 2 or 3 different little kid voices. High-pitched, fast, like kids laughing in a classroom or at recess. But it didn't sound natural. It was too sudden, too loud, too close. Like they were right on the other side of the door. I didn't stop to think. I ran. I ran straight out of the house and didn't even wait by the front door. I took off down the street toward my friend's house. I showed up early, out of breath, still feeling like someone might be behind me. I didn't even explain what happened. I just said I left early. For a while after that, nothing else happened. Weeks passed, maybe even a couple months. Life went back to normal. I still went into the woods with my friends, still waited by the door each morning, still ignored how weird the place sometimes felt. That's how it works when you're a kid. You brush off scary things because nobody believes you, and you start trying not to believe them yourself. Eventually, we moved out of that place. I was excited. I didn't even care where we were moving to. I just wanted out. I remember the last few days were hectic. We were boxing up stuff, cleaning, making trips back and forth. My parents were stressed and tired. We saved the attic for last. Nobody ever really went up there. It was the kind of place you just used to store stuff you forgot you had. Old holiday decorations, baby clothes, maybe some broken appliances. I remember the attic door was one of those pull-down kinds with a string hanging from the ceiling in the hallway. My dad pulled it down, and we climbed up with flashlights because the bulb up there was busted. The moment we got inside, I knew something was wrong. It didn't smell right. It didn't smell like dust or old cardboard. It smelled like stale food, like the inside of a closet someone had been living in. And there were wires everywhere. Thin wires, tangled together, running along the beams. There was a mattress in the back corner, thin and stained. Next to it were piles of snack wrappers, fast food bags, empty soda bottles. And next to those were electronics, camera tripods, headphones, little monitors, and coils of cords. It was like someone had been living up there. Not just crashing for a night, but staying for a while. They had set things up, made themselves comfortable. I didn't say anything at first. I think I was too stunned. I kept staring at the mattress, trying to make sense of it. And then I saw a hoodie. Just a regular gray hoodie, but I recognized it. It belonged to our neighbor, the guy who lived 2 doors down. He was older, maybe in his 40s or 50s, kind of wiry and twitchy. When we first moved in, he had offered to change our locks for free. Said he was a locksmith. My parents thought it was nice at the time. Now we knew the truth. He had made himself a little home in our attic. He had his own keys to our house, ones he made when he changed the locks. And from the wires and equipment, it looked like he'd been watching us. Watching me, my mom, everyone. There were holes drilled through the attic floor in spots where you could look down into the bathroom, the bedrooms. I felt sick. My mom was crying. My dad was furious. The police were called, but by the time they figured it all out, the guy had already vanished. He never came back to his place. He just disappeared. But we had enough evidence to know it was him. The clothes, the electronics, the fact that no one else had ever gone up there. After that, everything made sense. The pizza box. It wasn't my family's. He must have snuck down and eaten it while we were gone. The door closing? Probably him, slipping out of a room and forgetting it wasn't fully shut. The giggling? I don't even know. Could have been him playing audio from somewhere, trying to mess with me. Maybe he thought it was funny. Maybe he wanted me scared. I don't know. I try not to think about it too hard. What scares me the most is that we lived in that house for almost a year. An entire year. While someone was just a few feet above us, hiding in the shadows. Watching. Waiting. Doing who knows what while we slept. And I'll never know how much he saw, how close he got. Maybe he was in the room while I was vacuuming. Maybe he stood at my bedroom door at night. As an adult, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in haunted houses or cursed forests. But I believe in people. I believe they can be much worse. And I know for a fact that sometimes the scariest thing in your house isn't a spirit or a shadow. It's a real person. Hiding, waiting, watching you, while you go on living like everything is normal. And the worst part, you don't find out until it's too late. The road to college was never the same. There were 2 main ways to get there, both with their own set of benefits and drawbacks. The first was the route through a large park. It was a longer stretch, but the park was peaceful, especially in the early mornings. I enjoyed it for its solitude, the sense of calm that the trees and pathways gave off. But despite the park's tranquility, I often chose the second route, the shortcut that cut across the old cemetery. It wasn't much of a cemetery anymore, not in the way most people think of one. It had been decades since anyone was buried there, the last grave dating back to 1965. But I didn't find that unusual. Religion had been on the decline in England for a long time, and most of the churches around here weren't open for regular worship anymore. They only opened up for the odd event, weddings, funerals, and the like. The church next to this cemetery was one of those places. You didn't see many people walking through it anymore, just the occasional wanderer or someone passing by for the sake of history. It was an eerie place to pass through, especially on foggy mornings. The gravestones were old and weathered, some barely legible. But the one grave I couldn't stop looking at was situated just beneath a large, gnarly tree at the far end of the cemetery. I'd noticed it the first time I walked through, and something about it stuck with me. The gravestone belonged to a girl. Her name was engraved on it, and I often found myself drawn to it. Her name, Emily. I didn't know why I was so interested. It wasn't like I had any special connection to her. But her grave, it haunted me. What was it that could make a child, no older than 12, die so young? How did she die? Was she loved by her family? Why was she buried in such an old, neglected cemetery? The more I walked by, the more I felt pulled towards her grave. Every time I passed, it became harder to ignore. I started to feel connected to her in a strange way. It felt like there was something she was trying to tell me, or maybe something I needed to understand. I couldn't shake the feeling that this girl's life had been a mystery. The simple engraving on her grave, died 12 years old, never gave me enough information. I had to know more. I had no idea what drove me to do it, but I started researching. At first, it was simple. A quick look through local records revealed that Emily's father had started a school in London shortly after she passed away. His name was Thomas, and the school went on to be quite well known, still operating today. The strange part was, after her death, he and his family left the area without ever returning. It was as if they wanted to distance themselves from her memory. I couldn't understand why. I dug deeper. It wasn't too difficult to trace the family's history, but I couldn't get over the feeling that something about it all was off. I eventually tracked down a family biographer, a man who had written about the family's history. I reached out to him, not expecting much, but to my surprise, he was more than willing to share what he knew about Emily. He sent me a birth certificate, confirming her name and the details of her death. Emily had died from a lung injury, the document said. Tuberculosis was rampant back then, and it was likely that's what took her life, though they never had confirmation of it. The biographer also sent me a family Bible, one that referenced Emily's death. The entry in it was short, just a few words, most peaceably in her mother's arms. That line, for some reason, struck me hard. It felt so cold. The words didn't convey any warmth or love, just a passing comment on her death. Was this how her family viewed her? Was this all they left behind? No real memorial, just a few cold words in a book, and a decaying gravestone? 3 weeks after her death, the family packed up and left. They never returned to the area, and from that point on, Emily's grave was neglected. No one came to maintain it, no one brought flowers, no one remembered. The cemetery itself had fallen into disrepair, and Emily's grave, a solitary stone surrounded by weeds, was almost forgotten. I couldn't help but feel sorry for her, for the life she never had, for the family that had seemingly abandoned her. I made a promise to myself then. I would give Emily the respect she deserved, the respect her family never gave her. Every 2 weeks, I would visit her grave and lay fresh flowers down. It was a small gesture, but one I felt was necessary. She had never received any real love from her family, so I would show her the respect and attention she deserved. No one else seemed to care, but I did, and it felt right. But then something strange happened. Over time, I began to feel Emily's presence everywhere. At first, it was just an odd sensation, like someone was watching me. It would happen when I was alone, when I'd be walking down the street or sitting at my desk. I would feel a sudden, inexplicable chill or hear a faint whisper of her name. It was as though she was always there, lingering in the corner of my mind. It was subtle at first, but then it grew stronger. I would look up, and for a split second, I would think I saw her standing in the corner of the room. It would happen so quickly that I'd almost think I had imagined it, but the sensation was too real to ignore. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was watching me, that she was somehow trying to communicate with me. It wasn't just at home either. It followed me wherever I went. Soon, the dreams began. They started off simple, just fleeting images of her, a girl no older than 12, lying on a bed, smiling at me. But then they became more vivid. In one of the dreams, she spoke to me, telling me that she was fine, that she was happy now. She showed me images of her father, Thomas, and said she was with him. I had never seen a photo of him, but in my dream, I knew what he looked like. It was strange, because I had never seen any pictures of the family before. How did I know what he looked like? I shook off the dream as just a product of my mind. After all, I had spent months obsessing over Emily's story. It was natural that my mind would create these images, these dreams. But something about it felt different. It felt real. Then, in 2012, I received an unexpected email. It was from the family biographer. He had been in contact with the remaining relatives and had gotten his hands on something remarkable, a photo of Emily. This wasn't just any photo. It was from the Victorian era, taken shortly before her death. And it was a death photo. At that time, photography was expensive, so when someone died, families would often have a single photograph taken of their loved one. These photos were usually taken after death, sometimes in the funeral home or in the deceased's bed. It was considered a way of preserving the memory of the person, though it was a practice that many would find morbid today. When I opened the photo, my heart stopped. There she was, Emily, the girl from my dreams, the girl whose grave I had visited countless times. Her face was pale, almost ghostly, but it was her. Every detail matched perfectly with the images I had seen in my dreams. The way her hair fell across her forehead, the slight curve of her lips, the softness in her eyes, it was all there. And I knew, with a certainty that I couldn't explain, that this was the same girl who had been watching me. The same girl who had appeared in my dreams, the same girl whose presence I had felt everywhere. It was then that I realized something unsettling. Emily wasn't just a figure from the past. She was somehow tied to me, to my life. I had spent months researching her, learning about her, and in doing so, I had unknowingly brought her into my world. I had connected with her in a way that no one else had. And now, it felt like she would never leave. As I stared at the photo, a cold shiver ran down my spine. I didn't know what this meant or why it had happened. But I knew one thing for certain. I would never be able to shake the feeling that Emily was always with me. She had become a part of my life, a part of my history. And maybe that was the most unsettling part of it all. I don't know why she chose me, or why I was the one to uncover her story. But I do know that from that moment on, I could never look at her grave the same way again. Every time I pass it, I feel that gaze, that presence following me. I can never quite escape it, and I don't think I ever will. Maybe that's the price we pay for uncovering the past. We think we can leave it behind, but it always finds a way to stay with us. When I was growing up, there was an old lady and her grandson who lived down the street from me. Everyone in the neighborhood called her Grandma Sharon because of her kindly demeanor. She always fed the stray cats, so there would be kittens for me to play with. Any leftover food was eaten by crows. There were murders of crows hanging around her house constantly. When I was 16, Sharon passed away. She was a lifelong smoker and died in her bed in her smoke-stained room. Due to an error in her will, the house was given to her mentally disabled daughter instead of her grandson, who ended up moving away. Now, I'm not sure what exactly was wrong with the daughter, but she made a lot of questionable choices. One of those poor choices was to allow an 18-year-old, let's call him Bill, from the neighborhood to come live with her. He was a troubled kid and a thief. Sharon had disliked this boy immensely while she was alive and wouldn't let him on her property because he was destructive. Sometimes the daughter would leave the house for days at a time. Bill would always use this as an opportunity to throw a party. I had grown up with Bill and was invited, along with my friend Kara, to come to a party. When we arrived, Bill wanted to show us the room Sharon had died in. So Bill led Kara, myself, and a few other teens into Sharon's old room and told us to sit on her bed. A few people did, but I didn't because I felt it was disrespectful to Sharon's memory. After everyone was in the room, Bill shut the door and said we should try to summon Sharon's ghost. The other people in the room started doing stupid teen stuff and insulting Sharon, daring her to show herself, saying that she deserved to die, etc. Then one of the teens sitting on the bed lit up a cigarette, and the lights went out. I was standing near the switch, so I tried to turn the light back on. The switch was still up in the on position, so I flipped it down, and the light came back on. I chalked it up to faulty lighting and stepped away from the switch. The lights went off again, and I flipped them back on. As soon as I flipped them on, the lights went off, and I flipped them on one last time. Another person in the room told me to quit messing with them, and I started to defend myself. While I was talking, the lights rapidly switched on and off until they came back on one last time. On the wall next to the bed, there was a tar-black handprint that hadn't been there before the lights went out. Needless to say, I noped the fuck out of there and went home. The next morning, I couldn't shake the unease from the previous night. I decided to return to Sharon's house to see if the handprint was still there. When I arrived, the house was quiet and the front door was ajar. I stepped inside and made my way to Sharon's old room. The handprint was gone. I searched the room for any signs of paint or soot that could explain the mark, but found nothing. The walls were clean, and there was no residue on the bed or floor. I left the house, still unsettled. Over the next few weeks, I noticed that the crows that used to gather around Sharon's house had disappeared. The stray cats were gone too. The house seemed abandoned, even though Bill and Sharon's daughter still lived there. I avoided the house and its occupants, wanting nothing more to do with whatever was going on there. Years later, I learned that the house had been condemned and demolished. A new home was built in its place, and a new family moved in. I never told them about what happened in that house, and I never will. Some things are better left in the past. Looking back, I realized that the events of that night were likely the result of faulty wiring and teenage imagination. The handprint could have been a prank or a trick of the light. But the fear I felt was real, and it taught me to respect the memories of those who have passed. I still think about Sharon and the kindness she showed to the neighborhood. I hope she's at peace. It was a house we thought would be a fresh start. My first husband and I were eager to leave behind the chaos of apartment living. So when we found a little house with a big yard, we couldn't wait to call it home. The house was a small, two-story brick place, tucked away in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of town. It looked charming from the outside, with its red brick facade, white window trim, and a little porch at the front. It wasn't new, but it felt solid, like it had withstood decades of stories, even though we didn't know any of them. We were young, and maybe that's why I didn't question the strange feeling I had about the house when we first moved in. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to my nerves and the usual anxiety that comes with a big change. I had a 2-year-old son at the time, and he was the center of my world. It was supposed to be a place for us to build a life together, but I was about to learn that it wasn't as easy as that. The nightmares started almost immediately. At first, it was just an occasional bad dream, but soon they became frequent, almost every night. I would wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, heart pounding in my chest. It wasn't just a bad dream. It felt real. I would lie there, frozen, unable to move a muscle. My body felt heavy, like I was trapped in my own skin. I could hear the creaks of the house, with groaning, walls settling. And then I would see her. It was always the same. I would wake up to find a figure standing in the doorway of our bedroom. A woman. She was tall, with long, dark hair and a cold, angry expression on her face. Her eyes were the worst part. They were filled with rage, staring right at me. I would blink, thinking maybe I was still half asleep. But when I opened my eyes again, she was still there, staring at me with that same expression. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. My throat would close up, and I could feel my heart racing in panic. And then just as quickly, she would disappear, like she was never there. I tried to convince myself it was just a bad dream, just my mind playing tricks on me. But it wasn't just the nightmares. The house itself felt wrong. I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of the kitchen table being flipped over. It was loud, chaotic. I would lay there, frozen again, listening to the sound of the table crashing to the floor, knowing it wasn't real, but still unable to shake the feeling that something was happening. My mind would race, trying to make sense of it. It was always the same. This woman, flipping the table, angry that I was in her house. And it wasn't just me who felt it. My son, barely 2, started acting strangely too. At night, when we would tuck him into bed, I would watch his little eyes darting around the room. They moved quickly, like he was following something. I would ask him if he was okay, and he would just smile, but I could see the unease in his face. And then one night, I heard him yell clear as day, "My house, dis my house." I froze, my heart in my throat. He wasn't even 2 yet. He shouldn't have been speaking like that. But there it was, a loud, assertive declaration that sent chills down my spine. My husband worked nights, so I was alone with the house, the haunting presence, and my son. I couldn't fall asleep. The nights felt endless, stretching on forever. I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to every creak, every rustle. I would often call my husband at work, begging him to come home on his lunch break. Sometimes, I would ask him to sit with me until I could fall asleep. He would do it, but the fear never really went away. One night, after he left for work, something happened that I couldn't explain. He had bumped into something on his way back out, and the sound of it rattled through the house. I jumped awake, my heart in my throat, and when I opened my eyes, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was in the room with me. I lay there, wide-eyed, staring into the darkness, unable to move. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I couldn't. The fear of something, someone, being there with me kept me awake. I was losing my mind, or at least it felt that way. I couldn't go on like this. The nightmares, the fear, the feeling that something was always watching. It was too much. I finally convinced my husband that we needed a dog. It was the only way I could think of to feel safe. Maybe a dog would be able to sense whatever was wrong, and at least I wouldn't feel so alone. We got a dog, a golden retriever mix. But the dog didn't help as much as I'd hoped. In fact, it made things worse. The dog cowered on the bed whenever my husband wasn't home, shivering with fear. I tried to comfort it, but it didn't help. It didn't take long before the dog bit my son. He had fallen on the dog, and I'm sure it was just an accident, but I couldn't take the chance. We found a couple who didn't have kids, and they took the dog. But nothing really changed. The nightmares were still there, relentless. The feeling of being watched never went away. My marriage was falling apart too. We were fighting constantly, and I began to feel like there was no way out. I needed something to change, something to help me. That's when I heard about the psychic. I don't know why I called in. Maybe I was desperate, or maybe I just needed to talk to someone who might understand. The psychic was doing a radio show, and I barely got the words, "I've been having nightmares," out of my mouth before she interrupted. She didn't even need to hear the rest of my story. She told me my house was haunted. She told me the house had a dark presence, and that there was a woman, angry, vengeful, who didn't want me there. She recommended some books on spiritual defense and told me to try to protect myself. But it wasn't enough. The nightmares didn't stop. The figure in the doorway, the sounds of the table being flipped, the sense of something lurking, it was all still there, night after night. Then one day, I got a call from the psychic herself. She was in town for a fundraiser and asked if I wanted her to come to my house to help clear it. I couldn't believe it. After all this time, maybe there was a chance to finally put this nightmare to rest. I agreed, of course, and a few days later, she came with her daughter. They burned something, some kind of sage or incense, and walked through the house. I was nervous, but hopeful. She had me make the sign of the cross and push it toward the windows. I did as she asked, my heart pounding in my chest. She spoke words under her breath, and I didn't understand them, but I could feel something shift in the air. It felt like the heaviness lifted, like a weight I hadn't even realized I was carrying had been taken off my shoulders. That night, for the first time in months, I slept peacefully. The nightmares were gone. The figure in the doorway never returned. I didn't hear the table flipping over or the sound of marbles rolling under the bed. It was as if the house had been cleared of whatever dark presence had been haunting it. We ended up selling the house not long after that. My marriage had already been on its way out, and there was no reason to stay. But before we left, we had a yard sale. And that's when the children of the elderly couple who had lived there before us came by. They introduced themselves, and I couldn't help but share parts of my story with them. The daughter looked at me with wide eyes and said, "Yeah, that sounds like Mom. She was mean." That was the final confirmation I needed. Whatever had been in that house wasn't in my head. It wasn't just nightmares or stress. There was someone there. But after the psychic came, it was over. The house was finally at peace, and so was I. As we moved out and the house passed to new owners, I learned that they tore off the siding to make repairs. And that's when they discovered something I hadn't known. There was a massive wasp nest behind the walls. The psychic had even mentioned feeling like there were bees or wasps around the house, but I hadn't paid it much attention at the time. Now it all made sense. Those wasps, hidden away in the walls, had been a symbol of the disturbance that had been there. And once they were gone, so was the feeling of oppression. I moved on from that house, but I'll never forget it. It was a place that shaped me, not in the way I had hoped, but in ways I never could have imagined. After all was said and done, I felt like I had finally gained control of my own life again. No more nightmares, no more fear. The house was gone, but the memories of it, those I carried with me for a long time. I might be too late, but this really took me a second to grasp when it was happening. Even now, it feels strange to think about. It was 2008, and I was 16. My cousin had just died. He was only a few years older than me. Everyone knew he was involved in gang activity and drugs, but he had this strange presence about him. He never acted out, never showed off, and never brought drama to the family. He was respectful, calm, and weirdly composed for someone who was living such a dangerous life. People in the family looked up to him, especially us younger cousins. It didn't matter that he was dealing with street life. He always knew how to carry himself. When the news broke that he had been killed, it hit hard. The police described his death as an execution. That word stuck with me. The next morning, my immediate family packed up and drove down to Jacksonville, Florida, to be with the rest of our relatives. Everyone was already there. The atmosphere in the house was thick with sadness. Conversations were quiet, some people cried, others just sat in silence, and a few people tried to stay busy arranging funeral plans. My cousin left behind a brother my age, 2 sisters, and his parents. The older sister was in her early 20s. The little one, though, was around 4 or 5, just young enough to not fully understand what had happened. I wasn't even sure if anyone had told her directly that her brother was dead. The adults were trying to protect her, let her be a kid a little longer. Their dad, my uncle, was a dog breeder. In the backyard, he had 5 pit bull mixes. They were huge, but they weren't aggressive unless there was a reason. If anyone walked too close to the fence, 5 feet or so, they would go off, barking and growling, ready to protect the property. But 6 feet away or more, and they stayed quiet. It was like they had a zone and didn't care about anything outside of it. If the gate to the backyard was open, it meant the dogs were allowed to go around to the front yard. They loved doing that, just sitting by the front, watching cars drive by, calm as ever. That day, the house felt crowded. People were everywhere. I needed a break from all of it. I went outside to get some air. The little cousin, the youngest sister, was already out there playing in her playhouse. It was one of those plastic ones, pink and yellow, with a little doorway and a couple of fake windows. Inside, it had a tiny table and a set of plastic teacups and dolls. The dogs were laying nearby, relaxed but alert. I remember thinking how peaceful it looked out there compared to inside the house. I walked over to her and crouched down to see what she was doing. She was having a tea party with her dolls. I asked if I could join, and she smiled and said yes. I squeezed myself into the little playhouse, sitting uncomfortably with my knees up to my chest. It was tight, but she didn't care. She was just happy someone joined her. There were at least 6 or 7 cups laid out on the table. I asked her why there were so many, and she told me she was playing with her brother, the one who had just died. At first, I didn't think much of it. Kids have wild imaginations. I figured maybe she was trying to keep his memory alive in her own way. It was kind of sweet, honestly. I asked, without really thinking, where he was now. She didn't say anything right away. Then she pointed behind me, toward the backyard gate, and said, "Look, he's leaving." I turned around. At that exact moment, the gate, the one that was never left open, swung wide open. Not slowly. It wasn't caught by the wind or anything gentle like that. It opened in a quick motion, like someone had yanked it from the other side. The sound of it opening made my stomach drop. It scraped against the dirt and grass as it moved, just like it always did when someone opened it by hand. The dogs lost their minds. I had never seen them react like that. All 5 of them sprang up, fur bristling, barking with their teeth fully bared. They rushed in front of the playhouse and positioned themselves between us and the gate, as if protecting the little girl. Their barking was violent and non-stop, directed at the open gate. But what scared me the most, what genuinely terrified me, was that there was no one there. No shadow, no shape, no hint of movement. The driveway beyond the gate was empty. I froze, completely. My muscles locked up, and I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. My breathing turned shallow. I looked back at the girl. She didn't seem scared at all. She just kept sipping from her little cup. I stood up too fast, breaking the plastic table and knocking over half the tea set. The whole playhouse tilted a little. My legs felt weak. I didn't even realize it then, but I had wet myself. I was that scared. Just then, my uncle burst out of the back door. He was panicked, shouting, asking who opened the gate. He ran over, looking around frantically. He checked the latch, looked down the driveway, and then back at the dogs. They were still barking, though a little less now. They kept glancing back at us like they were checking that we were okay. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I just stepped out of the playhouse, walked past my uncle, and went back inside the house. I was shaking, and I felt sick. The moment I got into the bathroom, I locked the door and started crying. I cleaned myself up, but I didn't come out for a long time. Later that night, things went back to normal, or at least what passed for normal during a time like that. The dogs were calm again. The family was still inside, talking and grieving. I kept thinking about what I saw. I kept thinking about that gate. When everything had settled down a few hours later, I went outside again. The backyard was dark, but I brought a flashlight. I walked over to the gate. It was closed now. I checked the latch. It was the kind where you had to lift the gate slightly out of the ground, then pull it outwards to open it. Not something that would just swing open on its own. The ground was uneven too, and the bottom of the gate always dragged against it. You had to use a little strength to open it. I tried it a few times myself. It wasn't easy. I didn't sleep much that night. My mind kept going back to what she said. Look, he's leaving. The next day, nothing unusual happened. We got dressed up and went to the funeral home to plan things out. That part of the trip was blurry. I remember sitting in a corner with my cousin, the brother of the one who died, and we just stared at the floor for a long time. We didn't talk. We didn't need to. When the funeral came a few days later, I stood next to the rest of the cousins. The little sister didn't say much. She stayed with her mom most of the time, playing quietly with her dolls in the corner of the room. People kept giving her soft smiles and patting her head. I wondered if she still thought her brother was visiting her. I didn't tell anyone about what happened for years. I was embarrassed. I had peed myself, after all, and I didn't want anyone to think I was making things up or trying to make the moment about me. But it never left my mind. I kept it bottled up until 2 years later when my uncle died. He overdosed. It was sudden, and I think it shattered what was left of the family's strength. We were already bruised. That finished us off in some ways. After his funeral, I found myself standing in that same backyard. The gate was still there. The dogs were long gone, either rehomed or passed away. The playhouse was gone too, just an empty yard now. I stood there, staring at the gate, and for the first time in 2 years, I told someone what had happened. It was my cousin, the brother. He listened. He didn't laugh, didn't say much, just nodded. We stood there quietly, and I think he understood. That moment with the gate has never made sense to me. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. I still don't, but I believe something happened. Whether it was the wind and some weird mechanical failure, or something I can't explain, I don't know. But what I do know is that those dogs, the most stable, well-trained animals I've ever seen, reacted to something. Something real enough that it made them go into protection mode. Something strong enough to open a heavy gate. It could have been a coincidence. It could have been timing. It could have been anything. But it didn't feel that way. And the girl saying he was leaving right before the gate opened, that part haunts me the most. Maybe she really was just playing. Maybe it was all in her head. But kids don't usually say things like that right before something like that happens. And dogs don't usually go ballistic at nothing. That day taught me how fragile our sense of control is. 1 second everything feels manageable, and the next, something happens that changes your entire understanding of how safe you are. I don't go back to that house anymore. It was sold after my uncle died. Someone else owns it now. I doubt they know what happened there. I doubt they know about the gate or the dogs or the little pink and yellow playhouse. But I do, and I never forgot. Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I spent a few months living in my car. It wasn't ideal, but at the time, it was the only thing I could do. I'd just drive out of town, find a secluded spot, and park off the side of the road on some logging road or remote trail. A lot of times I'd sleep in places where I knew no one would bother me. Places that were just far enough from the main road to stay out of sight, but close enough that I wasn't too far from the city when I needed to go back. There was one spot in particular that I started to favor. It was a small gravel pull-off near a patch of woods that wasn't too far from the highway, but it was quiet, almost too quiet. I'd been there a few times before, and nothing ever seemed out of place. It was just another place to park for the night, or so I thought. I felt like I could relax there, maybe even get a decent night's sleep. The first night I stayed there, though, was when things started to get weird. I was lying in my car, trying to sleep, but I was still too wired from the drive to fully settle in. I don't know if it was the exhaustion or just the isolation, but after a while, I started to feel like I wasn't alone. My eyes were closed, but I could almost feel someone out there, standing just outside my car. Then, out of nowhere, it happened. I started having this waking dream, like I was half asleep, but still aware of everything around me. I could see through the darkness, or at least I thought I could, and there was someone out there, just outside my window, looking in. I could almost make out the shape of a person, their face obscured by the shadows. I remember the way my heart pounded in my chest as I froze, trying to convince myself that I was just imagining things. but the feeling that someone was there didn't go away. It was so real that I could almost hear their breathing, soft and deliberate, like they were waiting for something. I don't know how long I lay there, frozen in place, before the feeling passed. But when it did, I immediately jumped up, pulled the car door open, and looked around. Nothing. Not a sound. Not a movement. The night was still, just as it had been when I first parked. But I couldn't shake the feeling. It stayed with me for the rest of the night, keeping me awake and on edge, even though I knew there was no one out there. The next few days, I parked in other places. I didn't want to go back to that spot. It was too weird, too unsettling. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought about that shadowy figure outside my car, staring in. It was just a nightmare, right? A trick of my mind. Maybe, but it still felt off. But after a few nights, I found myself back at the same spot. I don't even know why. Maybe I was just tired, or maybe I thought it was just a fluke, that nothing would happen this time. It was a place I had come to know, a place that was still close to the city, but far enough to be quiet. I thought I could ignore the weirdness and get some rest. That night, though, the nightmares came back. This time, they were worse. I woke up again and again, feeling like someone was outside my car, trying to get in. The pressure on the door handle, the muffled sound of footsteps around my vehicle, the soft scraping noises against the side of my car, it all felt so real. Each time I woke up, my heart was racing, and I would pull myself together, tell myself it was just a dream. But it wasn't just a dream. It was like I could feel someone out there. It was like I was being watched. After the second night of these horrible dreams, I finally had enough. I couldn't deal with it anymore. It was as if the place had a bad energy, or maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I was done. I avoided that spot for weeks, parking anywhere but there. But eventually, it all caught up to me. I was driving one afternoon, and I was so tired. I hadn't had a proper sleep in days, and all I wanted was to find somewhere quiet to nap. That familiar spot popped into my mind, and for some stupid reason, I decided to go back. Maybe I thought the nightmares were just my nerves or stress, but I didn't think it would be so bad. I pulled into the gravel pull-off, the same spot I'd parked before. The air was still and warm, and there wasn't a soul in sight. I sat in the car for a minute, just collecting myself, then lay down on the passenger seat with my seat reclined, trying to get comfortable. I hadn't been lying there more than 10 minutes when I heard a noise. A rustling sound, coming from the brush just beyond the clearing. It was soft at first, almost like the wind moving through the trees, but then I heard it more clearly, footsteps. The crunch of dry leaves underfoot. I sat up, my heart immediately starting to race. I told myself it was just a hiker or someone else passing through, but the noise was getting closer. And then, just as I was about to check it out, I saw him. A guy on a bicycle, riding down the dirt trail that cut through the woods. He came out of the trees, pedaling slowly, wearing a filthy jacket and a pair of well-worn jeans. His bicycle looked like it had seen better days, with a rusty frame and one of the tires low on air. He was heading straight toward my car, not looking around or giving any sign that he had noticed me. He wasn't even going fast, like he didn't have a care in the world. I recognized him immediately. He was someone I had seen around town before, a homeless guy who was always walking through the streets, pushing a cart or picking through trash cans for bottles and cans. He had a reputation for hanging around the outskirts of town, looking for anything that could be of use. I knew he had to live somewhere out in the bush, near the logging roads. It wasn't unusual to see him out here, but something about him showing up right near my car freaked me out. It felt too much like I wasn't supposed to be here anymore. He rode past my car, not even glancing in my direction. I stayed completely still, not wanting to draw attention to myself. As he passed, I saw the worn-out backpack slung across his shoulders, bulging with something. Maybe more bottles, or maybe just his things. He didn't seem like someone who had a place to stay, and that was unsettling in itself. He was living out here, too, in the same woods that felt so damn empty, so eerie, when the sun went down. I watched as he pedaled away, disappearing back into the trees. And for some reason, that was when everything hit me. I felt a surge of panic rising in my chest. I didn't know what it was exactly, but suddenly, the place felt wrong. It wasn't just that someone else was out there, someone who probably didn't want to be found. It was the realization that I had been alone, truly alone, up until that point, and now I wasn't anymore. The quiet I had found so comforting before felt oppressive now. I couldn't shake the image of that guy coming out of the woods, moving through the trees, as if he knew them better than anyone else. I had to leave. I couldn't stay here anymore. I started the engine, barely able to control the shaking in my hands. I glanced back at the spot where the guy had ridden off, but it was empty now. Nothing seemed out of place, but my mind couldn't stop racing. The car felt like a prison, like I was stuck in the exact spot where all the weirdness had started. I didn't know who he was or what he was doing out there, but I wasn't willing to stick around to find out. I drove off quickly, my eyes scanning the rearview mirror as I left. I kept looking for any signs that I was being followed, but all I saw was the empty road stretching out ahead of me. I drove for what felt like hours, trying to calm my nerves, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Eventually, I pulled into another random parking spot, far from where I had been. I found a small gas station and parked behind it, out of sight from the main road. I didn't want to be near the logging roads anymore. Not after that guy had shown up. Not after everything that had happened in that place. The isolation had felt comforting before, but now it felt suffocating. That night, I slept in my car with the doors locked, eyes darting around at every sound. I knew I couldn't keep running from the fear, but at least for that night, I didn't feel completely alone. The roads that once felt like my escape now felt like the beginning of something I didn't fully understand. I think if I ever tried to explain my life to someone, they wouldn't even believe me. It sounds too extreme, too strange, too disturbing to be real. But it was real, every single part of it. I lived it. I woke up in it every day and went to sleep in it every night, trapped in a kind of life that felt more like a prison sentence than a home. From the time I was little, my mother and grandmother were always there, hovering, watching, deciding every part of my life for me. It wasn't the kind of thing where a kid is just sheltered. It went way, way beyond that. I wasn't allowed to walk down the street by myself, not even to the corner. I wasn't allowed to visit friends or even distant family. I wasn't allowed outside alone. I couldn't cook for myself, couldn't even turn on the oven. I wasn't allowed to use sharp knives, or clean without supervision, or go anywhere without someone breathing down my neck. And they said it was because they loved me. That's what they always said, every time I tried to ask why. They said the world was too dangerous, that if I so much as stepped foot outside the house alone, someone would snatch me away or hurt me. And I believed them for a long time, because when that's all you hear growing up, it just seeps into your bones. You don't know anything else. But as I got older, it didn't get better. It got worse. By the time I was a teenager, it was humiliating. Other kids were getting jobs, driving cars, staying out late, going to parties. I couldn't even walk to the mailbox without my mother standing on the porch like a guard dog, watching my every move. She would even come into the bathroom sometimes just to make sure I wasn't up to something. When I turned 19, most people my age were either in college or working, building their lives, making friends, figuring out who they wanted to be. I was still trapped inside that same suffocating house, with my mother and grandmother watching my every step. I wasn't allowed to get a job. I wasn't allowed to even apply. My mother told me over and over that I had everything I needed right there with her. That money was dangerous, that working was dangerous. The worst part was she truly believed it. She didn't think she was hurting me. She thought she was protecting me from the world. But it didn't feel like protection. It felt like being buried alive. It wasn't like I could argue with her either. If I so much as raised my voice, she would fly into a rage, screaming that I was ungrateful, that I didn't appreciate everything she did for me, that I was breaking her heart. Guilt was her favorite weapon. Guilt and fear. And when those didn't work, she would just take away whatever small freedoms I had left, like removing a chair from a birdcage. I don't even know when the thought first formed in my mind that I had to get out. I think it was always there, somewhere deep down. But it took a long time for it to grow strong enough to act on. I had no money, no friends, no ID, no driver's license. I didn't even know how to get on a bus. I didn't know how to survive in the world because they had made sure I didn't. But I wasn't stupid. I started saving up change wherever I could find it. Doing laundry was my main chance. My grandmother's clothes, my mother's clothes, sometimes they'd leave a few coins in the pockets. A quarter here, a dime there. I'd swipe it, so carefully, and hide it in a little hole I'd carved into the back of my closet, behind a loose board. I couldn't let them find it. My mother believed all money in the house belonged to her, no matter where it came from. If she ever found any in my possession, she'd take it, yelling that I was stealing from her. She said money was evil, that it would only lead me into danger, that I didn't need it. It took me almost a year to save enough to even think about leaving. I packed a small bag, just the basics, things I hoped she wouldn't notice missing for a while. I planned everything out in secret. I studied the local bus routes at night when she and my grandmother were asleep, using an old, battered computer they didn't know how to check. I figured out how to walk to the station without being seen. The day I tried to leave, I thought my heart was going to explode out of my chest. Every step toward the door felt like walking through mud. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my bag. I made it to the front porch before she noticed. I heard the shout behind me, the raw, furious sound of my name being screamed. I tried to run, but I wasn't fast enough. She tackled me from behind, grabbing my shirt and pulling me down hard onto the concrete. My bag went flying. I remember the scrape of the porch against my knees, the sharp jolt of pain up my arms. Before I could even try to scramble up, she was on top of me, shouting, crying, begging, hitting. My grandmother came hobbling out of the house a few seconds later and helped her drag me inside. They locked the doors. They took my bag. They took my phone. My mother even called the phone company and reported it stolen so that they could shut it off, just in case I tried to call for help. That night, she slept beside my bed. Not in it, beside it, on the floor, with a pillow and a blanket like some kind of jailer. She stayed awake most of the night, just staring at me, making sure I didn't sneak out again. After that, things got even worse. She started dragging me to church more often. We didn't just attend services anymore. She took me to these special meetings. Holiness meetings, she called them, where she told the preachers that I was possessed, that demons were living inside me and trying to drag me away from the light. I had to stand there for hours while they screamed prayers at me, laying their hands on me, shaking me, ordering the demons to leave. It was hell. Nobody helped me. Nobody even seemed to think it was strange. They all just nodded along with her, believing everything she said, looking at me like I was some broken thing that needed to be fixed. I kept trying to plan my escape, but it got harder and harder. She was watching me constantly now. She barely let me out of her sight. If I so much as went into another room, she would follow a minute later, pretending she needed to clean or talk or pray with me. Weeks went by, then months. I thought I was going to go insane. Then, by some miracle, I managed to save up enough money again. I found a hidden pocket of change in an old jewelry box, money my grandmother must have forgotten about. I didn't dare take it all at once. I took a few coins at a time carefully, so they wouldn't notice. I bought a bus ticket online, using a fake email address. I packed another bag, even smaller this time, and I waited for the right moment. I thought I had it all figured out. But she wasn't stupid. The day I was supposed to leave, my cousin showed up out of nowhere. She acted like she just wanted to visit, to talk, to catch up. I hadn't seen her in months, and even though something in my gut told me it was wrong, I was desperate. I wanted someone to talk to, someone to tell everything to. She asked if I wanted to go for a ride, just to get out of the house for a while. She said she understood. She said she would help me. I believed her. I was desperate enough to believe anyone at that point. The second I got into her car, she hit the child safety lock and smiled at me like she had just won some kind of prize. She drove me straight back home. My mother was waiting on the porch. They kept me isolated after that. Completely. I wasn't allowed outside at all anymore. They took the doorknobs off my bedroom door and replaced them with locks they could control from the outside. They even parked relatives' cars in the driveway so that I couldn't sneak off with one of them if I ever managed to get outside. The windows were nailed shut. The internet was cut off. I wasn't even allowed to open the mailbox anymore. An entire year passed like that. I stopped keeping track of time because it hurt too much. Every day was the same. Every night was the same. I woke up, I was watched. I ate, I was watched. I slept, I was watched. I existed, and that was all. But somewhere deep down inside, a small, stubborn part of me refused to die. I started exercising secretly, building my strength. I started memorizing the sounds of the house, how the floors creaked, how the doors squealed, where the shadows fell at different times of day. And when the opportunity finally came, I was ready. It was late. My grandmother had fallen asleep in her recliner. My mother was in the kitchen, talking loudly on the phone. The back door, left unlocked by mistake. I didn't even think. I just moved. Quiet, fast, heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. I grabbed my bag, slipped out the door, and ran. I ran until my legs gave out. Then I crawled. Then I staggered to my feet, and ran some more. I didn't stop until I reached the bus station, miles away, battered and filthy and gasping for air. I used the money I had hidden in my shoes to buy a ticket. I didn't care where it went. Anywhere was better than where I had been. It wasn't easy after that. It was terrifying. I had nothing. No ID, no home, no real knowledge of the world. But I was free. And little by little, I built a life for myself. I got help from a shelter first. They helped me get proper identification, helped me find a job in a kitchen washing dishes. It was the hardest thing I had ever done, learning everything from scratch, trying to live in a world that I had only seen through windows. But every day I woke up and chose to keep going. Every day I woke up and chose not to go back. I moved into a tiny studio apartment after a few months. No furniture, just a mattress on the floor. It was heaven to me. I could walk to the store whenever I wanted. I could make my own dinner. I could watch the sunset without someone breathing down my neck. I could just be. It wasn't perfect. I had nightmares for a long time. I still sometimes do. But I built something real for myself, piece by piece, out of the rubble they left me with. And even now, after everything, I know one thing for certain. No matter what else happens in my life, no matter how hard things get, I will never let anyone lock me away again. I earned my freedom with blood and bone, and I will never give it up. I remember it was a warm afternoon, not too hot, but just that perfect kind of day where you could stay outside for hours without getting tired. The air smelled like grass and dirt, and the sun was shining through the trees that lined the little neighborhood we lived in. It was a quiet area, kind of out in the country, not a lot of cars, not a lot of people. Mostly just families who had been there for years. Everybody kind of knew everybody else. I was about 9 or 10 years old then. I had gone over to my friend's house after lunch, the way I usually did when the weather was nice. There were 3 of us out there, me and my 2 friends, just messing around in the yard. I think we were playing some made-up game, something like tag mixed with hide and seek, where we'd sprint around the big trees and try to dodge each other. Their yard was big, with patches of tall grass along the edges and an old swing set that squeaked every time we used it. Their house sat back from the road a little, with a long gravel driveway. You could always hear when a car went by because the sound of the tires on the gravel road echoed through the trees. At first, we didn't think anything about the truck. It was just this old beat-up truck, kind of a dirty green color, with rust spots on the sides and a loud rattling engine. It passed by while we were running around near the swing set. We heard it coming and looked up for just a second, out of habit more than anything else. It drove past slow, not crawling, but slower than cars normally went. Then it was gone. We didn't think much about it. But then it came back. It was about 5 minutes later. We were still playing, maybe chasing each other around the tree closest to the driveway, when we heard the sound again. The tires crunching, the engine grumbling low. We all stopped moving for a second and looked toward the road. Same truck, same dirty green color, same rusty sides. Only this time, the truck slowed down even more when it passed by, almost to a roll. It felt weird, the way it just kind of floated by like that, almost like the guy was waiting for something. I remember my stomach tightening a little, that tiny first feeling that something wasn't right, but being a kid, I kind of brushed it off. Maybe he was just lost or looking for somebody's house. We tried to ignore it and went back to playing, but the game wasn't as fun anymore. We were all kind of distracted, our heads half turned toward the road, listening. Sure enough, a few minutes later, we heard it again. Tires crunching, engine rattling. We all froze where we were, and this time we watched more carefully. The truck slowed way down, right in front of the driveway. It was close enough that I could see the driver's face through the windshield. He was an older man, maybe in his 50s or 60s, with thinning gray hair and a big mustache. He had a rough face, the kind that looked like it had been out in the sun too long. But what made my blood run cold was that he was holding something up in his hand. At first, I thought it was maybe a phone or a walkie-talkie, but then I realized what it was. It was one of those old camcorders, the kind people used to have before phones could record. He was holding it up and pointing it directly at us as he drove by, filming us. None of us said anything. We just stared at him as he passed. His truck barely moved, and it felt like he was looking right at us through that little screen. I remember my heart hammering in my chest, my mouth going dry. We didn't even move until he had gone around the curve at the end of the road and out of sight. Without even talking about it, we all bolted straight into the house. Their door slammed shut behind us, and we stood there in the kitchen panting, trying to process what just happened. Their mom was in the back room doing laundry or something, so one of my friends grabbed the house phone and called her over. When she came into the kitchen and we told her what happened, she didn't seem as freaked out as we were, but her face did get kind of tight, and she told my friends they needed to stay inside for the rest of the afternoon. Then she turned to me and said I should go home. I remember just standing there, feeling my heart sink into my stomach. I tried to tell her that my mom wasn't home, that she had gone to town to run errands and wouldn't be back for a while, but it didn't seem to matter. She just repeated that I should go. I guess in her mind, I lived close enough that it wouldn't be a big deal. The road between their house and mine wasn't very long if you were in a car, but it felt like a whole different story on foot, especially for a kid. It was probably a mile, maybe 2, and it was one of those country roads with no sidewalks, just gravel and weeds on either side. The trees on either side of the road were thick, the branches reaching overhead and making long shadows. There weren't a lot of houses between mine and theirs, and sometimes a quarter mile would go by without seeing a driveway. I stood there for a few seconds, frozen, wishing she would change her mind. But she didn't. So finally I opened the door and stepped outside. The late afternoon sun was still shining, but it didn't feel warm anymore. It felt cold against my skin. I looked both ways down the road. I didn't see the truck. I didn't see anything, but my gut was screaming at me to move fast. I started walking at first, but after about 20 steps, my nerves got the better of me, and I broke into a run. I ran harder than I ever had in my life. My shoes slapped against the gravel, sending little rocks flying. My backpack bounced against my shoulders, and my heart thudded so hard I thought it might burst right through my chest. The whole time, my ears were straining for the sound of that rattling engine. Every bird call, every rustle of leaves made my skin crawl. I kept seeing images in my head of the green truck coming around the bend behind me, of it pulling up alongside me, the man reaching out and grabbing me. My legs burned from running, but I didn't slow down. I ran past the big oak tree that marked the halfway point between our houses. I ran past the little ditch where we used to catch frogs after it rained. I didn't even look back. I didn't want to know if he was behind me. The road curved near the end, and for a horrible second, I thought I saw something green out of the corner of my eye. I stumbled a little, almost falling, but when I looked properly, it was just a tractor sitting in a field, abandoned and half-rusted. I pushed myself harder, lungs burning, until I finally saw the mailbox that meant home was just up the driveway. I tore up the driveway, gravel digging into my shoes, and slammed through the front door without even bothering to knock or call out. Inside, the house felt way too quiet. My mom still wasn't home. The kitchen light was off, the living room empty. I locked the door behind me and stood there panting, listening. I went around and locked every window, every door. I even closed all the curtains, even though it was still daylight. I huddled on the floor behind the couch, peeking out through a tiny gap in the curtain, watching the road. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Probably 30 minutes, maybe more. Every time I heard a car, I held my breath, waiting to see if it was the truck. But it never was. Eventually, I heard my mom's car pull into the driveway. I ran out the door before she even turned off the ignition. She looked surprised to see me, but when she saw my face, her smile faded fast. I spilled the whole story out at once, barely able to get the words out through the tears and the gasps for breath. She was furious, not at me, but at my friend's mom for sending me home alone. She kept saying over and over again how lucky I was, how stupid it was to let a kid walk alone after something like that had happened. I could tell she was holding back from yelling, just because she didn't want to scare me more. She made a bunch of phone calls that night. First to the sheriff's department, then to my friend's mom, then to some neighbors. I heard bits and pieces of the conversations. Apparently, they sent a deputy out to patrol the area for a few days, but nobody ever saw the green truck again. My mom drove me everywhere for a long time after that, even just down the road. She sat me down that night and told me what to do if anything like that ever happened again. To scream, to run to the nearest house, even if it wasn't ours, even if I didn't know the people. To never, ever walk alone if something felt wrong. After that, things slowly went back to normal, but it was never quite the same. I didn't go over to my friend's house as much anymore, and when I did, my mom would walk me there herself or pick me up. I guess part of being a kid is thinking you're safe just because you're small and the world feels familiar. That day was the first time I realized that sometimes bad things can sneak into quiet places too. I never saw the man in the green truck again. Maybe he realized we noticed him and got scared off. Maybe he was just passing through. But even now, years later, every time I hear tires crunching on gravel, part of me tenses up, waiting for that old rattling engine to come around the bend again. It didn't ruin my childhood or anything like that. I still had a lot of good days outside with my friends. But it taught me something important. It taught me to listen to that little voice in my gut when something feels wrong. It taught me that being cautious isn't the same as being scared. And it taught me that not everyone in the world has good intentions, no matter how quiet the place you live might seem. Some things you don't forget. And that day, that run home, is something I'll remember for the rest of my life. I used to work at a church as the head sound engineer. The majority of my job was active during the day for the Sunday services, setting up the sound systems, making sure everything worked perfectly for the sermons and music. But occasionally, there were tasks that I could do whenever I got the chance. One of these tasks was duplicating CDs of the sermons for people who wanted to listen to them later, whether in the car, at home, or during the week. I'd get requests for a single sermon or sometimes entire sermon series, which would take hours to duplicate. The church had a modest sound system, but duplicating CDs could take up to 45 minutes per disc, depending on how long the sermon was. Since I was a night owl and had a flexible schedule, I often went in at odd hours to take care of these duplication requests. I liked the peace and quiet of the church at night. There was something serene about being in such a large building with nobody around. The key I had allowed me to get in and out at any time. It didn't bother me at all to be there in the middle of the night. Something about the routine, the solitude, the familiarity of the space made it feel safe, almost comforting. The church was situated in a quiet, small town with no real danger around, and after working there for so long, I felt like I knew the place better than the back of my hand. One night, I headed into the church around 1 or 2 in the morning. I didn't bother turning on any lights because I knew my way around well enough. The dim light from the streetlights outside filtered through the windows just enough for me to see, but the interior was pitch black otherwise. I had grown so accustomed to it that I didn't even think twice about being in the dark. The layout of the church was simple. There was the foyer, which led into the sanctuary, where the services were held. The sanctuary had a balcony that overlooked the pews below. It was from this balcony that the sound booth was located. There was only one way up to the balcony, a staircase in the foyer. The door to the balcony could be locked from the inside, and it always was when I was up there. The sound booth held the CD duplicator and all the necessary audio equipment. The whole place had a kind of acoustic harmony to it. The sound carried well, and from the balcony, you could hear everything that happened on stage with perfect clarity. That night, I headed straight up to the balcony, flipping on a single light above my head as I began setting up the duplicator. It was a small, dim bulb, not bright enough to light up the whole sanctuary, but enough for me to see what I was doing. The sanctuary below was dark, but I didn't mind. It was peaceful. The air was thick with the kind of silence that only a church at night could have. I lost myself in the task of duplicating CDs, absorbed in the low hum of the machine. Time slipped away unnoticed. After about an hour of working, I was startled by a sound. It came from below, from the sanctuary. A soft clink-clink. It was unmistakable to me. It sounded like ceramic mugs clinking together. It wasn't a loud sound, just soft enough to make me stop what I was doing. I paused, listening. The sound repeated, but there was no mistaking it. The clinking was coming from somewhere in the pews below me, on the left-hand side, about 20 to 30 feet away. It wasn't the kind of sound you could ignore. I knew exactly what that sound was. We had a coffee house area in the church where people could grab coffee and donuts before and after services. The mugs they used were ceramic, the kind you'd find in any kitchen, nothing special. But because there were so many of them floating around the church, and they were frequently picked up by volunteers to be washed, you could always hear them clinking together as they were gathered up. It was a background noise during services, almost like a part of the church's routine. So hearing that familiar clink in the dead of night, when I knew I was the only one in the church, struck me as odd. I stood there in the sound booth, trying to make sense of it. There was no reason for ceramic mugs to be clinking together in an empty sanctuary in the middle of the night. I knew the layout of the church well enough to know that there were likely a few mugs left behind after services, but nothing that would account for this sound. The noise persisted for a few more seconds, then stopped. I waited, listening carefully. Nothing. For a moment, I was ready to shrug it off as my imagination. But curiosity got the better of me, and I decided I needed to figure out where it was coming from. I descended the stairs to the foyer and flipped on all the light switches. The sanctuary was suddenly bathed in harsh fluorescent light, and I walked into the sanctuary, scanning the pews. I immediately focused on the area where I had heard the sound. Nothing seemed out of place. The pews were as I expected, clean, still, untouched by any cleaning crew. It was midweek, and nobody had been in here since Sunday. I knew there would likely be a few mugs scattered about from the coffee house, so I decided to check the floor beneath the pews, as that's where people often left their mugs. I crouched down in the front rows, peering under the pews. From this angle, I could see every pew on both sides of the sanctuary. Sure enough, I spotted a few mugs scattered across the floor. They were all a few feet away from each other, some near the center, some near the sides. But none of them were close enough to make the sound I'd heard. It was impossible for them to clink together. I checked each mug carefully. None of them were touching. None of them were in a position to make any noise on their own. Frustrated, I stood up and walked through the rows, checking every last mug. There was no logical reason for the sound, but I had to rule out every possibility. I found no mugs that could explain it. I decided to brush it off, though I couldn't shake the unease in the pit of my stomach. I turned off the lights in the sanctuary and headed back up to the balcony. The faint hum of the duplicator machine the only sound filling the air again. I didn't get much more time to settle into my work before the sound came again. Clink, clink. My heart stopped for a moment. It was the same sound, in the same spot. I froze, staring out into the empty sanctuary below. It didn't make any sense. I had just been down there. There were no mugs close enough to create that sound. I didn't want to overreact, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I rushed back down the stairs, flipped all the lights back on, and entered the sanctuary again. I got down on my hands and knees, scanning the floor under the pews once more. Nothing had changed. There were no mugs in any position to make that sound. I had verified it myself. There was no logical explanation. By now, I was thoroughly spooked, but I didn't want to admit it to myself. I decided to leave one light on in the sanctuary as I headed back up to the balcony, trying to calm my nerves. The silence in the building was oppressive, but I pushed through. I locked the door at the top of the stairs, securing myself in the sound booth. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, but I wasn't going to let myself get paranoid over it. I was alone in the church at night all the time, and nothing ever happened. I was in the middle of duplicating another CD when it happened again. Clink, clink. This time, the sound was louder, more pronounced. It echoed through the empty room like it was mocking me. I stood up, scanning the sanctuary from my perch. There was no one down there. Nothing moved. Nothing out of place. I felt a cold sweat start to form on my back as I stared down, my mind racing for an explanation that didn't involve something supernatural or absurd. I couldn't come up with anything that made sense. I told myself to focus on the task at hand. I went back to the duplicator, trying to ignore the sounds. But they kept coming, each one louder and more frequent than the last. Clink, clink. Clink, clink, clink. It wasn't stopping. I could hear it as clearly as I heard the whirring of the CD machine. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I went downstairs, turned off the light in the sanctuary, and then, feeling a little braver, went back to the sound booth. I left the door unlocked this time, but I didn't think anything of it. The night was dragging on, and I just wanted to finish my work and get out of there. Then, everything changed. Without warning, the entire sanctuary began to shake violently, as though it had been hit by some tremendous force. The room rattled as though there was an earthquake, but I knew there hadn't been one. The soundboard in front of me was flashing red, the LEDs maxed out, indicating some kind of overload. But there was no sound coming from the speakers, no equipment turned on that could have caused this. I could feel the rumble beneath me, the bass reverberating through the floor, as if the building itself were alive, angry even. The air in the sanctuary felt thick, charged, as though something was trying to make itself known. The rumbling lasted no more than 30 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. When it stopped, everything went dead silent. The kind of silence that made your ears ring. I didn't stick around to see if it would happen again. I grabbed my things, bolted out of the church, and drove home as fast as I could. I couldn't explain it. I tried to rationalize it, but nothing made sense. There were no explanations for the sounds, no logical reason for the church to shake like that. But I knew one thing for sure. I never went back there at night after that. And I never wanted to experience anything like that again. Some things don't need explanations. Some things just leave you with a feeling that you'll never shake off. I arrived at the hotel in the New Forest with a large group of friends, all excited for the weekend away. The place was charming in its own right, a large, imposing building with the kind of character that only time can bestow. It had been converted from a hunting lodge into a hotel, but you could tell the bones of the place were old. The wooden beams, the long hallways, the creaky floors, and the stone fireplaces all told stories of another time. The air in the lobby was thick with a musty smell, the kind that comes from old wood and the dampness of centuries of storms, but there was a sort of allure to it. Maybe it was the history that surrounded the place, or maybe it was the old-world charm that made me feel as though I was stepping back into a different era. I checked in and was shown to my room. As soon as the door swung open, a wave of discomfort washed over me. It wasn't anything that could be easily pinpointed. It wasn't the decor, the size, or the general condition of the room. It was something intangible, something I couldn't put into words. But the moment I stepped inside, I felt like I wasn't alone, even though I was. It was an unsettling sensation, the kind that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was simply the excitement of being in an unfamiliar place. But that didn't stop the creeping unease from sinking deeper into my bones. The room itself was large, with high ceilings that made the space feel even bigger than it already was. The bed was dressed in old-fashioned linens that looked as though they had been chosen specifically for their vintage charm. The windows were tall, with thick curtains that were drawn shut, but I could see faint traces of light filtering through the gaps. The air was damp and heavy, and the silence in the room was almost oppressive. I stood in the middle of the room for a moment, just breathing, trying to make sense of the unease. It was as though I was being watched, but no one was there. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling as nothing more than an overactive imagination. The group I was with was meeting downstairs for a welcome drink, and I was eager to get out of the room. I gathered my things and left, closing the door behind me with a quiet click. Dinner that night was a casual affair in the hotel's dining room. The atmosphere was warm and welcoming, and the conversation flowed easily. But even in the middle of all the noise and laughter, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The laughter of my friends felt distant, like I was hearing it from the other side of a thick wall. The clinking of glasses, the scraping of chairs on the floor, the chatter of the other guests, it all felt muffled, as though the hotel itself was swallowing up the sounds. I tried to push it aside, telling myself that I was just tired, that I needed a good night's sleep. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I went back to my room after dinner, my mind still swirling with an inexplicable sense of dread. I tried to push it out of my mind and focused on settling in for the night. I turned on the bedside lamp, but even the soft yellow glow of the light seemed to make the room feel smaller, more oppressive. The shadows cast by the furniture stretched long across the walls, and I felt trapped, unable to escape the feeling that I was being watched. I went to bed, but it wasn't long before the discomfort began to escalate. I couldn't sleep. My mind raced with thoughts of the history of the hotel, of the countless people who had stayed here before me. The idea of being in a place so steeped in history should have been exciting, but instead, it made my skin crawl. I felt like I was standing at the edge of something dark, something that I couldn't see, but could sense with every fiber of my being. For the first time in my adult life, I couldn't bring myself to turn off the lights. I lay there in the bed, staring up at the ceiling, trying to ignore the feeling that something was wrong. I kept the lamp on, the soft light casting long shadows across the room. Every creak of the building, every distant sound, made me jump. It felt like the walls were closing in around me, and the air was too thick to breathe properly. I thought about the history of the place again, the hunting lodge, the military hospital during World War I, and I couldn't shake the thought that perhaps there was more to the building's past than I had been told. But I pushed those thoughts away, too, convinced that my mind was simply playing tricks on me. At some point, I finally drifted into a fitful sleep. But the dreams that followed were unlike anything I had ever experienced before. They were vivid, so vivid that I could feel the cold of the earth beneath me, the weight of my body pressed down by the mud, the sound of explosions ringing in my ears. I was in a trench, somewhere in the midst of the Great War. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and death, and all around me, the earth shook with the constant banging of artillery. I could hear the screams of men, fellow soldiers, echoing in the distance, and the sound of shells whizzing overhead was deafening. The fear, the confusion, the utter hopelessness of it all was so real that I could almost taste it. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. The feeling of terror lingered, and for a moment, I didn't know where I was. The room was dark, save for the faint light filtering through the curtains. I could hear the wind howling outside, but there was no sound of explosions, no distant screams. I felt disoriented, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I struggled to calm myself. The air felt heavy, oppressive, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was as though someone was standing just out of sight, watching me. I sat up in bed, my mind racing, and then I heard it, a faint banging sound. It was distant, but it was there, coming from somewhere within the hotel. At first, I thought it might be the wind, but the sound was rhythmic, like something metal was being struck, almost like roofing panels shifting in the wind. I lay there, frozen, the fear gripping me once again. The dream, the sensations of being in that trench, were still fresh in my mind. I felt like I was trapped in some kind of nightmare, unable to escape. The banging continued, growing louder with each passing moment, until it felt like it was coming from right outside my door. I couldn't take it anymore. I swung my legs off the bed and stood up, the cold floor beneath my feet sending a shock through my body. I walked to the door and cracked it open, just enough to peer into the hallway. It was empty. No one was there. I closed the door again, but the feeling of unease didn't go away. I couldn't get back to sleep. I lay there in the darkness, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with thoughts of the hotel's past, of the soldiers who had been treated there during the war. It felt like I was being drawn into something far darker than I was prepared for. The rest of the night passed in a haze, and when morning finally came, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I went downstairs for breakfast, hoping that a cup of coffee would help clear my mind. The dining room was filled with the chatter of my friends, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I glanced around the room, trying to ignore the strange sense of isolation that had settled over me. It wasn't until I spotted a framed photograph on the wall that I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise again. The photo showed the hotel, taken sometime in the early 20th century. Below it was a plaque that told the story of how the hotel had been converted into a military hospital during World War I. The story was detailed, describing the treatment of wounded soldiers and the hospital's role in the war effort. I stared at the plaque, my mind racing. I hadn't known anything about the hotel's history before I arrived, but now it all seemed to make sense. The dreams, the fear, the sense of being watched, it all lined up. It was as though the building was holding on to something that had seeped into the very walls and floors. I couldn't stay in my room any longer. I left and found a friend, and together, we moved to another room. The atmosphere didn't improve, though. The sense of dread never left me. My friend, too, admitted that they felt it, the oppressive weight of something unseen. We stayed together in that room, and even though we tried to laugh it off, neither of us could deny the strange, uncomfortable feeling that lingered in the air. The rest of the stay was a blur of uneasy glances and whispered conversations. The hotel's history weighed heavily on my mind, but it wasn't until I left that I realized just how much it had affected me. The feeling of being watched, the vivid nightmares, the sense of being trapped, it all felt too real, too close. I'll never know what caused it, whether it was the hotel's past or something more mundane. But one thing is certain, I'll never forget the feeling of being in that room, alone in the dark, unable to escape the sensation that something was waiting just out of sight. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip, just a quick getaway. My best friend Jess, her boyfriend James, and I were headed out to Sumter National Forest for a weekend of fun. I had been looking forward to it all week, ready for some peace and quiet, and maybe a few scares from the rain, which seemed to be a permanent fixture in the forecast. We pulled into the park just before sundown. The forest was dense, the trees pressing in close to the road as we turned off and found a secluded spot far from any other campers. The weather had been steady, drizzling lightly for hours, The kind of rain that makes everything feel damp but never really soaks you. I didn't mind. It added to the vibe of the place, the dark and quiet woods, the constant low hum of the rain. It was peaceful until it wasn't. After we set up camp, we decided it would be best to sleep in the SUV. Jess had a bad back and didn't want to sleep on the ground, and I wasn't about to argue. The SUV felt safe and secure, and honestly, I was getting the sense that something wasn't quite right about this place. It was too quiet, too isolated. The rain pattered on the roof, soothing in its consistency, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Jess, who was always the more laid-back of the three of us, didn't seem to notice. She was focused on her phone, chatting with people back home. James, on the other hand, kept glancing out the windows, his brow furrowed. His unease was palpable, but he didn't say anything about it. It was just a feeling we both shared, though neither of us voiced it. I had brought along a book, one I had read countless times before, scary stories to tell in the dark. As the rain continued to fall, we began reading aloud from it, laughing nervously at some of the stories. The atmosphere around us seemed to shift. The combination of the book's eerie tales and the incessant rain made everything feel a little more unsettling than it should have been. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I could see something out there, just past the glow of the SUV's headlights. After an hour or so, we turned off the lights and decided it was time to go to sleep. It wasn't quite midnight, but the darkness of the forest made it feel like it was much later. We all settled into our seats, trying to get comfortable, the rain continuing its steady beat on the roof of the SUV. That's when I first heard it, the sound that would haunt me for weeks after. It started as a soft, faint rustling noise, almost drowned out by the sound of the rain. But as it continued, it became clearer. It was a steady pattern, like footsteps in the wet grass outside, moving back and forth in a deliberate way. I thought I was imagining it at first, but then Jess and James both stiffened, both of them hearing it too. I held my breath, straining to listen, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound was too regular, too purposeful to be an animal, and the rhythm didn't match anything that I could place. My mind started to race. Could it be another camper? Someone else who had gotten lost in the dark and was walking around the campsite? Maybe it was just a deer or a raccoon or some other forest animal. But none of those explanations felt right. It wasn't random, like an animal would move. It was too human. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, though I wasn't sure why I bothered to speak. I knew they both heard it too. Jess nodded but didn't say anything. She seemed unnerved, which was rare for her. James, ever the more cautious of the two, was already turning on the headlights of the SUV. The sudden light cut through the darkness outside, casting long shadows on the trees that surrounded us. I couldn't help but feel exposed in that moment. Whatever it was, whatever was out there, now knew we were awake. Then, through the trees on the right side of the car, I saw it. A movement, something large and dark shifting among the trees. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't make out any details at first, just a shape moving through the rain-soaked underbrush. My pulse quickened. It wasn't a bear or a deer. It was too big for that, and the way it moved felt too deliberate, too human. Before I could say anything, James grabbed the flashlight and opened the door. "I'll go check it out," he said, his voice barely audible over the rain. "James, no," I said, panic rising in my chest. But he was already out of the car, shining the flashlight into the trees. We watched as he walked into the woods, the beam of light bouncing over the wet ground, casting strange shadows along the trees. I felt a wave of dread wash over me, but I couldn't stop him. He was always the brave one, the one who thought it was just a harmless animal or some other explanation. I looked at Jess, and she was already trembling. "He's going to get himself hurt," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. I knew she was right, but I didn't know what to do. I could hardly breathe, let alone think straight. We watched as James continued to move into the woods, the light from his flashlight bobbing in and out of sight. He made it about 20 yards before we heard him scream, "Go! Go! Go!" The fear in his voice was like nothing I had ever heard before. Jess and I didn't waste any time. She slammed the car into reverse, and I grabbed the gear shift, helping her maneuver the SUV away from the trees. We were speeding down the narrow dirt road in seconds, the headlights flashing on the wet trees as we tore through the forest. Then, just as we turned onto the main road, I saw it. A figure, bursting out from the tree line behind us. I didn't get a good look, but I knew enough. It was a man, or at least it looked like one. He was covered in filthy, tattered rags, his body hunched forward in a strange, animalistic way. His face, God, I can still see it now, was unrecognizable. It was twisted, almost like it had been burned or mangled. His eyes glowed in the light, wide and wild. James had turned the flashlight toward him, but the moment he did, the man locked eyes with him. Without warning, the figure started running toward us, moving faster than I thought possible, even for a person. He moved with a disturbing, unnatural speed, his limbs jerking in ways that didn't seem right. "Go!" James screamed again, his voice shaking. We didn't need any more prompting. Jess slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the SUV shot down the road, the sound of the tires splashing through the rain deafening in my ears. I could still hear that man, or whatever it was, getting closer, the sound of footsteps crunching through the wet ground. But eventually, the figure disappeared into the darkness. We didn't stop until we were miles away, our nerves frayed, our bodies shaking with adrenaline. We found the first safe place we could, a Piggly Wiggly parking lot in the middle of nowhere. The lights of the store were a stark contrast to the inky blackness of the forest, and I felt a strange sense of safety under the bright fluorescent lights. We parked in the farthest corner, our hearts still racing, and sat in the quiet aftermath of what had just happened. None of us spoke for a long time. Jess had her arms wrapped around herself, shivering. James was staring straight ahead, his face pale, his hands still gripping the seat, as though he couldn't quite let go. "I don't know what that was," James finally whispered, his voice hoarse. But it wasn't human. It felt wrong to even think about what we had just seen. I didn't want to believe it, but deep down I knew. What we saw in those woods wasn't something we could explain. The man, or whatever he was something else, something that didn't belong in this world. We never spoke of it again. The next morning, we packed up and left without a word about the night before. I think we were all just too afraid to talk about it, too afraid to think about what could have happened if we hadn't left when we did. But that night, in the safety of that parking lot, I realized just how quickly things could go wrong. Just how easily a trip meant for relaxation could turn into a fight for survival. We were lucky that night. We made it out alive. But the memory of those filthy rags, those wild eyes, and that unearthly speed still haunt me. I don't think I'll ever be able to look at the woods the same way again. In the 1970s, before I was born, my dad worked as a trail guide in the mountains of Central California. He'd lead tourists on horseback along winding mountain trails, offering them a glimpse of the wild beauty of the region. He met all sorts of people during his time, but there's one encounter that stuck with him, one that he would tell me about often when I was younger, especially during those long camping trips we'd take. There was this guy, a Native American, who my dad met when he was a regular tourist on the trail. He would ride horses with the groups, but he was always quiet, keeping to himself, and seemed to have this peaceful vibe. Over time, this guy, who my dad never got to know too well, started helping out as an employee. He wasn't one of those people who shared much about his life, not even where he came from or why he had left the reservation. My dad never pressed him about it, figuring it was personal. He'd never ask someone to talk about something they weren't ready to share. The guy just came from a different place, and he kept things to himself, and that was all right. One summer day, my dad was out on the trail with his brother and the Native American guy, his friend, as my dad would call him, leading a small group of tourists. It was supposed to be a quiet, normal day of riding horses through the chaparral hills and grasslands. The tourists took pictures, the horses trotted along, and my dad and his brother joked back and forth like they always did. The guy was laughing along too, though it seemed like he was just humoring them. They were talking, but he wasn't too engaged. My dad said the guy always had a sort of far-off look in his eyes, like his mind wasn't entirely in the moment, but he never said anything to worry anyone. That day, though, something unusual happened, and it all started with a shout from one of the tourists. "Coyote!" someone yelled, pointing down into a little valley off to the left of the trail. The group stopped their horses, and everyone turned to look. Out in the distance, there was indeed a coyote, moving through the tall grass. Now, coyotes are pretty common in that area, so no one thought much of it. My dad said that they were just part of the landscape. Nobody ever thought anything of seeing them out there. But then my dad's brother, his uncle, stared a little too long at the creature. His brow furrowed, and he didn't seem to relax. "What's up?" my dad asked, noticing his brother's odd expression. "This coyote," his uncle replied. "It doesn't look right." The coyote didn't act like a normal coyote. Coyotes usually have a sort of graceful, easy way of walking, but this one didn't. Its legs looked unusually long, almost too thin. It didn't walk like a normal dog, either. Most dogs lift one leg on one side, and then the opposite leg on the other side. But this coyote's legs didn't follow that pattern. It walked in a strange, almost disjointed way, lifting both legs on one side at the same time, like a camel might move. Its snout was long, much longer than usual, and it held its nose up high, as if it were sniffing the air for something specific. My dad said it could have just been some kind of deformity, that it didn't mean anything, but his uncle wasn't convinced. "Look at it," his uncle muttered. "It's off." The Native American guy didn't say anything at first. He just stared at the coyote, and my dad noticed his friend was shivering slightly. It wasn't cold, not at all, but the guy was visibly unsettled, his gaze locked on the animal in the distance. My dad felt the unease creeping in. There was something about the way the guy was acting that made him uneasy too. "What's wrong?" my dad asked, trying to get the guy to speak up. The friend finally pointed at the coyote with a shaking finger. "The tail," he said, barely above a whisper. My dad squinted at the coyote. It was hard to see clearly from that distance, but the creature was definitely odd. He leaned forward, trying to get a better look. "What do you mean?" "It's just a coyote," my dad said, not seeing anything too strange at first. But then he looked harder, and it hit him. There was no tail. The coyote was standing there, its back end twitching slightly, but there was no tail, just a smooth, curved line. My dad's stomach tightened. "That's strange," he muttered. His friend's face had gone pale. "I don't know how, but it's not a coyote." For the rest of the ride, the group moved slowly, the tourists chatting away, but my dad's friend was silent. His eyes kept scanning the ground behind them, as if he was expecting something to jump out from the brush. The coyote followed them the whole way back, but it never came close. It just hung back at the edge of the valley, keeping a distance. When they were just a couple hundred yards from base camp, that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, the coyote leapt from the underbrush, charging straight into the path, about 20 feet ahead of the group. It startled the horses, causing them to whinny and rear up in fear. My dad and his brother instinctively grabbed for the reins, trying to calm the animals. But what got them the most wasn't the coyote's sudden appearance. It was the way it stared directly at my dad's friend, and the way it grinned. It wasn't the playful, tongue-lolling smile you'd see from a dog. This smile was something different, something unnatural. The coyote bared its yellow teeth, its gums dark and stained, showing off a grotesque grin. It looked human in a way, like it knew something that my dad and his brother didn't. They were frozen in place, staring back at it. My dad noticed his friend wasn't moving, his hand slowly reaching down into his jacket. Without taking his eyes off the creature, he pulled out a small piece of wood. It was shaped like a little token, with an arrow burned into the surface. He held it up, facing the coyote. The coyote's grin faded. It took one long look at the wooden token, and then, as if it understood something, it turned away. It didn't run, it didn't scamper off. It just turned its head and started walking slowly back into the brush, as though it had lost interest. Then it howled. But this wasn't like the typical high-pitched yip or cry you'd expect from a coyote. This howl was deep, low and drawn out, almost like it was coming from some animal with lungs full of water. It sounded sick, distorted, like it was in pain, like it was struggling to get the sound out. It sent a shiver down my dad's spine, even now when he tells the story. The coyote's howl echoed through the valley, almost like a final, dying scream, before it disappeared back into the bushes. As the tension began to ease, my uncle, ever the joker, turned to the tourists with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. "Well," he said, "I hope you guys got your money's worth." At camp that evening, after they'd settled the horses and taken care of the tourists, the friend became even more withdrawn. He didn't want to talk about the coyote, not really. When my dad pressed him, all he said was, "It killed them, and now it's going to try and kill me." He wouldn't explain who had been killed or what he meant, just that this creature, the thing that wasn't a coyote, was after him. His friend didn't stay long after that. The next morning, he gathered his things in silence, handed my dad and uncle each a small piece of wood like the one he had shown the coyote, and told them, "These will protect you. They work. But it's better if you don't know too much about it. Just keep them with you. You'll be all right." At 8 o'clock that morning, he left the camp without a word, and my dad never saw him again. Over the years, my dad would tell me this story over and over, especially during those long camping trips. He'd laugh about it, like it was just another adventure, but I could hear something in his voice when he told it. Something that wasn't funny, something that never fully went away. He'd say that sometimes, on cold nights, when the wind howled through the trees and the branches creaked in the wind, he'd hear a low, eerie howl echoing through the woods. It was the same howl, the one that wasn't quite a coyote, but something else, something darker. And every time he heard it, he'd remember the thing that wasn't a coyote, and the man who had vanished without a trace. There was no ghost, no supernatural force. Just a creature, a twisted thing that had its own purpose, its own reasons for being. And whatever those reasons were, it wasn't done yet. It was the kind of night that felt like it was never going to end. The sky was black, like a void above us, the stars barely visible through the thin haze of air. El Lobo, the so-called community we were in, wasn't really much of a place. Just a few houses scattered along a back road, and that old, half-worn bridge that was way past its prime. That bridge was the kind of place where you'd stop when you didn't know what else to do. A place where it was dark enough to do whatever you wanted without anyone giving a damn. No one cared. It was just us out there. I was 20, and it felt like we had the whole night to ourselves, no rules, no worries. My friends and I were hanging out, not really doing much, just drinking and talking, standing around in the headlights of the truck. The engine was running, its soft hum the only sound except for the occasional laugh or shout from the group. We were trying to figure out who could drink the most without throwing up, some stupid contest we all agreed to pass the time. The drinks were flowing, a mix of beer and whatever else we had grabbed on a whim earlier that day. It felt like an average, no-good Saturday night. But then something changed. It happened so quickly, and for a second, I didn't even know if I was seeing things. I remember exactly how it felt when my gaze moved from the group and shifted towards the edge of the bridge. I had been trying to focus on the quiet murmur of the creek below, the little stream that always seemed to be flowing, even on the driest of days. The water shimmered faintly, the moonlight barely catching the surface. But then I saw it. It wasn't immediately obvious, just a small flicker of movement at first, like a shadow in the dark. But I wasn't thinking it was something harmless. No, my stomach dropped. I froze, completely frozen, unable to move. My eyes locked on that one spot, a small patch of greenery growing along the bank of the creek, just out of the reach of the headlights. But the thing was, it wasn't still. It was moving, growing, swelling, like something straight out of a nightmare. At first, I thought maybe it was just my imagination. But then it grew, and it grew fast, really fast. Like a vine, but not just any vine. It was shooting up at a ridiculous speed, almost like the thing was alive, like it was reaching for something, maybe me. It was this huge mass of green, curling, twisting, stretching, and all I could think was, that's it, I'm done. I was staring at it, completely unable to move, feeling my heart hammer in my chest. Sweat rolled down the sides of my face, my palms were damp, and I could barely breathe. For a moment, my thoughts ran wild. This thing was alive. I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or hallucinating. Maybe I had too much to drink, I thought. Maybe the alcohol was messing with me. But it didn't feel like that. It felt too real, too solid. The plant, or whatever it was moving with purpose. The leaves were writhing in the night air, and I could swear I saw it stretch out, like it was trying to grab something. I could almost hear it, this soft, unnatural rustling sound. The image that formed in my mind was the stuff of nightmares. A sentient plant, something alien, something otherworldly. And it wasn't just in my mind. I could see it clear as day. My hands shook, my knees felt weak, and I couldn't take my eyes off it. I was convinced it was coming for me. Or for us. For all of us. My mind raced, thinking of all the terrible things that could happen. This thing was alive, and it was growing at insane speed. It would wrap itself around us, choke the life out of us, drag us into the creek. I could almost see it happening. I thought we were all going to be the next victims of some bizarre, alien plant. The thought was so vivid, I couldn't snap myself out of it. I don't know how long I stood there, glued to that spot, terrified, completely paralyzed. My heart was pounding, louder than anything else, deafening, like it was about to burst. I could feel the adrenaline kicking in. I was ready to run, to scream, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. Everything felt wrong. My stomach turned. The plant was still growing, reaching out towards us. But something didn't feel right. It was just too unreal. And then, like a switch had flipped, my friend Mark noticed it too. I couldn't tell you how I knew he had seen it, but I could feel it. His silence. He was staring at the same thing I was, completely still, his face frozen in the same expression of shock. Mark didn't say anything. He didn't need to. I saw the fear in his eyes, the same exact terror I was feeling. It was like he had the same thought running through his head. That was when I realized I wasn't the only one having a panic attack. We both stood there, completely locked in place, each of us just waiting for something terrible to happen. I don't know how long we stood there, maybe seconds, maybe minutes. Time seemed to stretch out in this weird, slow-motion feeling, every second dragging on for what felt like eternity. The plant kept growing, and I kept thinking, this is it. This is how it ends. Then, without warning, there was a tiny flicker of light in my peripheral vision. A cigarette butt tossed over the edge of the bridge. I saw the small ember glowing briefly in the dark before it fell out of view. That's when it hit me. The movement. The growing vine. The writhing, twisting mass of green. It wasn't alive. It was smoke. The damn cigarette smoke had caught the headlights, and the way it was rising made it look like something out of a horror movie. My breath caught in my throat as everything clicked into place. The plant was smoke. That was all it was. Nothing more. I laughed, half relieved, half horrified at how my mind had twisted it into something else. It wasn't an alien creature, or a sentient vine, or whatever the hell I had been imagining. It was just smoke, rising in the headlights of the truck. A perfectly mundane, perfectly normal thing that my brain had somehow turned into a nightmare. I looked over at Mark, and I saw him doing the same thing. His face softened, and the tension in his body seemed to ease. He looked almost embarrassed, like we had both fallen for the same illusion. I had to fight back the laugh that bubbled up in my throat. The relief hit me like a flood, and I finally took in a deep breath, letting go of the tight knot in my chest. We stood there for a moment, just staring at the spot where the smoke had been. There was no plant. There was no alien vine trying to kill us. It was just nothing. Just the quiet night, the sound of the creak, and the faint hum of the truck engine. We were fine. I don't know how I felt about it in that moment. I didn't feel stupid, not exactly. But I felt like I had just crossed over into some weird part of my brain where fear had taken over, and reason had been completely out of the picture. It was terrifying how real it had all felt. How the fear had gripped me and made me see things that weren't even there. Looking back, I still don't know what triggered it. Maybe it was the isolation of being out in the middle of nowhere, the heavy drink and the dark, the quiet. Maybe it was the way the headlights caught the smoke and twisted it into something monstrous. Whatever it was, I'll never forget that feeling. The one where you think you're about to die. That raw, unfiltered fear that makes your mind go to places it shouldn't. Mark and I never talked about it much after that night. I don't think we ever really had to. We knew what happened. It was one of those things that, when you look back on it, you just laugh at, but in that moment, it was real. It felt like I was standing on the edge of some terrible, irreversible event. Something that would make the news. But in the end, it was just smoke. And maybe that's the scariest part. How easily our minds can twist the world into something else. Something much worse. A few months after I moved into my house, I was getting more comfortable with the space. It was an old place, the kind that had character in every creak of the floorboards and the dust that settled in the corners. The walls were a bit thin, and sometimes, when the wind was right, I could hear the faint hum of traffic from the highway. The backyard was spacious with overgrown trees and bushes, and a couple of times, I caught sight of deer grazing near the edge of the forest behind the house. Overall, it was quiet, which was exactly what I needed after the chaotic move. It was a long weekend, and I decided to stay home and get some things done. I hadn't had much time to really settle in yet, still unpacking boxes here and there. But today, I planned to take it easy. I needed to clean, cook, and maybe even start planning out some changes I wanted to make in the house. I'd been putting it off for a while, but it felt like the perfect opportunity to knock a few things off the to-do list. I had the oven going, roasting some chicken, and started chopping vegetables for a side dish. The smell of garlic, rosemary, and chicken filled the kitchen, making my stomach growl. It was a calm, peaceful moment, and I felt content just being at home, not worrying about work or anything else. While the chicken was in the oven, I figured I'd take a quick shower. It wasn't too often that I had the house to myself like this, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity. I grabbed a towel from the bathroom and headed to the shower. The water was warm, and the steam quickly fogged up the bathroom mirror. I stood there for a while, letting the hot water run down my back, trying to relax. It was one of those simple pleasures, something that always seemed to make everything else fade away. When I finished, I wrapped myself in a towel, stepping out of the bathroom, and heard it. The beep. The incessant beep of my oven timer, letting me know that the food was done. I couldn't help but smile a little to myself, typical. I was getting so caught up in my own thoughts that I almost forgot about the chicken entirely. I quickly walked into the kitchen, my bare feet making soft slapping noises against the cold tile floor. The food smelled amazing, golden brown and crisp at the edges. I took the chicken out of the oven, careful not to burn myself, and set it down on the countertop. The sides would take a little longer, but that was fine. I wasn't in a rush. I moved around the kitchen, adding spices and putting things in pots, still thinking about the list of things I needed to do around the house. As I finished up, I remembered I still had to clean up in the bathroom. I had left the towel on the floor, and there were a couple of stray items I had to put away. I wasn't exactly great at keeping everything perfectly neat, but I tried. I walked back down the hallway, my feet sinking into the plush carpet as I entered the bathroom and quickly began tidying up. It was a simple task, nothing out of the ordinary. But when I stepped back into the kitchen, something was wrong. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The kitchen was still lit, warm from the oven, but the odd thing I noticed was a small, almost indistinct spot on the floor. It was just off to the side of the tile near the island. I bent down, squinting. My heart immediately skipped a beat. Blood. A small splatter of blood, right there on the floor. It was a faint, bright red mark, just one drop, but it was there. And it wasn't mine. I froze, staring at it, trying to process what I was seeing. My brain raced, jumping to conclusions faster than I could think. Had someone broken in? Was there an intruder hiding in my house? My heart started pounding in my chest as panic flooded in. What if they were still here? What if they were waiting for me, hiding somewhere, ready to hurt me? I instinctively backed up, my skin prickling, the towel wrapped tightly around me, now feeling useless. My mind spun with terrifying thoughts, none of them making sense, but all of them too real in my head. Someone had to have broken in. There was no other explanation. I thought of the broken window in the living room, the one I'd noticed during the move-in inspection, though I hadn't thought much of it at the time. Could it have been the glass? Maybe someone had gotten hurt trying to get in and was now hiding somewhere, waiting to pounce when I least expected it. I turned around quickly, making my way to the front door, ready to bolt out of the house. My hand was trembling as I grabbed my phone, calling my then-boyfriend. I didn't know what to say, but I had to tell someone. He answered on the third ring. "Hello. I think someone's in the house," I said, my voice trembling more than I wanted it to. "There's blood in the kitchen. I don't know how it got there, but I think someone's in here." He immediately told me to stay calm, but of course he couldn't come. He was at work, a good hour away. The fear that gripped me made me dizzy, my thoughts a blur. I couldn't stay here alone. I needed help. I called my neighbor next. She was an older woman, someone I'd barely spoken to, but she was the only other person close by. I explained the situation, trying to stay calm while I felt anything but. She agreed to come over right away, offering the kind of reassuring tone that only someone who'd lived in the area for decades could give. Minutes later, she was at my door. She was wearing a cozy cardigan and carrying a large tote bag, looking like she was prepared for anything. I led her to the kitchen, still too nervous to say much, pointing out the blood on the floor. She squatted down, inspecting it closely, but said nothing for a moment. I watched her face carefully, trying to gauge what she thought. "I don't think this is from someone else," she said after a beat. "But we'll take a look around. Better safe than sorry." We armed ourselves with knives, just in case, and slowly crept through the house. We checked every room, the closets, and all the hallways. We even opened up the basement door, which I dreaded, but there was nothing. No signs of forced entry, no fresh blood, no strange noises. Just the usual stillness of an old house. But still, the blood on the floor didn't make sense. My neighbor left after a while, reassuring me again that everything seemed fine. I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of relief and embarrassment. My mind was still racing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd missed something. But there was no one here. No one hiding. No intruder. Just me, my thoughts, and the strange drop of blood. I decided to clean up. I grabbed a rag and some disinfectant, carefully wiping up the blood, still wondering how the hell it got there. It had to be a mistake, right? But the longer I stared at the spot on the floor, the more it felt like I was missing something important. I couldn't let it go. I kept retracing my steps, trying to think of every moment, every motion I'd made since stepping out of the shower. Later that day, when I went to the bathroom again, it hit me. I had started my period. I felt a wave of embarrassment rush through me, cheeks burning. How had I missed that? How had I not realized it when I'd gone into the kitchen? The answer was so simple, but it felt like the weight of the whole situation had only just dropped into place. When I squatted down to take the chicken out of the oven, a drop of blood must have fallen from me onto the floor. It was so small, so insignificant, that it hadn't even registered until I saw it on the tile. I stood there in the bathroom, staring at the mirror, trying to shake off the mix of embarrassment and relief. I had let my imagination get the best of me. I thought I had a serious problem, an intruder, a break-in, a hidden danger. But it was just me. I couldn't help but laugh a little at myself, shaking my head. How ridiculous it had all seemed in the moment. My thoughts had spiraled out of control. I was alone in an old house, and I'd let my fears take over. In the end, it wasn't anything sinister at all. I spent the rest of the evening finishing my cooking and settling into the house again, this time more at ease, but also aware of how easily fear could distort the simple realities of my life. I used to be terrified of sleeping when I was a kid. I don't even know how it started or why, but I remember it all the same. The nightmares, the night terrors, the feeling of something being in the room, even when there was nothing there. It got so bad that I'd never sleep more than 4 hours at a time. If I did, it was because I was utterly exhausted from not sleeping the previous nights. The fatigue was overwhelming, and it fed into this growing sense of paranoia that I had. I don't know how to explain it, except that I was constantly on edge, always looking over my shoulder, even in my own house. I think the lack of sleep messed with my mind. It started as just little things, a movement out of the corner of my eye that I'd try to convince myself was just a shadow. But there was always a part of me deep down that couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, just out of sight. I'd turn around, and of course, there was never anything there. But still, every time it happened, my heart would race. I'd try to dismiss it, telling myself it was nothing, that I was just tired. But then one night, something happened that I couldn't explain away. It was late, maybe around 2 a.m., and I was walking down the hallway in the dark. I don't even know what I was doing out of bed at that hour, but I remember feeling that familiar sense of dread as I passed by the kitchen and into the hallway that led to my bedroom. The air felt heavy, thick with the quiet of the house. The only sound was the faint hum of the fridge in the next room. It was then that I saw it, a tall, wispy figure, something smoky, standing at the far end of the hallway. My stomach dropped. I thought maybe it was just another trick my mind was playing on me. So, I turned my head slightly, willing myself to not look too closely. But then I froze. The figure wasn't gone. It was still there. And its eyes, they were yellow. Not just any yellow, but a piercing, glowing yellow that seemed far too bright for the low light in the house. It was the only thing that looked solid, almost like a reflection, as though it didn't quite belong. I could feel the dread building up in my chest, the tightness creeping over me as I realized it wasn't going to disappear like everything else usually did. I couldn't move. I don't know how long I stood there, just staring at it. But eventually, it seemed to fade, like smoke evaporating into the dark. My legs felt like they'd been turned to stone, and I just stood there, unable to process what I had just seen. I couldn't convince myself that it wasn't real. I knew what I'd seen. The dread stayed with me for days. And then something strange happened. One evening, when I was older, my dad told me something that made my skin crawl. He said that when I was little, the church had told him that something with yellow eyes had been tormenting me. He said it as though it was something they knew about, but it wasn't something he had shared with me before. It wasn't until that moment that I made the connection. I never told him about what I'd seen in the hallway that night. No one had, but somehow they knew. I didn't know what to think, so I pushed it to the back of my mind. I was older now, and I had other things to worry about. The nightmares didn't stop, though. They didn't go away for a long time. But eventually, I grew up, and they faded from my memory. Life got busier. I had new things to focus on, like high school and hanging out with friends. The world became less about shadows in the corner and more about the normal problems that come with growing up. I almost forgot about the thing in the hallway, the thing with the yellow eyes, until recently. A few months ago, I took my little sister to a midnight showing of a horror movie. We'd been talking about weird and creepy things we had experienced in the past. It was one of those late night, let's share spooky stories kind of conversations. Mostly we laughed it off, trying to rationalize everything. I told her about the nightmares and the shadowy things I used to see. And then she said something that made my blood run cold. When she was younger, she told me she used to see shadow people out of the corner of her eye. At first, I thought she was just messing with me, playing off the idea that we had both been through weird experiences. But then, she told me about one day when she was home alone. She had stayed home sick from school, watching TV in the living room. Everything was normal, at least at first. But then, she heard something from the hallway. She told me that she turned, expecting to see nothing, like always. But this time, there it was. The same tall, wispy silhouette. The same glowing yellow eyes. I froze, unable to speak. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even want to know. I was sitting there, thinking back to the countless nights I had spent looking over my shoulder, wondering if it would come back. But hearing her say it, hearing her describe it in such detail, it made everything feel real again. That night, I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying her words. My body felt like it was on high alert, but I couldn't get comfortable. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to block out the image of that thing from my mind. But it wouldn't go away. I didn't want to tell her how much it had freaked me out, but it made me remember how awful things used to be, how the shadows seemed to always be watching, waiting. I thought I had left that behind, but hearing her recount it, hearing her describe it the way I remembered it, it was as if the past had come crashing back. The house felt heavier, darker, even with the lights on. And then one night, just after we'd had that conversation, it happened again. I was sitting in the living room, my sister was upstairs, and everything was quiet. I thought I heard something at first, a faint rustling from the hallway. I ignored it, but then I heard it again, more distinct this time. I stood up, heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing. I slowly walked toward the hallway, the same hallway where I had seen the figure years ago. The shadows stretched long and dark, but everything seemed still. I looked up, and for a split second, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye, something tall, smoky, just at the edge of the light. I blinked, trying to make it go away. But when I opened my eyes again, it was there. The same silhouette, the same yellow eyes, staring right at me. I took a step back, panic setting in. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My mind was racing. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. But there it was, standing in the hallway like it had never left. Then, just like before, it began to fade. Slowly, like smoke dissipating in the night air. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen in place. I watched as it vanished, my heart still hammering in my chest. That night, I couldn't sleep again. I was terrified, not of the figure itself, but of the realization that somehow, it wasn't just a trick of the mind. Somehow it was real. Somehow this thing, whatever it was, had followed us. And it wasn't just me. The next day, I didn't tell my sister about what had happened. I couldn't bring myself to. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was, whatever had tormented me as a kid, was still here, still watching. I don't know what it was. I don't know if I'll ever understand. But I do know one thing for sure. It's still out there. And maybe, just maybe, it's not done with us yet. Our old house was situated at the corner of a quiet street, the kind of place where you could almost hear every sound of nature if you listened hard enough. It was on the edge of a small neighborhood, with the main road running just a few yards from our front yard. The house was old, built sometime in the 70s, and looked like it hadn't been properly maintained in decades. The walls were a faded, almost grayish blue, and the yard was overgrown with wild grass that we could never quite tame. The driveway was cracked, with weeds pushing through every gap. From the outside, it looked like a house that had been forgotten by the world. Inside, it wasn't any better. We didn't have much, certainly not enough to make the place feel like a home you'd see in magazines, but we got by. It was just me, my mom, and my younger brother. My mom worked long hours at a local diner, and my brother and I kept to ourselves for the most part. We didn't have fancy things, but we had each other, and that was enough. Even though it wasn't the safest neighborhood, we managed. There was a strange comfort in the quiet, the way everything seemed still, as if the house itself was part of the landscape. But that silence didn't last. One night, I woke up to the sound of my mom yelling. At first, I didn't really register what was happening. I was on the futon in the living room, lying on my side, half dreaming. The darkness of the room was thick and heavy, and the cold night air crept through the thin walls. The sound of my mom's voice hit me like a sudden burst of static. I sat up, blinking into the dark, trying to make sense of what was happening. "Get out!" My mom's voice was frantic now. "Get out of my house!" I froze. My mind was still foggy with sleep, and I couldn't understand what was going on. Then I saw him. A figure, moving quickly in the shadows. A man dressed entirely in black, with a hoodie pulled low over his head. I barely had time to process it before he was gone, darting past me like a shadow, moving so fast that I hardly had time to register the panic on his face. It was like something out of a nightmare, but it was real. I could hear my mom shouting something else, but I couldn't quite make it out. The figure was already at the door, running out into the night. I heard the sound of footsteps on the gravel driveway, then the screech of tires as he sped off in a car I didn't see. I was more surprised to be woken up that early rather than the fact that a burglar had just broken into our house. My heart was still racing, and I felt disoriented, trying to piece together what had just happened. But the truth of it hit me fast, and I wasn't sure if I should be scared or just angry. The guy hadn't taken anything. I don't think he even had a chance to really get into the house. He had probably heard my mom shout, realized he'd been noticed, and bolted. I didn't feel relieved, though. I felt vulnerable. Like this could happen again, at any moment. This wasn't the first time the house had been broken into, and it wouldn't be the last. In fact, I'd gotten used to the idea. We weren't exactly living in a safe area, and I knew that people would take advantage of our situation. We weren't rich, not by any stretch. We were lower middle class, scraping by and trying to make it through each month. Our house wasn't anything special, but it was home to us. To anyone else, though, it was just another target. This time, however, it felt different. It wasn't the first break-in. That honor belonged to a few months earlier, when we came home from a grocery run to find the back door kicked in, the place ransacked. They had taken a few of our older electronics, a couple of my mom's small appliances, and even the last of the canned food we had. But this time, the way that guy had looked, moving so fast, like he knew exactly what he was doing, like he'd done it 100 times before, left me shaken. Later, my mom told me that she had woken up to find him in the hallway, just a few feet from her bedroom. She'd gotten up, hoping to catch him before he got away, but he was faster. By the time she yelled, he was already gone. "Did you see his face?" I asked her when she came back into the room, still panting from the adrenaline. She shook her head, her eyes wide, still trying to calm down. "No," she said. "He was wearing a hoodie, kept his head down. I don't even know if he knew I was awake until I yelled. But I know he wasn't here to just steal stuff." That wasn't the only time something like that had happened, though. We got used to it, to the strange feeling of being on edge. In that neighborhood, there were people who thought nothing of breaking into houses if they thought they could get away with it. The police weren't quick to respond, and the community wasn't much better. Everyone kept to themselves. It wasn't until the third break-in, when the cops finally got involved, that we realized how bad things had really gotten. But even then, it was always too late. The police showed up after the damage was done, and by then, whoever had done it was long gone. Still, the house itself never felt safe after that. The walls seemed thinner, the doors less sturdy. Every sound I heard in the night, every creak of the floorboards, sent my heart racing. I could never quite shake the feeling that someone was always watching, waiting for the right moment. But nothing was ever certain. I didn't know if it was the burglars or just my imagination, but the fear was real. I knew it, and my mom knew it. And every time we heard a noise outside, we would both tense up, waiting for something to happen. But then there were the nights when it wasn't the burglars or the shadows that kept me up. There were nights when something else happened. Something that terrified me in a different way. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, unable to move. I'd be lying on my side, my face pressed against the pillow, but I couldn't seem to open my eyes fully. I could only move my eyeballs, glancing around the room, trying to make sense of what was going on. The air was heavy, suffocating, like it was pressing down on my chest. And then, there was the feeling behind me. I couldn't explain it. It was like something was there, right behind me, so close I could almost feel it breathing on my neck. But I couldn't move. My body felt like it was frozen in place, every muscle locked, unable to act. And I could feel it, the purest form of fear, the kind that wraps around your soul and doesn't let go. I knew, instinctively, that if I turned my head just slightly to see what was behind me, it would be bad. I don't know how I knew, but I did. My body screamed at me not to look, to keep my eyes forward, to not let whatever it was behind me know I was awake. All I could do was lie there, paralyzed, feeling the weight of the fear pressing down harder with each passing second. I could feel my heart racing, my breath shallow, my eyes darting around the room, hoping for anything that might break the hold it had on me. But it was like being trapped in my own body. It lasted for what felt like hours, though it was probably only a few minutes. And then, like some invisible force had released me, I was able to move again. I jumped up from the futon, my body drenched in sweat, my mind still reeling from what had just happened. It wasn't just the feeling of something being there. It was the certainty of it. That cold, heavy feeling that someone, or something, was just waiting, watching, waiting for me to make a mistake, waiting for me to look. I never told anyone about those nights. I couldn't. I wasn't sure if I was just losing my mind or if there was something else going on, but I couldn't shake it. It felt like a presence, like the house itself was somehow different after the break-ins. Like it wasn't just the people outside that were dangerous. It was something in the walls, in the air, that made everything feel wrong. But as time went on, I got used to it. Maybe not the fear, but the feeling that it was all just part of the house, part of the danger. Every creak of the floorboards, every knock on the door, every rustle in the bushes outside, it all became part of the rhythm of living there. A rhythm I couldn't escape, no matter how much I tried. We moved out of that house when I turned 16. The rent had gone up, and my mom finally found a job that allowed us to afford something better. But that house, that old, creaky house, stayed with me long after we left. Every now and then, when I drive by the old street, I can still feel the weight of it. The way the house had seemed to settle into the land, like it was part of it. I don't know what it was that made it feel so wrong, but I'll never forget the way it felt to be inside it, with the quiet, the shadows, and the fear that never quite left. Even now, I wonder if I was just imagining things. But I don't think I was. I don't think I was imagining it at all. I didn't think I had anything really creepy to post about until I started reading through other people's experiences. There was one that was oddly similar to something I went through, and suddenly, all those memories came flooding back. I hadn't really thought much about it in years, but now looking back, it feels so unsettling and manipulative that I can't believe I didn't realize what was happening at the time. It started around my sophomore year in high school. At first, it seemed innocent enough, just prank calls. I'd get a random phone call late at night, and I'd answer it to hear some muffled laughter or someone hanging up. Sometimes it was a strange voice, but it wasn't really anything I thought much of. Back then, prank calls were still a thing. Everyone was doing it, and nobody really thought about the consequences. So, I'd laugh it off and forget about it until the next time it happened. It was always random, and the calls came at strange hours. I remember feeling a bit confused about it, but again, nothing to freak out about. It felt like just some dumb joke that would eventually stop. But then, they started happening more often, maybe 2 or 3 times a week. It got to the point where I'd just expect it. The same strange voices, the same silence after I'd pick up the phone. It was like whoever was doing it had all the time in the world to just mess with me. At the time, I thought it was probably just some friends trying to get a reaction. I never considered it was anything more serious than that. Still, as time went on, it got a little weirder. These calls weren't like the funny, harmless pranks I was used to. They started to feel like someone was trying to make me anxious, to put me on edge. At the time, I was just focused on school, so it wasn't something I dwelled on too long. By the time I got into my junior year, things escalated. It wasn't just random calls anymore. They were more targeted. They started calling my house phone along with my cell. Now, my house number wasn't something I gave out to anyone except family, so it was odd that they had both numbers. It was getting harder to brush it off, but I still didn't think too much of it. Everyone in high school was obsessed with cell phones by then, and I guess I figured my number had somehow gotten out. It was easy to blame it on some random person I didn't know. Then came the messages. Texts started coming in, and they were even stranger. Some of them were just disturbing, like someone knew things about me that I hadn't shared with anyone. It wasn't just about me, though. They started texting my boyfriend at the time, sending him nasty, untrue things about me. I remember one text in particular. It said something like, "She's with some guy right now, and you wouldn't believe what she's doing." They even knew where I was. It was always in the middle of some random situation, and they seemed to always have the timing right. Sometimes they'd text me things like, "You don't want your boyfriend to find out, do you?" It was confusing and terrifying. The first few times it happened, I just thought it was some misunderstanding, or that maybe someone had just gone too far with a prank. But the texts kept coming, and soon enough, they started to impact my relationship. I started to question my boyfriend more, wondering if he was getting these texts, and whether or not I could trust him. We'd fight about it, and things got tense between us. But like everything else, the messages and calls would stop just as suddenly as they had started. They'd go quiet for a while, and I'd forget about it until it all happened again. By the time I was in college, I thought I'd left all that behind me. I deleted my old MySpace account, cleared my Facebook friends list, and really tried to start fresh. It was a new chapter for me, and I wanted to leave all the old baggage behind. I was still dating the same guy, but I distanced myself from everyone else. I figured if I just moved on, the past would stay in the past. I didn't even think about those calls or messages anymore. But then, halfway through my freshman year, they started again. It wasn't as bad at first. The calls and texts came in, but I thought maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe it was someone who had somehow found me online. I had a new phone, new friends, a whole new life. I had no idea how they were getting my information, but they knew. The messages started coming through on my phone again, but this time, they were way worse. They were more personal. They were talking about things no one could have known unless they'd been following me for years. I began to feel the same anxiety I had in high school, only now it was worse. It felt like there was no escape. Then came the threats. They started saying things like, "I have pictures of you," or "I can't wait to show everyone who you really are." I tried ignoring it at first, thinking it would stop like it always did, but it didn't. They started saying that they had nude photos of me and were going to Photoshop them and send them out to people I knew. The idea of that happening, of losing control over something so personal, sent me into a panic. I knew I had to do something, but I didn't know what. I blocked one number, but the next day, a new number would send the same kinds of texts. I started feeling paranoid, like I couldn't trust anyone. I didn't want to tell anyone about what was going on because I felt embarrassed. How could I explain this without sounding like I was overreacting? I didn't even know who to blame. I was isolated. I stopped talking to my old friends. I stopped answering texts, and I felt myself slipping deeper into a depression. Everything around me started to feel off, like I was constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next message or call. One night, I went to a concert with my boyfriend. He'd gotten drunk, and we had a huge fight. I didn't think it would lead to anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When I got home to my parents' house that night around midnight, I felt exhausted. But then around 2 a.m., it started. The phone calls came in again, only this time they were different. These weren't just the usual creepy messages. This time, there were men calling, asking for my sexual services. The calls kept coming, one after the other, different numbers every time. We tried blocking them, but the numbers just kept changing. My mom got up and tried to figure out what was going on, but I felt so violated. I didn't know who would do something like that, let alone why. We ended up just unplugging the phone, but that didn't make me feel any safer. The next day, we filed a police report and changed our landline number. When the police investigated, they found something I hadn't expected. Someone had posted my number on Craigslist, listing me as a prostitute. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that someone had gone this far to ruin my life. I had no idea how they got my number, but it all seemed so deliberate. It took a while to put everything together, but eventually, I realized the one constant in all of this was my boyfriend. He had been around during all of these incidents. The drunk fight we had the night before the Craigslist post didn't feel like a coincidence anymore. I began to wonder if he had something to do with all of it. The more I thought about it, the more everything started to make sense, even though I didn't have solid proof. He had been controlling, isolating me from my friends, and manipulating me into thinking he was the only person I could trust. I finally had to leave him, even though it took multiple tries before I was able to do it. I moved on, started dating someone else, and eventually found a wonderful guy who became my husband. I told him about what had happened, but by then, I was emotionally distant enough from it all that it didn't affect me as much as it once had. I thought the past was behind me, but then last year, it started again. I had a new phone, new number, new everything. I had blocked anyone associated with my ex, and I trusted the people around me not to hand out my number. But somehow, it started happening again. The texts came in, always when I was with my husband. They were meant to cause problems, insinuating that I had been cheating on him. My husband and I knew something wasn't right, so we decided to make another police report and list my ex as a suspect. This time, I was serious. I was ready to take legal action. The detective tried to contact my ex, but he was never able to reach him. After that, the calls and texts stopped. I couldn't believe it. It was over. I was lucky that this time, I had someone who believed me, who helped me get through it. I still don't have proof that it was him, but the fact that the harassment stopped once the police got involved tells me everything I need to know. When I think back on everything now, it's hard to fully understand just how manipulative and messed up my ex was. I never really thought about how he might have been stalking me, or how it all seemed like part of some plan. I was so young, and I trusted him in ways I never should have. Now, I'm just grateful it's behind me. I've moved on, and I'm finally at peace with it all. But I'll never forget the fear, the anxiety, and the confusion. I was harassed for years, and in the end, the person I trusted the most was the one who hurt me the most. I had been living in my first apartment alone for just about 2 weeks when everything started to feel wrong. The apartment was in a rundown building that had seen better days, but it was affordable, which is exactly why I ended up there. I wasn't expecting luxury. It was a basement apartment, which meant cheap rent and a sense of being tucked away from the world. The windows were right at ground level, and the view was just enough to see legs and shoes walk by on the sidewalk. In a way, it felt private, and I liked that. I could sit by the window and gaze out without worrying too much about anyone looking in. Or so I thought. The apartment had 2 bedrooms. I slept in one, keeping the blinds closed at night. The other room, however, was the one I hadn't yet bothered to furnish. It was empty except for some boxes I hadn't unpacked yet. There was also noticeable water damage on the wall under the window, and because of that, I kept the blinds in that room fully up during the day, hoping that letting in sunlight would help it dry out before the maintenance crew got around to fixing it. Everything was normal for the first few days. I'd work, I'd come home, eat some frozen food, watch a few shows, and go to sleep. But one night, everything changed. I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding in my chest, and my mind instantly alert. It wasn't like I'd been dreaming or gradually waking up from a peaceful sleep. It felt more like someone had just flipped a switch in my brain, and I was wide awake, fully aware of everything around me. I stared at the ceiling for a moment, trying to understand why I felt so uneasy. The air felt thick with tension, and I could feel every single nerve in my body on edge. I reached over to check my phone. It was 4:02 a.m. I tried to settle back down, convincing myself that it was just one of those nights when you wake up and can't fall back asleep. But as I lay there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something was out of place, and I couldn't figure out what it was. I turned my head slightly to look at the window. The blinds were closed, and everything seemed calm. But then I froze. A large, dark shadow appeared against the blinds. It wasn't just a shape. This was a clear figure, standing outside my window, casting a dark silhouette in the dim moonlight. The shadow held a flashlight, and I could see the beam moving slowly across the ground, scanning back and forth. The beam shifted up towards the window, and for a split second, I thought the person might look directly in. My breath caught in my throat. I could see nothing but the figure, tall, with a broad build, wearing what looked like heavy boots. They had keys hanging from their belt that jingled every time they moved. I stayed as still as possible, terrified to make a sound. I knew I couldn't just lie there and hope it would go away. I had to figure out what was going on. My mind raced, and a surge of panic hit me like a freight train. Was someone trying to break into my apartment? Or worse, was this some kind of stalker? I quietly pulled the covers off and moved slowly toward the other bedroom. My heart was pounding so loudly I could barely hear anything else. I reached the doorway, trying to make as little noise as possible, and peered around the corner. I could see the person standing near the window of the other room. They were scanning the floor of my bedroom with the flashlight, moving methodically back and forth. My spoon. This wasn't just someone passing by. This was someone intentionally looking into my apartment. My immediate thought was that this was it. I was alone, in a basement apartment, with a complete stranger outside my window, and I had no way of knowing their intentions. I quickly grabbed a small hunting knife that I kept by my bed. Useless, I knew, against a grown man with malicious intent, but it was all I had. My adrenaline was sky high, and my hands shook as I clutched the knife. I couldn't let this person break in. I had to protect myself. As I stood there, trying to keep my breathing quiet and my heart from beating out of my chest, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I flinched, startled by the sudden noise, but quickly grabbed it. It was a message from a friend of mine who worked in the police force. "What's going on at your apartment?" it read. I stared at the message, confused. Was she checking on me? Did she know something I didn't? I typed back quickly, my fingers shaking. "I think someone's outside my window." I waited for what felt like an eternity, staring at the person outside, who was still scanning my bedroom with the flashlight. My grip on the knife tightened. This was really happening. Just as I was about to respond with more details, the figure outside the window slowly began to move away, walking towards the side of the building. I exhaled a breath I didn't realize I was holding, but my body was still tense, waiting for the next move. Not a minute passed before my phone buzzed again. It was a response from my friend. "Stay calm, I'll check on it." Before I could even think about how to react, there was a loud, forceful knock on my front door. It startled me so badly that I nearly dropped the knife. My heart skipped a beat. Who could that be at this hour? I didn't move for a moment, too scared to even breathe. Then, I heard the knock again, louder this time. Whoever it was wasn't going to stop. Panic gripped me. I didn't have a peephole, and the only lock on my door was a deadbolt. I quickly pulled on a pair of slippers, trying to steady my breath. I had to know who it was before I opened the door. I stood as silently as I could, holding my breath, hoping I would hear a voice or some kind of clue that would help me decide whether I should open the door or not. Then, I heard a soft voice from the other side. "It's the police." My heart sank. I didn't trust it for a second. I had just been staring at someone trying to break into my apartment, and now the police were here, knocking at my door in the middle of the night. It felt like a setup. My mind raced as I thought of all the worst-case scenarios. Was this some kind of trap? I was terrified. If it was really the police, they would understand if I didn't open the door right away. Wouldn't they? I stood there silently, weighing my options, then the voice came again, more urgently. "You're not in trouble. Please just open the door." I wasn't sure what to think. My pulse pounded in my ears, but I finally decided to crack open the door, just a sliver, in case I needed to slam it shut at any moment. I peeked through the gap and saw two uniformed police officers standing there. One was at the bottom of the stairs, and the other was closer, at the top. I could see their expressions. One officer seemed genuinely apologetic, the other looked a little embarrassed. They must have seen the knife in my hand, still clenched tightly in my fingers, because one of them quickly stepped back. "Sorry, ma'am," the officer closest to me said. "We're the ones who were looking in your windows." I stared at him, stunned, trying to process what was happening. What did he mean? They were the ones. The same police officers who had scared me half to death? "We thought someone had broken in," the other officer added. "There was a mix-up with an apartment. Someone got drunk, lost their keys, and accidentally broke into the wrong apartment. We thought it was yours." I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. "So, you were looking in my window?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Yes, ma'am. We apologize. It was a misunderstanding. We were trying to figure out where the break-in occurred, and when we saw your window wide open, we assumed it was yours." The adrenaline rush finally broke, and I felt a tear slip down my cheek. I didn't even realize I'd been holding back the tears until that moment. I had been ready to fight someone off, but instead, it was the police, and they had been trying to help, just not in the way I expected. I couldn't even form the words to tell them how scared I had been. I just nodded and closed the door, leaning against it, my hands still shaking. I didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or scream. My mind was still trying to catch up with what had just happened. The next day, I got the full story from my friend who had been texting me. The drunk resident had thought he was going into his own apartment, and when he couldn't get in, he started wandering around outside, trying to find another way in. The police had mistakenly thought it was my apartment he was trying to break into. In the end, I laughed about it. I was scared out of my mind, but at least no one had actually been trying to hurt me. It was just a dumb mistake. But it didn't make that night any less terrifying. Now, when I look back, I realize that fear is an odd thing. It makes you do things you never thought you would. And in the end, all I wanted was to feel safe in my own home. But I did feel safe again, eventually. My friend checked in on me more often after that, and I kept the blinds down for good measure. It was an experience I wouldn't forget anytime soon. I never thought I'd be scared by the very people I was supposed to trust to protect me, but in a weird way, I was just glad it was all over. And of course, I never left my windows wide open again. My cousin and his family had been living in their home for about 5 years by the time this happened. They'd bought the house shortly after their wedding, settling in right when their son was born. It was a quiet suburban neighborhood, the kind where everyone waved hello as they passed by, and no one locked their doors unless they were heading out of town. My cousin Tim worked as a contractor and often left early for work, while his wife, Sarah, stayed home with their infant son, Noah. They had a routine, and it was easy to feel comfortable in their little world. But that morning, everything changed. Sarah had left the house earlier that day, like every other morning, to drop Noah off at daycare. It was a typical chilly fall morning, the sun still hiding behind a thin layer of clouds. After she got back to the house, she realized she had left her phone on the kitchen counter. It wasn't uncommon for her to forget it, but it was still frustrating, and she needed to grab it before she left for work. Tim had already left hours ago, and Noah was with the sitter, so she thought it would be quick. She parked in the driveway, the gravel crunching under the tires, and went inside. The house was quiet, the way it always was when Tim wasn't there. She stepped into the entryway, and as she moved down the hall, she suddenly froze. The attic ladder was down, fully extended. Sarah stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. The ladder, which was usually stowed neatly away, had been pulled down and was now hanging in the middle of the hallway, blocking her path. Her breath caught in her throat as she stood there, trying to convince herself it was nothing. Maybe Tim had gotten something out of the attic and hadn't bothered to put the ladder away. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized it didn't make sense. Tim had left for work hours ago. He would never have left the ladder down. The attic wasn't used for anything, really, just some old boxes of seasonal decorations and old furniture they hadn't gotten around to donating. She took a cautious step forward, then another. Her heart began to pound. She thought she heard something, maybe a creak, but it was hard to tell. Everything felt off. Sarah wasn't the type to scare easily, but there was something about that ladder, the way it hung there, as though someone had left it down intentionally, that made her uneasy. After a long pause, she slowly backed away, her eyes never leaving the attic ladder. There was no way she was going to go up there. She knew something was wrong, and she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Without thinking, she turned and walked out of the house, her pulse racing in her ears. The cool morning air hit her like a slap in the face, but it didn't calm her down. She quickly got into her car and drove around the block, trying to clear her head. But she couldn't. Her gut was telling her something was wrong. The ladder hadn't been the only thing that had felt off. There was something about the silence in the house, too. It was too quiet, like the house had been holding its breath. She couldn't wait any longer. She called the police. The officers arrived within minutes, but by the time they'd started their investigation, Sarah was already starting to regret her decision. Maybe she was overreacting. Maybe there was a simple explanation. But when the officers began their search of the house, they started to find things that didn't make sense either. They checked the attic first. The ladder was still down, just as Sarah had left it. But when they climbed up into the attic, they found something unexpected. It wasn't just boxes and old furniture up there. There was something else. A small, hidden compartment had been built into the wall, and inside, they found a device, one that looked like a short-range transmitter. It was connected to several cameras hidden throughout the house. One above the shower light, another inside the ceiling fan above their bed, and one more discreetly placed in the nursery, right next to Noah's crib. The officers were quiet as they examined the setup. They found wiring running through the walls, the ceiling, and the floorboards. It wasn't just one camera. There were several. The house had been turned into a little surveillance station. It wasn't long before they traced the signal from the transmitter to a nearby location. The officers quickly left to investigate, and Sarah, feeling more than a little dizzy at this point, was left standing in the entryway. She wanted to be sick, to scream, but she couldn't. She just stood there, numb. The police came back an hour later, their faces grim. They had found the source of the signals. It was the house of their neighbor, a man named Greg. He lived a few houses down and had been given a key to the house by the previous owners. At first, no one had thought much of it. It was a friendly gesture, after all. But when the police knocked on Greg's door, he didn't answer. They didn't have to wait long. They found his car parked in the driveway, and through the window, they could see him sitting at his desk, staring at the computer screen. When the officers knocked again, this time more forcefully, he opened the door. Greg didn't say anything at first. He just looked at them with a kind of blank expression, like he had no idea what they were talking about. But when they showed him the transmitter, he immediately broke down. Greg had been spying on Tim and Sarah for years. He'd known their schedule, their routines, their every move. He'd watched them from his house, through hidden cameras, as if their lives were nothing more than a game to him. He'd been doing it for so long that he'd even gone as far as to install new cameras and update his equipment when needed, right under their noses. The attic ladder, the one Sarah had found, had been left down the day she walked in on him. He'd been caught off guard, leaving just as she walked into the house. Sarah felt a cold sweat drip down her back as the truth sank in. This man, their neighbor, had been watching them for years, knowing everything about their lives and feeling no remorse for it. And the worst part, he had been watching Noah, their baby boy, as well. The police arrested Greg, and when they searched his house, they found more equipment, more hidden cameras, more devices. It was clear he had been obsessed. The authorities questioned him, but he showed no signs of remorse. He simply seemed baffled that anyone would care about what he'd done. To him, it was just harmless curiosity. But to Sarah and Tim, it was a violation, a complete destruction of their sense of safety and privacy. It took time for them to recover. The trust that had once been a solid foundation of their marriage was shaken. Tim was angry, but he also felt a deep sense of guilt that he hadn't noticed anything sooner. And Sarah, she couldn't shake the image of the attic ladder. The thought that someone had been so close, so deep inside their lives, left her feeling exposed and vulnerable. They moved shortly after the investigation, finding a new home where they could start fresh. But the memories of that day never really left them. Every once in a while, Sarah would find herself glancing up at the attic in their new house, just to make sure the ladder wasn't hanging down, waiting for her to walk into it. Even years later, she'd catch herself looking over her shoulder when she stepped outside, as if she could still feel the weight of someone's gaze on her. What happened to Greg? The police never found any motive. He was charged with invasion of privacy, stalking, and several other crimes, but the damage was done. To this day, Sarah can't forget how it felt to walk into her own home and realize that someone had been watching them all along. They had thought they were safe in their own house, but sometimes safety is something you can never take for granted. It was a normal weekend, or at least it was supposed to be. My parents had gone out of town for a few days, leaving me home alone. At first, it felt pretty liberating. I was a teenager, so being on my own in the house felt like a small taste of freedom. I stayed up later than usual, watching TV in my parents' room because it had the biggest screen and a comfy bed. I wasn't much of a night person, but I just started watching a new show that had me hooked, and I figured I'd watch a few more episodes before heading to bed. The house was unusually quiet, the kind of silence that makes you start to notice things. Creaks in the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the faint rustling of the wind against the windows. But it was peaceful, and that was what I liked about being alone. There was something calming about the house in the dark, even though it always felt a little bigger when I was by myself. I don't remember exactly when I first felt it, but around 2 a.m., I started getting that strange feeling, the one you get when you're being watched. My skin crawled, and my heart picked up speed. It wasn't a noise or anything that triggered it, just this deep sense of unease. It wasn't the kind of feeling you get when you're just paranoid. It was heavier, like someone was there, but you couldn't hear them. I glanced up, my eyes scanning the room for any signs of movement, but I didn't see anything. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I was home alone, after all. It wasn't like there was anyone else here, but that feeling wouldn't go away. It lingered, sitting like a weight on my chest, pressing me to look in the direction of the hallway. The dim light from the TV screen was the only thing that lit up the house, casting shadows against the walls. And then, as I shifted my gaze, I saw it. At first, I thought it was just my eyes adjusting, that maybe I was imagining things. But then it became clearer. It wasn't a trick of the light, not just a shadow from the furniture or anything like that. It was something else. A figure. A pure black mass in the shape of a man, standing just outside the hallway, perfectly still. I could see it there, framed in the darkness of the hallway, barely visible except for the faint outline that was almost a negative silhouette against the darker black of the hallway. I froze, my eyes locked on it. I had no idea what it was, but I knew one thing. There was something standing there, something I couldn't explain. It didn't move at first, but I could feel it. I was terrified, my heart hammering in my chest. My breath became shallow, and I found it hard to swallow. I just stared back at it. It was as if time had stopped, and all I could do was look at the shadow. My brain was telling me to get up, to run, to do anything, but my body didn't obey. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a few seconds. In that time, 100 thoughts raced through my mind. Was it real? Was it a burglar? Maybe I was just imagining it, but everything about it felt too solid. I couldn't make out any details. No face, no clothes, just the shape. The outline was distinct enough to see that it was man-shaped, but there were no features, no texture, nothing. It felt like it was made from the darkness itself, like it was the absence of light, taking on the shape of a person. Then, without warning, it moved. Slowly, almost casually, it turned its head and started walking down the hall. I couldn't move. My eyes followed it, my body rigid as I sat frozen on the bed. It wasn't quick, but it wasn't slow either. It seemed deliberate, almost confident. As it walked away, the heavy, terrifying presence seemed to fade, but only slightly. It still lingered in the back of my mind. I didn't breathe again until it was completely out of view, and even then, I still felt the weight of it, like I was being hunted by something unseen. A few seconds later, I heard it, a loud crash that echoed through the house. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. I was too scared to move, too terrified to even go check what it was. My hands were clammy, my heart thudding in my ears. I immediately grabbed the remote and turned the TV to the Disney Channel. It was bright and cheerful, but the mindless cartoons were the only thing that could ease my nerves. I tried to focus on them, tried to make myself believe that everything was fine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I stayed awake for what felt like hours, the TV running in the background, trying to block out the fear that was still gnawing at me. I didn't sleep at all that night. My eyes kept flicking to the hallway, expecting to see the shape again, but nothing came. I finally drifted off into an exhausted sleep, but even then, I wasn't fully at ease. My dreams were filled with shadows, with strange shapes moving in the dark. Every time I woke up in the night, I would glance toward the hallway, half expecting to see that figure still standing there waiting. When I woke up in the morning, the light from the rising sun was already creeping through the windows. I felt a little better, but still uneasy. I figured that whatever had happened last night was just a figment of my imagination, or maybe a weird half-dream. I got up, trying to push the memory of the shadow out of my mind. I needed to go to the bathroom, so I walked down the hall, still a little groggy from the restless night. That's when I noticed it. At the end of the hall, just outside the bathroom, there was a mirror on the floor. It wasn't there the night before, and it wasn't supposed to be. It had been hanging on the wall, near the bathroom door, but now it was shattered into pieces, the glass scattered across the floor. The frame was cracked, hanging lopsided as if it had been ripped from the wall. I stood there, staring at it, my stomach sinking. I don't know how it fell. I don't know if it had been the figure from last night, or if something else had caused it. I didn't hear any more crashes after I'd heard that first one, so it wasn't like it had fallen while I was awake. But the way the glass was shattered and scattered, the way it seemed so deliberate, sent a chill down my spine. It felt like everything that happened last night was real. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know if I should tell anyone. I went back to the room, my mind racing. I wasn't sure what I had seen the night before. It didn't feel like a nightmare. But then, what could it have been? I couldn't explain it. I still can't. It wasn't a person. It wasn't an animal. It was something else entirely, something that didn't fit anywhere in my understanding of the world. And it wasn't something I could tell my family about. They wouldn't believe me. They never did. The weird part is, after that morning, things went back to normal, or at least as normal as they could. I didn't tell my parents about the broken mirror because I knew they'd just think I was imagining things. And they never mentioned it either. It was like it never happened, like no one had noticed anything strange. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I can't forget it. I still don't have an explanation for what happened that night. But the one thing I'm sure of is that I wasn't alone in the house. Whether it was a person, a shadow, or something else, I'll never know. But I'll never forget the way it looked at me, the way it moved, and the way it made me feel. I don't stay home alone anymore, not after that night. And every time I walk down that hallway, I can't help but glance at the spot where the mirror had been, wondering if the shadow will return. When I was 4 years old, my father, my stepmother, and my baby brother died in a car accident on Highway 84, somewhere between Lubbock and Abilene, in West Texas. It's strange to even say it like that, like it's just a fact that's part of my life, because for a long time, it barely felt real to me. I didn't remember any of them. My parents had split up before I was old enough to form solid memories, and after the divorce, my father's visits had been spaced out and sporadic. I don't remember his voice, the way he looked at me, what it felt like when he picked me up. I didn't even remember the baby brother they had together, or my stepmother's laugh or her touch. All I knew about them was what people told me in bits and pieces growing up. The accident happened on a long, empty stretch of Highway 84. If you've ever driven that road, you know it feels like it goes on forever. Flat plains, a few lonely houses, some brittle trees leaning against the wind, nothing but the road and the big, open sky. They had been driving from Albuquerque to Houston to pick me up for a few months of visitation. They never made it. They stopped on the shoulder to check on my baby brother, who was crying and having a fit in the back seat. They never saw the semi-truck coming. The truck driver had been on the road too long, pushing through his exhaustion to make his delivery. Maybe he thought he could go just a little bit further. Maybe he didn't even realize how tired he was. He veered off the road, hit their car full force at around 70 miles per hour, going downhill. There was no time to move, no time to react. It was all over in seconds. The car caught fire after the collision. No one inside made it out. Only the truck driver survived. Growing up, people treated the story like something fragile, like I was too young to hear it properly, or too delicate to carry the weight of it. I would overhear bits and pieces, whispered conversations, words caught in the middle of a sentence when I walked into the room. As I got older, the story filled itself in. But it stayed distant, like hearing about something that happened to someone else, a shadow hovering on the edge of my life that I never dared to look at directly. By the time I was in college, I had learned how to live with it. It wasn't something I talked about much. It wasn't something I even thought about very often. It was just a fact about me, like the color of my eyes or the place I was born. A silent absence. I ended up attending Texas Tech in Lubbock. It wasn't intentional, not some sentimental choice. It was affordable. It had my program. It made sense. But it meant that a few times a year, whenever I made the drive back and forth between Lubbock and DFW, I would pass right by the place where it happened. I didn't know exactly where the accident had been. I just knew it was somewhere along that endless stretch. And every time I drove that road, there was a point, somewhere past Sweetwater but before Post, where a strange heaviness would settle over me. I would grip the steering wheel a little tighter. My chest would feel tighter. It was like something in the air shifted, but there were no signs, no markers, no way to know if I was passing the exact spot, or if it was still miles ahead or already behind me. It wasn't until my third year at Tech that I decided to really look into it. I don't even know what made me do it. Maybe it was a late night spent scrolling the internet. Maybe it was the quiet nagging of a curiosity I had been ignoring for too long. I typed what little I knew into the search bar. Highway 84, Lubbock, Abilene, car accident, late 90s semi-truck. It took a while, but I found something. There was an old article, not from a big newspaper, but from a smaller local outlet. A report of the accident. A young family traveling from New Mexico to Texas. Stopped on the side of the road. Hit by a truck. No survivors in the car. It was surreal, reading about my own family like that, reduced to a paragraph. No names, just facts. But there was something else, too. A forum post. Some discussion board buried deep in the internet. Someone claiming they had seen the crash. They lived in a small house near the highway, not far from the scene. They had called for help after seeing the smoke and flames. And they wrote something strange, that in the years afterward, they and others had sometimes seen a family walking along the side of the highway. A man, a woman, a small child. walking and walking, always moving but never getting closer to anywhere. They wrote about how they could see them out their windows sometimes, just figures along the shoulder, almost like a mirage. And every time, by the time they looked twice, they would be gone. Not ghosts, exactly, just memories caught on the side of the road. I didn't know how to process that. I sat at my desk for a long time just staring at the screen. My heart felt like it was breaking open in a way I hadn't expected. I didn't even know them. I didn't even remember them. But reading that, knowing that they had been so close to picking me up, so close to seeing me, and then gone, it hit me in a way nothing else ever had. It was like feeling the weight of everything I had missed all at once. The hugs I never got, the birthdays they missed, the years and years of growing up without them. I cried that night. Not just a few tears, but the deep, wrenching kind of crying that leaves you feeling hollow and exhausted. I didn't even know who exactly I was mourning. People who were technically family, but strangers in my mind. It was like mourning a life that never had the chance to be. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I made that drive, I paid more attention. I looked at the mile markers, the landmarks, trying to guess where it might have happened. I thought about stopping, about pulling over, and just being there for a minute. But I never did. Not at first. It was a conversation with an older gas station clerk in one of the small towns along the way that finally pushed me to act. I asked casually if he remembered an accident around there from the late 90s involving a semi and a family on the side of the highway. His face changed immediately. He nodded, said it was one of the worst things that had ever happened around there. He pointed roughly to where it had been, a certain stretch a few miles down, near an old, bent fence and a cluster of dying mesquite trees. The next trip, I planned for it. I left early, giving myself time. As I got closer to the area he had described, I slowed down. There wasn't much to see, just the same wide, open land, the same thin strip of asphalt cutting through the emptiness. But when I found the spot, or at least what I thought was the spot, something in me knew. I pulled over onto the shoulder, putting my hazard lights on. I sat there for a long time. I didn't get out right away. I just sat in the car with the engine off, listening to the wind pushing against the windows. In the distance, I could see a small, crumbling house, the roof sagging in the middle, the paint long gone. Maybe that was where the person who had called for help had lived. Maybe not. It didn't matter. Eventually, I got out. The wind was stronger than I expected. It pushed against me as I walked a few steps away from the car. The ground was hard-packed dirt and gravel. A few scrubby weeds struggled up through the cracks. There was no memorial, no flowers, no sign that anything had ever happened there. Just empty land and endless sky. I stood there for a while, feeling small, feeling like a thread stretched back through time, tugging at something I couldn't quite reach. I closed my eyes and tried to picture them, my father, my stepmother, my baby brother. I tried to picture them as real people, not just shadows. I pictured them laughing in the car, talking about the drive, thinking about seeing me soon. I pictured my baby brother fussing in the back seat, my stepmother turning to check on him, my father putting the car in park. Ordinary moments. Tiny moments that no one would have remembered if not for what happened next. I stayed until the sun started to dip lower in the sky, turning everything gold. I didn't say anything out loud. It didn't feel right. But I thought it as hard as I could. I'm here. I remember you. I'm sorry. I hope you're at peace. Then I got back in the car and kept driving. I still pass by that spot sometimes. Every once in a while, when the light hits just right, when the wind shifts a certain way, I feel it again, that weight, that pull. It's not scary. It's not even really sad, not the way it used to be. It's just part of me now, stitched into who I am. I don't look for them. I don't expect to see anything on the side of the highway. But sometimes, when I glance out the window, I imagine them there, not stuck, not lost, but just walking together, a family on a journey, moving forward. And I keep moving too, carrying them with me, in a way that's quieter and heavier and more real than I can explain. When I think back on it now, I don't think of the accident as just a tragedy anymore. I think of the love that made them drive all that way to come get me. The care that made them pull over when the baby needed something. The hope they had for the future, even if they never got to reach it. It's a reminder every time I get behind the wheel, every time I make that drive. Life is fragile. People are fragile. Time slips through your fingers before you even know you're holding it. So now, I make sure to tell the people I love how much they mean to me every chance I get. I slow down when I need to. I pull over if I'm tired. I don't rush through moments thinking there will always be another chance, because sometimes there isn't. And all you have left are the memories you make, and the quiet spaces where you can still feel them if you listen hard enough. It was the summer I turned 7 when my parents decided to send me to live with my grandmother. They had to move to another city for a couple of months for work while waiting for my older brother to finish middle school. I was ecstatic. I didn't fully understand the reasons behind it at the time, but to me, it sounded like the greatest adventure. Grandma's house was big, always full of people, and I knew I'd be spoiled. My parents were busy with their work, and I knew they'd be coming to visit me soon enough, but for now, I was off to Grandma's. Grandma lived in a 2-bedroom house, but the place was never quiet. Her 4 children, my aunts and uncle, still lived there. The house was older, the kind that creaked when you walked through it, and the floorboards were warped in places. The air always smelled faintly of old wood and something earthy, like the house had been standing for ages, collecting the scent of time itself. Grandma had a knack for making it feel warm despite the chill that always seemed to hang in the corners of the rooms. At first, I loved it. I loved the way Grandma would spoil me with sweet treats and extra helpings of whatever food she cooked. I was the youngest, and everything felt more fun when I was there. My cousins were around, and there were so many people that it felt like a big, happy family reunion every day. But there was one thing I couldn't quite figure out. 3 of my aunts and I shared the same bedroom. It wasn't huge, but it had enough space for the 4 of us to cram into with our beds pushed together. My grandma and uncle slept in the living room on a couple of mattresses that were always laid out at night. And then there was my aunt, the one who had a room all to herself. She was schizophrenic. I didn't understand what that meant back then, but I knew she was different from the others. Her name was Aunt Mary, and she spent a lot of time in her room, alone. Grandma never really talked about her illness, but everyone knew. Aunt Mary had been like this for years. She would talk to herself for hours. Sometimes, she would just sit in her room and mumble in a low voice, her words half-formed, sometimes angry, sometimes sad. I didn't know what she was talking about, but it always sounded off, like a conversation no one was meant to hear. I remember her room clearly, small, with old furniture and crayons scattered everywhere. It was like she would get these bursts of energy and start drawing all over the walls, leaving marks and random scribbles behind. Some days, the whole room would be covered in crayon drawings, shapes and colors that didn't make sense. Grandma didn't seem to mind. She would just let Aunt Mary do whatever she wanted, even though the room looked like a mess. For a while, I thought it was all just part of Grandma's way of dealing with things. She wasn't very strict, and sometimes, when Aunt Mary would start talking to herself, Grandma would just sit with her, listening patiently, as if everything was normal. To me, as a kid, it felt like the strangest place in the world, but at the same time, it was oddly comforting. My grandma's house, with all its quirks and eccentricities, was still home to me. But as time went on, I began to feel more and more uneasy about my aunt. At first, I thought she was just weird, and maybe I wasn't supposed to understand. But then, things started to get stranger. I didn't realize at first, but Aunt Mary had a new habit. She started cutting hair. It wasn't anything that happened every day, but every once in a while, I would notice one of my aunts or cousins coming out of her room with their hair a little shorter than it had been before. At first, it was just the odd stray strand, but soon it started happening more often. Aunt Mary would come out of her room and smile, her fingers stained with hair dye or bits of cut-off locks. She didn't seem to care about it. If anything, it made her happy. But it made the rest of us uncomfortable. She would sit there, quietly, scissors in hand, and stare at whoever was closest, as if waiting for them to fall asleep or be distracted. I started to notice the way she would look at me too. Her eyes had this far-off expression, like she wasn't really seeing anything in front of her. She would often come into the room where my cousins and I slept and just stand in the doorway, watching us. It was eerie, like she was trying to figure something out or waiting for an opportunity. I never said anything, but I always felt her presence lingering in the shadows of the room. It was one of those nights that changed everything. I woke up in the middle of the night, my body stiff and cold, my blanket tangled around me. I could hear something soft and rhythmic, the sound of breathing. For a moment, I thought it was just my aunt or cousins in their sleep, but as I blinked and tried to adjust to the darkness, I realized something was off. The breathing wasn't normal. It was uneven, almost labored, and it was coming from beside me. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest, and in the dim moonlight that filtered through the window, I saw her. Aunt Mary was standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes wide open, staring at me. She was holding something in her hand, something small and metallic. I couldn't make it out at first, but then I saw the scissors. She was holding the scissors, her fingers gripping them tightly, and she was staring down at me with a strange expression. I could see her lips moving, but I couldn't hear anything. Her face was pale in the moonlight, and her breathing was erratic. She was so still, I thought for a moment that I had imagined it, that maybe I was still half asleep. But then she took a step closer, and I could see the scissors glint in the low light. I froze. For a second, I didn't know what to do. My mind raced, trying to process what was happening. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. She had that look in her eyes, the kind of look that made your stomach turn. I didn't know if she was fully aware of what she was doing, but I could feel the danger. I could feel the chill of the scissors too close to my neck. My breath caught in my throat as she leaned in, still staring at me. I was paralyzed, my body unwilling to move, unwilling to speak. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even breathe. Everything inside me told me to run, but I couldn't. She was too close. Her presence filled the room like a dark cloud, and I couldn't escape it. Then, just as quickly as she had appeared, Aunt Mary backed away. It was like something snapped her out of it. She turned slowly and left the room without saying a word. The scissors were still in her hand, but she was moving like a sleepwalker, unaware of what had just happened. I lay there in bed, my heart racing, my mind in a daze. I don't know how long I stayed awake, but eventually, I must have fallen back asleep, exhausted from the shock. The next morning, I pretended nothing had happened. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't even know what to say. It was too strange, too frightening to even put into words. But that night, when my parents showed up to pick me up, I didn't argue. I didn't resist. I was ready to leave. I knew it wasn't a place for me anymore, and I couldn't stay another minute. When my parents picked me up, they could tell something had happened, something I wasn't talking about. They didn't push me, though. I think they knew I'd tell them when I was ready. And that was the last time I ever stayed with my grandma. We moved to an old house in the city. It was even older than Grandma's, and it felt like it was falling apart. The worst part, earthworms started coming up from the drains at night. At first, it was just a few squirming their way out of the shower drain. But it didn't stop there. Every night, more and more of them appeared. The air smelled musty, and the floorboards creaked under our weight. It wasn't much better than the nightmare I had left behind. Still, I was safer. I was far from Aunt Mary's scissors and the strange world she lived in. I was standing at the train station, the usual feeling of impatience settling in as I glanced at the digital clock on the platform. It was almost midnight, and the station was quiet. The streetlights flickered slightly, casting long shadows across the platform. I could hear the faint hum of traffic in the distance, but everything else seemed to be muffled by the cold, empty air. The stillness felt strange, almost eerie, as though the entire world had slipped into some kind of surreal silence. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, rubbing my hands together to warm them, looking down at my phone to pass the time. The train wasn't scheduled to arrive for another 15 minutes, so I stood there, half watching the clock, half lost in thought. The platform wasn't completely empty. There were a few people scattered here and there, some of them sitting on the benches, others pacing around, but there was a sense of emptiness that only comes with being at a late-hour station. My train was supposed to be the last of the night, and it always felt strange, as though it was the last link to the outside world before everything went dark. As I waited, I noticed a figure approaching from the far end of the platform. At first, I didn't pay much attention, just a person walking toward me. But then something about the way he moved caught my attention. He was tall, unusually tall. As he got closer, I could make out the details of his appearance. He was carrying a large suitcase, his arms struggling to keep hold of it. The suitcase was odd, though. It didn't look like the usual luggage you'd see at a station. It was bulky, almost misshapen, and seemed far heavier than it should have been. I watched as he came closer, the suitcase swaying with every step. But what made my stomach turn was that the suitcase wasn't just heavy, it was leaking something thick and dark. At first, I thought it might have been water, but the liquid was too dark and viscous. It glistened in the dim light of the station, pooling slightly around the base of the suitcase with each step he took. The man didn't seem to notice, or didn't care. I stood frozen, my heart beginning to race. There was something off about him. The way he walked was unsteady, like he was drunk or maybe even high. His gait was jerky, and his grip on the suitcase seemed to be slipping more with each step, as if the weight was too much for him. His clothes were torn in several places, dirt smeared across his face and hands, and there were cuts on his forearms. As he got closer, the sharp smell of something foul hit me, and I instinctively stepped back a few feet. I tried not to look at the suitcase too closely, but my mind wouldn't stop racing with thoughts of what could be inside. When he was only a few feet away, he suddenly stopped in front of me. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, locked onto mine. His face was pale, almost sickly looking, and his lips parted as he muttered something under his breath. His voice was low, rough, like he was struggling to form words. There was an aggression in his tone that sent a chill down my spine. "Take the bag," he ordered. His voice was slurred, and the words came out in a strange jumble, but it was clear enough. I stood there, staring at him, not sure how to respond. My mouth went dry, and my heart was pounding in my chest. I glanced quickly at the suitcase, the thick liquid pooling on the ground, and then back at him. My instincts told me to get away, but I didn't know what to do. I couldn't take the bag, but I didn't want to anger him either. "Sorry," I managed to say, my voice shaky. I took a small step backward, still unsure whether to walk away or try to talk to him. But then, something about the way he looked at me, the look in his eyes, made me want to keep my distance even more. I turned, deciding to step away slowly. My mind was racing, and I tried not to look back at the man as I made my way toward the end of the platform, closer to where the train would be pulling in. I could feel his gaze on my back as I walked, but I didn't dare to look over my shoulder. Just as I reached the platform's edge, I heard the sound of his footsteps behind me. I quickened my pace, trying to get away from him. But no matter how fast I walked, I could hear him getting closer. The sound of his heavy boots echoed against the concrete. He was following me. I kept my eyes trained ahead, focusing on the approaching train's lights in the distance. I hoped it would arrive soon, but the closer it got, the more I felt a creeping sense of panic in my chest. The tall man was still behind me, his footsteps getting louder. I could hear him mumbling to himself, the words slurring and indistinct, but the tone was unmistakable. He was agitated, frustrated. My pulse quickened. I could feel the weight of his presence, like a dark cloud hanging just behind me. I glanced back over my shoulder for a brief moment. He was still there, standing just a few feet behind me. His eyes locked onto mine again, and his mouth moved, but no words came out. He was grinning, a strange, unsettling grin that sent a shiver down my spine. The train was getting closer, the sound of its wheels on the track growing louder. I quickened my pace, my steps echoing against the platform. The tall man kept following me, his own steps matching mine in an eerie rhythm. I could see the train now, the lights gleaming in the distance. The platform was starting to fill with other passengers, and I felt a momentary sense of relief. At least I wasn't alone. But then the man spoke again, his voice a garbled mess of words that I couldn't make out. He was still coming toward me, still closing the distance. I reached the edge of the platform just as the train pulled in, the doors opening with a hiss. Without thinking, I stepped inside, the door closing behind me almost instantly. I pressed myself against the window, watching as the tall man stood outside, just a few feet away. He was still pointing at me, his face twisted in anger. He continued to shout, though the words were nothing more than garbled noise. His hands pounded against the glass, a dull thud that sent a jolt of panic through me. His eyes were wide with something, frustration, rage, maybe even desperation. He was yelling now, his face pressed against the glass, eyes locked onto mine. I felt a sense of relief wash over me as the train slowly began to move, pulling away from the platform. But just as the distance between us grew, I saw him slam his fist against the window. The impact sent a sharp noise through the train, and I flinched, my heart racing. His face was still pressed to the glass, and even though the train was moving, his gaze never left mine. The train's motion started to carry me away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I looked around at the other passengers, but none of them seemed to notice or care. They were all engrossed in their phones, reading newspapers, or staring off into space. I was the only one who seemed to be caught in the moment of pure, unfiltered fear. The man's image was still burned into my mind. His angry face, the suitcase leaking that dark liquid, the unsettling look in his eyes. It felt like a nightmare, but it was real. Too real. I tried to steady my breathing, but the lingering sense of unease didn't fade. I couldn't stop thinking about what could have been in that suitcase. The cuts on his arms, the dirt on his face, the strange way he moved, it didn't add up. I knew I had barely escaped a potentially dangerous situation, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. The train continued to pull away, and the tall man grew smaller in the distance. Eventually, he disappeared from view entirely, but the memory of him lingered. The feeling of dread and fear that had taken root in me wouldn't go away. It wasn't until I reached my stop and stepped off the train that I finally felt a sense of release, though the unease still clung to me like a second skin. It was a relief to finally be free of the strange man and the odd encounter, but I knew I'd never forget the terror I felt that night. The tall man, the suitcase, the dark liquid, it all felt like a warning, something I couldn't quite understand but couldn't ignore. We lived in a house in Thailand that I can still remember clearly, even though it was years ago. I was about 10 years old at the time, and my younger sister and I shared a room. The house had this weird vibe to it, something that just felt off, but back then I couldn't put my finger on it. Looking back now, I realized there were things I should have noticed sooner. Our room was upstairs, separated from the rest of the house by a small Jack and Jill bathroom. On the other side of that bathroom was another room, an empty one that my parents said we weren't allowed to go into. I don't know why, they never explained. They'd say things like, "Don't go in there, it's just storage." But I could tell there was something about it they didn't want us to know. It was always locked, and the smell of dust and stale air would hit you when you passed by. But what really got to us was what happened when we were downstairs, or even when we were in our room at night. We had a maid who would come and clean the house. I didn't like her much. She was always yelling at me and my sister for the smallest things. "Turn off the ceiling fan. Don't leave the lights on." She would get upset if we didn't do exactly what she wanted, even though we were just kids. The ceiling fan thing was the worst. She'd scream at us for it, even though we didn't see the big deal. We were just trying to sleep and stay cool. But she'd always make a huge fuss over it, telling us that it wasn't good to leave it on all night. Still, we didn't mind it too much. We had bigger things to worry about. There were noises that didn't make sense. I don't know if anyone else in the house ever heard them, but my sister and I sure did. At night, when we were in bed, we would hear what sounded like kids running around in that room behind the bathroom, the one that we weren't allowed to enter. Sometimes it was the sound of bouncing balls, sometimes the sound of laughing, just the kind of sounds you'd expect from kids playing. But it was strange. It wasn't just the kind of thing you'd hear in the distance, like a neighbor's kids. No, this was right next to us, as if they were in that room, right behind the wall. It used to drive me crazy because no matter what time it was, we'd hear it. And it was always coming from that room. I'd tell my sister, "Did you hear that?" And she'd nod, eyes wide, not needing to say a word. It was like we both knew something was off, but neither of us wanted to admit it. We never dared go into that room, even though we were curious. We just stayed in our own room, waiting for the sounds to stop. And they didn't. One night, my sister and I invited a friend over for a sleepover. We were excited, staying up late, giggling and talking. We decided to set up blanket tents in that empty room, the one with the locked door. We pulled our sleeping bags into the room, stacked the blankets on the floor, and made a little fort. It seemed harmless enough at the time, but I should have known better. The room had this thick air in it, like it hadn't been touched in a long time. It was cold, but we didn't think much of it. We turned off the lights, the only light coming from the moon through the window. The walls seemed so close around us, and we were having fun just chatting about silly things, but then we heard it, scratching. It was faint at first, like something, or someone, was running their nails against the wall. My heart stopped. I looked at my sister, and she was staring wide-eyed at the same wall. We didn't say anything. We just froze. The scratching went on for a few more seconds, and then it stopped. But the silence that followed was just as eerie. We didn't know what to do. We stayed still, holding our breaths, not even daring to make a sound. And then, without warning, the armoire in the corner of the room, an old, heavy wooden wardrobe, suddenly creaked. The doors opened by themselves. Slowly, at first, then with a sharp screech that echoed through the room. I didn't know if I could breathe or scream. My friend was already standing, looking terrified. My sister and I both bolted out of that room so fast I didn't even stop to grab my shoes. We ran down the stairs and outside into the yard, the cool night air hitting me in the face, but it didn't feel like it helped. We stood in the yard for a while, not knowing what to do. We never went back in that room again after that night. The next morning, I was hoping it was just a bad dream, but the fear I felt was still there. My sister and I didn't talk much about it, but I could tell she was just as scared as I was. We decided to ask the maid about it, trying to get her to explain why she kept yelling at us about the ceiling fan, and if she knew anything about the noises we heard. Her reaction was strange. She didn't even look at us when we asked her. She just muttered something under her breath in Thai, and told us it wasn't good to be messing around in that room. She didn't explain why, though. She just told us to stay out of it. Later on, we found out that the land behind our house led to a swamp. It wasn't something you'd notice unless you were looking for it. The locals told us that it wasn't just any swamp, that it had a dark history. They said that people used to dump their babies there. I didn't understand it at the time, but as I grew older, I started to piece things together. That swamp was right behind our house, not far from the backyard fence. It was an old, overgrown part of the land that nobody went near. I wondered if that was why the house felt so strange. If it was the place where people had done terrible things. Maybe the noises in the room weren't from anything as simple as kids playing. Maybe there was something deeper, something wrong, something left behind. The more I thought about it, the more it all started to make sense. The sounds we heard at night, the strange atmosphere in the room, the locked door. It wasn't just the house, it was the land. The people who lived there before us. What had they experienced? What had they left behind? It took a long time before I was ready to leave that house. My parents eventually moved us to a new place, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that followed me for years. The memories of that house stayed with me long after we left. I never told my parents about what we heard or saw that night. They probably wouldn't have believed us anyway. But I knew deep down that something wasn't right with that house. Something dark and unsettling had been there long before we arrived, and it left its mark on me. Years later, when I was old enough to understand more, I asked the locals about the swamp again. They told me that the stories were true. Babies, unwanted, were left to die there. And the more I learned, the more I realized that those sounds we heard, the feeling in that room, it was all connected. It was something old, something tragic that had been tied to the land for generations. And we had lived right in the middle of it, oblivious. Maybe it was just the swamp. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But I don't think so. I think that house, that land, was cursed in a way. Not with ghosts or spirits, but with something much darker. Something tied to the land itself, something that never truly left. I used to live in an old house in Toronto with 2 roommates. It wasn't much, but it worked for us at the time. The house was pretty standard, a 2-story with a basement, but it felt a little strange in some ways. We lived on the main floor, while a guy we barely knew stayed in the basement. All I really knew about him was that he was a big gamer and smoked a lot of weed. I never interacted with him much, aside from the occasional "hey" when I bumped into him in the hallway. But there was one thing about him that started to get under my skin, his coughing. At night, when it was quiet, I'd often hear this horrible, deep, hacking cough coming from below. It wasn't just an occasional cough, it sounded like the guy was dying. It started as a soft wheeze, building up into a series of desperate, gasping coughs. It wasn't just annoying, it was unsettling. I'd hear it through the ceiling, faintly at first, but over time it seemed like it was getting louder, more persistent. It sounded like he was choking on something, or worse, like he was struggling to breathe at all. Sometimes it went on for minutes, sometimes longer. It got to the point where I wasn't even sure if he was okay, but I never asked. I didn't want to get involved with him, not beyond the basics. The coughing seemed to come from below my room, but as time passed, I started to notice something odd. It wasn't coming directly from the space underneath me, but from a part of the basement farther out, closer to where the garage was. The sound echoed up through the floorboards. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. It was like there was something going on in that specific part of the basement, a part one had never really seen or paid attention to before. One evening, my roommate and I decided to investigate. We were curious, and honestly, it felt like something wasn't right. We went into the garage, which was attached to the house, and jumped up and down in the corner. The sound of our footsteps thudded hollow beneath us, as if there was a large, empty space below. We stopped and listened. The coughing came through the floor again, louder than ever, as if it was happening directly under us. It made my skin crawl. I had no idea what was in that part of the basement, but I started to get a bad feeling about it. A few weeks later, the guy in the basement moved out. It was an odd situation. He didn't say goodbye, didn't even let us know he was leaving. He just packed up his things and vanished. I didn't care that he was gone. In fact, I felt relieved. We could now move our friend into the basement, who had been looking for a place to stay. It seemed like a good deal for everyone. We were all familiar with each other, and our friend was trustworthy. The day our friend moved in was the first time any of us went down into the basement to see the space for ourselves. I'd never really been down there before. Aside from a few quick trips to grab something from the laundry room, I'd kept my distance. But this time, I wanted to see the part of the basement that had been causing so much noise. I was curious, but also a little apprehensive. We went into the laundry room first, which was right below my room, and that's when we saw it, the red door. It was small, tucked away in a corner, almost like it didn't belong. It looked like an old, heavy door, the kind you'd find in an abandoned building or a forgotten cellar. There was something off about it, something that made me hesitate for a second before pushing it open. My friend, already annoyed with the state of the basement, walked ahead of us, clearly uninterested in the weird room we were about to explore. When the door creaked open, we stepped into a small cement room. The air was thick, musty, and damp, like it hadn't been aired out in years. The walls were stained with mold, the floors covered in old furniture, broken boxes, and piles of trash. It was like a forgotten storage room, with no real purpose. There was no light down there, only the faint glow of a single bulb hanging overhead, flickering every few seconds. The whole place felt suffocating, like it was slowly closing in on you. I glanced around, taking in the dirt and decay. This was where the guy had spent his time, smoking weed every day. It seemed unbelievable. There was no ventilation, no windows. The smell of mold and stale air was overwhelming, and I couldn't help but feel like it was dangerous to be down there for too long. I turned to my friend, who was clearly irritated by the whole situation. He didn't understand why we were so fascinated by this weird room. I couldn't blame him. He had just moved in, and his focus was on settling into the apartment, not exploring the creepy basement. He was already cursing the state of the place, annoyed that the former tenant had left it in such a mess. He didn't seem to care about the strange room at all, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right about it. My gut was telling me that this was more than just a neglected space. Then, my friend mentioned something that made my blood run cold. He casually said that the guy who had lived there before had been gone for 2 weeks already. I froze. 2 weeks. That didn't add up. I had only seen the guy leave a few days ago. He had moved out so quickly that I didn't think to ask any questions, but hearing my friend say that it had been 2 weeks made everything click. The coughing. The horrible, drawn-out coughing that I had been hearing almost every night for who knows how long. It hadn't been him. It had been someone else. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. All this time, I had been hearing that hacking cough, the kind that sounded like someone was fighting for air, and it wasn't even the guy who had lived there. It was someone, or something else. The realization hit me hard, and I felt the urge to get out of that basement as quickly as possible. I didn't know what to make of it, but it didn't feel right. We stood there in the dingy room for a moment, unsure of what to do next. My friend still didn't seem to care much. He was focused on getting his things in order and getting the hell out of that basement. But I couldn't stop thinking about the coughing, the eerie sound that had been haunting me for weeks. It wasn't just paranoia. It was something I had heard with my own ears. It was a noise that didn't belong in that house, something that shouldn't have been there. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My mind kept drifting back to the basement and the strange, neglected room under the garage. I kept hearing the coughing, echoing in my mind. It was like it was still happening, like I could hear it right beneath me. I tried to brush it off as just a figment of my imagination, but the unease kept growing. Something wasn't right in that house. Something had been there long before we moved in, and it wasn't just the guy who had lived in the basement. I never did figure out what had happened in that house. We never spoke about the coughing again, but every time I walked past the laundry room, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was a feeling I couldn't shake, no matter how much I tried to ignore it. I started to avoid the basement, and eventually I moved out of that house, not long after. I couldn't get over the feeling that something had been living in that space, and it wasn't the guy who had moved out. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild, but I couldn't help but wonder if there was something darker, hidden away in that creepy basement. Something that had been there long before we ever arrived. The coughing stopped after I moved out, but I'll never forget the strange, unsettling feeling that place left me with. I don't know what it was, but I'll always remember the sound of that cough echoing up from the basement, long after the guy was gone. It was a regular Thursday evening, and I was on my usual walk to my psychiatrist's office. I was about 12 or 13 years old, and at that age, I was more or less used to the routine of my life. The walk itself wasn't bad. It was a peaceful 30-minute journey that I enjoyed, especially after dark when the streets seemed to quiet down. There was something calming about the stillness of the night, the cool air brushing against my face, and the way the world seemed to move at a slower pace. I wasn't bothered by the darkness. I didn't feel threatened or scared. My neighborhood was quiet, nothing too sketchy about it. My route didn't take me through any dangerous parts of town. It was, in fact, one of the few times I could feel some sense of solitude. That evening, the streetlights flickered overhead as I walked along the sidewalk. I stuck to the side streets, which were always a little less traveled at night. I wasn't the most outgoing kid, and I liked having time to myself. The sound of my shoes tapping against the pavement was the only noise breaking the quiet around me. As I walked, I let my mind wander. I wasn't in a hurry, so I just enjoyed the walk, passing the usual houses, the occasional dog barking behind fences, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. It was about halfway into my walk when I first saw the car. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary at first. A Cadillac, just a regular, run-of-the-mill car, cruising down the street. But then, the people in the car started leaning out of the windows. I could see their faces clearly. They were in their late teens or early 20s, just a group of young people having fun, probably not thinking twice about who they were bothering. The first thing they did was start shouting at me, taunting me. It was the usual kind of stuff, but it felt strange. I'd been walking down this street for years, and I didn't recognize any of them. It wasn't just a casual comment. They were really trying to get under my skin. They jeered at me, making fun of the way I looked, the way I was walking, just throwing insults out the window as they passed by. At first, I tried to ignore them. I kept my head down, my hands shoved in my jacket pockets, and my pace steady. But I could still hear them behind me, even after the car had passed. It was getting to me, though, in a way I didn't like. I just wanted to get to my appointment, and they were making something so simple feel so difficult. I told myself it was just some dumb kids trying to mess with me, nothing to worry about. Then, a couple of minutes passed, and I noticed something unsettling. The same Cadillac came back down the street. This time, they didn't even try to hide their intentions. The people in the car hung out the windows again, shouting louder, making it obvious that they were deliberately focusing on me. I could feel my heart rate pick up a little, but I tried to stay calm. I kept walking. I didn't look at them. I didn't even want to acknowledge them anymore. Maybe they were just messing with me, but it was starting to feel like more than that. A few minutes after that, the same car came around again. I could feel their eyes on me, even before they started taunting me. The insults, the laughter, it was all directed at me. They were circling the block now, deliberately coming back for another round. I started to feel a pit in my stomach. My mind was racing, trying to process what was happening. Why were they doing this? Why me? It wasn't like I knew anyone in that car. I had never seen them before in my life. At that moment, I had a sick feeling in my gut, and I knew something wasn't right. I didn't want to risk being anywhere near them, so when the car turned the corner again, I ducked behind some bushes in someone's front yard, hoping they wouldn't see me. I was practically holding my breath, waiting for the sound of the car's engine to fade. It wasn't long before it came again, but this time, they didn't see me. The car went by, and I could hear it make the turn at the next block. I thought maybe they finally gave up and left. Maybe I had gotten away. But I was wrong. I should have stayed hidden longer. I shouldn't have been so eager to leave the safety of the bushes. As soon as I thought the coast was clear, I stood up, brushed the dirt off my pants, and started walking again, this time at a faster pace. But within moments, I heard the sound of that Cadillac coming again. This time, it wasn't just driving by. They saw me. I could hear them hollering from inside the car, their voices sounding even closer now. They were speeding up, and I knew they were coming for me. Panic set in. My mind raced, and I could feel my legs burning as I picked up the pace, but I knew I wouldn't outrun them. I wasn't stupid. I couldn't keep running forever, and they would catch up with me soon. There was only one thing I could think of: hiding again. I saw an apartment building ahead, so I ran toward it, ducking behind some bushes near the entrance. I tried to slow my breathing, hoping they wouldn't see me. I figured they would eventually give up, but I wasn't sure how long I could keep my cool. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I couldn't stop trembling. Barely a minute later, I heard footsteps approaching. Someone was coming out of the building. I froze. I didn't know what to do. Would they recognize me as a kid who was running from a car full of strangers? Would they be scared, or would they think I was doing something wrong? The man who stepped outside was in his late 30s, early 40s. He wasn't particularly tall, but he was broad-shouldered, and even though he wasn't wearing a shirt, I could tell he was fit. His muscles were well-toned, and he had a serious look on his face. He didn't seem angry, just curious. When he saw me hiding in the bushes, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you doing in there?" I didn't know what to say at first. My mind was racing, but I managed to tell him the truth. How I had been walking to my psychiatrist, how I'd been followed and harassed by a group of people in a car, and how I was hiding because I was scared. He could tell I wasn't lying. My voice shook, and I was sure my face was pale. The man just nodded and seemed to understand immediately. Just as he said something to me, I heard the car coming again. I didn't even have to look. I could hear it clearly now. It pulled right up to the curb in front of the apartment, and I could feel my pulse quicken. The people in the car looked at both me and the man standing by the bushes. I could see that the car wasn't as full as before, but there were still a few people inside. I wasn't sure if they'd recognize the guy with me, but they must have decided not to escalate things. The man, without saying a word, just stared at them. He wasn't threatening, but there was something about the way he looked at them that made it clear he wasn't intimidated. After a few tense moments, one of the people in the car asked me, "You know them?" I shook my head, my voice too shaky to respond clearly. "No," I said, barely above a whisper. That seemed to settle things for a moment, but then 3 of the people in the car got out. They were walking toward me, slow and steady. I could feel my stomach drop. It was like everything was falling apart. They were moving to trap me, cut me off, corner me. I had no idea what their plan was, but it didn't look good. But then, before they could get any closer, the man I was with made a quiet but decisive motion. He stepped closer to me, his posture protective, and the 3 of them stopped in their tracks. They hesitated, then quickly turned around and got back into the car. The car sped off, and I could see the rest of them disappear down the street. For a moment, we just stood there, silent. I looked up at the guy, not sure what to say. He asked if I wanted to stay with him for a while, or if I wanted to go into his apartment until I felt safe enough to leave. But I had made up my mind. I was going to continue to my appointment. I didn't want to be late, and I didn't want to feel like I was running from these people anymore. I thanked him, told him I'd be okay, and started walking again, keeping a careful eye on the street. The man went back into his apartment, and the door closed behind him. I watched it for a moment, wondering if I'd made the right choice. But deep down, I felt like I had. I didn't see that car again. The rest of my walk was quiet, uneventful. I got to my psychiatrist's office, shaken but relieved. I told my therapist what had happened, and he insisted on calling the police. I gave them a report, and that was the last I ever heard about it. On my way home that night, I took a different route, avoiding the streets I had walked earlier. I never saw that Cadillac or those people again. It was like they had never existed. I still remember that night, how scared I was, but I also remember that man. He didn't have to help me, but he did. It wasn't just a random act of kindness. It felt like fate stepping in when I needed it most. When I was about 8 years old, recess was usually my favorite part of the day. It was a time when the whole schoolyard buzzed with energy, and everyone scattered across the playground like ants, laughing, yelling, playing games, or sitting around in little groups. The weather that day was chilly, but sunny, the kind of day where the wind stung a little when it whipped across your face, but the sun kept you from needing a jacket. The blacktop was covered in chalk drawings, and a few jump ropes smacked the ground in rhythmic beats off to the side. I had just finished playing tag with a few classmates and was standing around, catching my breath, when I noticed a commotion near the old storage room door that sat along the side of the main building. The storage room wasn't anything special, just a plain, metal door that usually stayed locked. I had never seen it open before. Sometimes a janitor would disappear behind it, fumbling with a big ring of keys, but none of us kids ever went in there. It was like a little mystery tucked into the corner of the playground that nobody really thought much about. Until that day, there was a crowd of kids standing around it, maybe 7 or 8 of them, and they were acting weird, more than weird actually. Their faces were pale, and their voices were frantic as they waved their arms and warned anyone nearby not to go near the door. Their body language alone was enough to stop me in my tracks. Some of them looked genuinely scared, like they had just seen something awful. I could hear snippets of what they were saying, mixed with the wind and the general noise of recess. Don't look through the keyhole. There's something inside. It's looking back at you. Normally, I wasn't the bravest kid around. I was small for my age and didn't like getting into trouble, but something about the way they were acting made my curiosity flare up. It was different from the usual schoolyard dares or stupid jokes. They weren't pretending. They weren't trying to get someone to do something dumb for a laugh. They were scared. That fear almost kept me away, but not quite. I could feel the pull of it, like an invisible rope dragging me closer. I remember stepping toward the door, feeling the crunch of tiny pebbles under my shoes, while the kids tried half-heartedly to stop me without actually getting too close themselves. There was a weird energy in the air, like the moment before a big thunderstorm. I slowed down as I got near the door. It was dented in places, the paint chipped and worn. The keyhole was old and wide, the kind that was big enough to see through if you pressed your eye up to it. I hesitated for just a second. My heart was pounding hard against my ribs, and my hands were a little sweaty even though the air was cold. I bent down slowly, my knees creaking in my jeans, and leaned forward, squinting into the little hole. And I saw it, an eyeball, staring straight back at me. It was so sudden and so real that I didn't even have time to think. It was just there, large and unblinking, filling the whole keyhole, so close it seemed like it could pop through and touch me. The skin around it looked sickly and pale, and the pupil was black and bottomless, fixed right on mine. Something in me just snapped. I gasped so hard it felt like I inhaled the cold air straight into my stomach. My bladder let go, and I peed my pants right there without even realizing it until I felt the warmth running down my legs and pooling around my shoes. My body locked up for a second before I stumbled backwards, falling onto my hands and scraping my palms on the rough concrete. The other kids screamed and backed away even more, their faces twisted in fear. I scrambled to my feet, tears already welling up in my eyes, though I wasn't crying exactly. It was more like my body didn't know what else to do. My mind was blank except for the image of that eyeball, frozen in my head like a horrible photograph. I barely noticed the kids staring at me, whispering, or the few who pointed at the wet stain on my jeans. The yard duty teachers came rushing over after the commotion grew too big to ignore. Their shoes clacked sharply on the pavement, and I remember hearing the shrill sound of the whistle one of them blew to get everyone's attention. My brain was fuzzy, and everything felt like it was happening underwater. One of the teachers grabbed me by the shoulders gently and guided me toward the nurse's office, her hands firm but not unkind. The walk to the nurse's office was a blur. I could feel everyone's eyes on me as I went, my head hanging low, my soaked pants making every step feel 100 times worse. My shoes squished with every move. The hallway inside the building was cooler and darker than outside, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. I remember the smell of disinfectant and pencil shavings as I walked, focusing hard on the floor tiles just to keep myself from crying. When I got to the nurse's office, she sat me down gently on a little plastic chair and started asking me questions. I barely heard her. I just kept seeing that over and over again. She gave me a pair of ugly brown sweatpants from the lost and found and helped me clean up. My hands shook as I peeled off my wet jeans and replaced them with the scratchy, too big pants. After a while, the principal came by, his face pinched in that serious way adults have when they know kids have caused a big enough scene that they might have to call parents. He talked to the nurse quietly while I sat on the bench, picking at the peeling vinyl seat. I was too embarrassed to look up. Meanwhile, back outside, things hadn't settled down. Kids kept talking and whispering, and more teachers gathered near the storage room. Eventually, one of the janitors was called over. I think his name was Mr. Hargrove, a big, slow-moving man with a heavy ring of keys always clipped to his belt. I didn't see it happen, but later, when I heard the story from some of the others, they said he walked up to the door, unlocked it, and swung it open wide while a bunch of kids and teachers stood back. And there was nothing inside. Just a dusty floor, some metal shelves, and a few stacked boxes. No monster, no stranger, no hidden creature crouching in the dark. But leaning against the inside of the door, right where the keyhole was a mirror. A tall, slightly warped mirror that looked like it had been pulled out of an old classroom or a teacher's lounge. It must have been resting at just the right angle that when you looked through the keyhole, the mirror reflected your own eye back at you. It was our own faces we had seen, distorted slightly by the old glass and the narrow view through the keyhole, making it look unfamiliar and terrifying. Our own eyeballs staring back at us. That was it. Nothing more. When I heard that, sitting there in the nurse's office with my scratchy sweatpants and my scraped-up palms, I felt a weird mix of emotions. Part of me was relieved. There hadn't been some horrible thing lurking behind that door. Part of me was angry too, though, like I had been tricked somehow even though nobody had meant to trick me. Mostly, I just felt stupid, embarrassed, ashamed. But looking back now, as an adult, I can see it for what it really was, a simple mistake. A moment where fear got the better of us, where our own minds filled in the blanks with something scary, because that's just what people do sometimes, especially when they're young and don't understand the world yet. I still remember that eyeball, clear as day, but I also remember what came after. How the teacher sat us down and explained everything calmly, how the janitor showed us the mirror and let a few kids peek through the door again. This time with the door open wide and the mirror clearly visible, so we could see it for ourselves. I even remember laughing a little, though it was a nervous laugh, with a sour twist in my stomach. The rest of the day passed slowly. I stayed inside for the next recess, sitting in the classroom coloring quietly while the others went back out to play. Nobody really made fun of me too much after that. A few kids snickered, sure, but it faded quickly, like most things do when you're 8 years old and something new and more interesting happens the next day. When my mom picked me up after school, she gave me a puzzled look when she saw my brown sweatpants, but she didn't press me too hard for answers. I think the school must have called her beforehand, because she just sighed and ruffled my hair before leading me to the car. The ride home was quiet, the sun starting to sink low in the sky, and I watched the trees blur past the window, feeling both older and smaller than I had that morning. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that eye again, huge and staring. But as the days went by, the fear faded. It became just another memory, one of those strange, vivid things that sticks with you from childhood, more funny than scary once enough time passes. And now, when I think about it, I realize it taught me something important in its own weird way. Sometimes, the things we're most afraid of aren't really out there, hiding in the dark. Sometimes, they're just our own reflections staring back at us, twisted a little by fear and imagination. And sometimes, all it takes to get past that fear is opening the door wide and letting the light in. I was exhausted, bone-tired really. It was late, about midnight, and I was still cleaning after my family had left from Easter dinner. My mother and aunt had thrown the dinner and then gone out for drinks afterward, leaving me to deal with the mess. I didn't mind it all that much. In fact, I'd gotten used to the chaos. My grandmother, Nana, had had a severe stroke a few months ago that had left her completely paralyzed on one side of her body. She couldn't speak at all anymore, but she could still make sounds. I took care of her now, as best I could, and it was a lot of work. Most days, I felt like I was running on fumes, but I did it. It was just part of my life now. Tonight, though, it was quiet. For once, I had actually managed to get her into bed without too much trouble. That wasn't always the case. Nana had been acting strange for the past week or so. She'd been having these episodes where, shortly after I'd put her to bed, she'd start screaming. I'd rush in, find her sobbing, pulling at her hair in fear. It was heartbreaking. I'd ask her questions, a lot of yes or no ones, trying to understand what had her so terrified. She couldn't talk, and that made it incredibly hard. She'd point to things, to places in the room, to photographs of her dead parents, and sometimes she'd kiss a crucifix she never cared for in her life. But tonight, she was peaceful. For now, anyway. So there I was, standing in the living room, trying to clean up the mess left behind from the dinner. I was picking up towels that had been carelessly thrown around, folding them, and moving them into the kitchen when I heard it. Voices. It wasn't the kind of voice you'd expect from a TV show or something coming from a different room. It was much closer than that. Men's voices, clearly talking, laughing, carrying on. I froze. I was certain that somehow I'd hit the remote control and turned on the TV, even though I just put it down on the counter, and it was well out of sight. I stood there for a moment, listening. It didn't sound right. The voices were far too clear. I stepped forward, the prickling sensation crawling down my spine as I tried to shake it off. I walked down the hallway toward the kitchen, where the sound was coming from, but as I got closer, the voices seemed to fade away. It was almost as though they had melted into the sound of water running in the pipes. My heart was still racing. I was overtired. I had to be. Maybe the sound of the water had tricked me. Maybe I hadn't been paying attention. But it didn't end there. As I turned back toward the towels, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. Papers. They were scattered all over the floor, papers that had been neatly stacked on the table just moments before. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't justify it. I picked them up, putting them back where they belonged, then headed into the kitchen to get some dishes. When I walked past the bathroom, the door was slightly ajar, and I could see something moving inside. A small figure, a man in a hat, dancing. My first reaction was disbelief. There's no way. There's no way this was happening. But I was too tired to even deal with it. I just shut the door to the bathroom, pretending I hadn't seen a thing. I continued my cleaning, ignoring the tightening in my chest, trying to stay focused. But as I went to grab some dishes from the table, I stopped short. Right there on the floor, in the dead center of the kitchen, was the TV cable. The cable that belonged to the deadbolt room. The room that nobody had opened since my family left. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I bent to pick it up. My stomach twisted in a knot, but I refused to acknowledge what was happening. This was all just exhaustion. Nothing more. I forced myself to keep going. I put the cable on the table and scrubbed a few dishes. I hummed to myself, the sound of my voice filling the room as a reminder that I was in control. I was fine. I wasn't going to let myself get worked up. But then came the knock. 3 loud raps, like someone was tapping on the bottom of the kitchen sink. I froze, the dish I was holding slipping from my hands and crashing into the sink. The sound echoed through the room, louder than I expected. I stood there, staring at the broken dish, trying to convince myself that I had just dropped it, that it had somehow bounced against the sink. But no, I hadn't dropped it like that. That noise hadn't come from me. I waited. Silence. It was almost too quiet, and the tension in the air was unbearable. I was still standing there, trying to figure out what the hell just happened when it came again. Louder this time. A knock from inside the cabinet, like something was crouching beneath the sink and tapping on the wood with its knuckles. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I picked up another dish, this time almost cautiously, and dropped it. I needed to know if I was causing that sound, if it was just an echo of me moving things around. There was a pause. Then the sound came again, knocking twice, deliberate and slow. The cabinet door creaked open. Not from the outside, like a door left ajar by accident, but from inside. It swung out, hitting my knee with a jolt. Twice. The second knock, I felt it, the sting in my joint, and my whole body stiffened. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. My body reacted before my brain could catch up. I dropped the dish I was holding with a clatter and bolted out of the kitchen. I didn't even look back. I rushed into the living room, grabbed a chair, and sat down, repeating the Lord's Prayer over and over in a low whisper. My hands were shaking. My legs felt weak. The whole room seemed to hum with a strange energy that I couldn't explain. And that's when the strangest thing happened. The air seemed to settle. The tension left, like a weight lifting off my shoulders. I stayed there, in the living room, staring at the floor, trying to calm my breathing. My heart was still racing, but the feeling of something being wrong, it was gone. I didn't sleep much that night. My eyes kept darting toward Nana's room. It was so quiet, so still. I kept listening, waiting for any signs that something was wrong. But nothing. Nana didn't scream. She didn't pull at her hair. The house stayed quiet, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards beneath my feet as I paced back and forth. The next morning, when I went to check on Nana, she was calm. Her eyes fluttered open, and she smiled at me a weak, tired smile. But it was a smile, and that was more than I had expected after everything the night before. I helped her sit up, gave her some water, and checked her vitals. I could tell that she was still a little on edge, still not quite herself. But she didn't scream. She didn't cry. And for that, I was thankful. The days passed without incident. Nana never had another episode, and the strange happenings in the house seemed to stop altogether. I couldn't explain it. I didn't know what had happened that night. But whatever it was, it had stayed away. That was the last time I experienced anything like that in that house. And to this day, I don't know if it was just my mind playing tricks on me, if it was exhaustion, or if something real had been trying to get my attention. All I know is that it was the scariest night of my life, and after it, I never took the silence of that house for granted again. It was a hot summer afternoon, the kind where the sun sits high in the sky and makes everything feel a little slower, a little heavier. I had just finished my shift at work and was walking home like I did most days. The walk wasn't too long, maybe about 40 minutes if I didn't stop anywhere, and most of it took me through my local park. It was a pretty big park, full of grassy areas, winding paths, tall trees that gave off some much-needed shade, and a few scattered playgrounds. In the daytime, it was lively and safe. People laid out picnic blankets, couples walked hand in hand, families chased their kids around. Someone was usually playing music somewhere, the kind of muffled pop songs you could hear floating across the open space. You could hear the occasional bark of a dog chasing after a ball, or the distant squeak of swings rocking back and forth. By night, though, it was a different story. Everyone in town knew you didn't want to be in that park after dark. Bad things had happened there before. Muggings mostly, sometimes worse. But in the middle of the afternoon like this, with the sky bright and blue and the park full of people, it felt safe. I'd done this walk hundreds of times without even thinking about it. It was part of my routine. There was a shortcut I always took, an old, narrow gate tucked away halfway through the park. It was easy to miss if you didn't know it was there, hidden between two thick hedges. The gate led out onto a quieter side street that took me straight home. I liked that shortcut. It saved me a few minutes, and it meant I didn't have to walk along the busier main road, with all its noise and traffic. That afternoon, I could already feel the sweat starting to build on my back from the heat, the collar of my work shirt sticking slightly to my skin. I shifted my bag on my shoulder and made my way across the grass, heading towards the gate like I always did. I wasn't in any rush, but I wasn't dragging my feet either. I just wanted to get home, kick my shoes off, maybe put a fan on and have a cold drink. As I walked, I noticed something a little odd. There were two guys standing right in front of the gate. At first glance, nothing about them screamed danger. They looked pretty young, maybe early 20s like me, dressed in casual clothes, jeans, t-shirts. One of them was wearing a cap, pulled low over his eyes. They looked like they were just hanging out. But something about the way they were positioned set off a quiet alarm in the back of my head. They weren't leaning casually or looking relaxed. They were standing stiff, alert, almost like they were waiting for something. For someone. I hesitated for a second, my steps slowing a little. I couldn't explain it exactly. It was just a gut feeling, one of those things that doesn't make logical sense but still feels important. A warning, buzzing under my skin. I thought about veering off, pretending I needed to check something on my phone, maybe taking a longer way around. But then I told myself I was being stupid, paranoid. It was broad daylight, for God's sake. There were people around. Not right next to me, but in the distance, I could see a man tossing a ball for his dog, a woman pushing a stroller, a few teenagers lying on the grass listening to music. It wasn't like I was alone. I told myself to stop being ridiculous. I kept walking towards the gate. As I got closer, one of the guys stepped back a little, almost casually, and then disappeared out of sight behind a bush that grew up alongside the path. At first I thought he was just moving to make space, but the way he ducked down didn't seem right. It was too quick, too deliberate. My stomach tightened. I glanced towards the other guy still standing in front of the gate. He suddenly called out to me, loudly, asking for the time. I didn't answer. I didn't even break my stride. Something was seriously wrong. I could feel it now, a hard knot of fear growing inside my chest. My eyes flicked around without moving my head too much. That's when I saw it. There was a car parked just a little ways down the path, half hidden behind another row of bushes. The car was nothing special, just an old sedan, dirty with dust. But what made my blood run cold was what I saw next. There were more figures crouched alongside the car. At least two more guys, maybe three. It was hard to tell, but I saw the shapes of them, low to the ground, hiding. Waiting. I didn't even think. My body moved before my brain could catch up. I turned sharply on my heel and started walking back the way I came, fast but trying not to look like I was running. The guy at the gate called out again, louder this time, but I kept my head down and didn't respond. My heart was hammering so hard in my chest, I could feel it pounding in my ears. Every step felt like I was moving through wet sand, like I couldn't get away fast enough. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if they were following me. I just focused on getting to the next exit. There was another gate across the park, bigger and more open, leading out onto a busier street. It wasn't close. I had to cross a wide open field first. I felt horribly exposed, like I had a target on my back. The afternoon sun that had felt warm and comforting before now felt sharp and oppressive, making the sweat drip down my spine. Every little sound, the buzz of insects, the distant bark of a dog, made me jump. I walked faster, my legs stiff, my mouth dry. I passed a few people on the way, a jogger, a man sitting on a bench looking at his phone, but I didn't say anything to them. I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know for sure if the guys were behind me. I just knew I had to get out of there. When I finally reached the bigger gate, I practically burst through it, stepping onto the sidewalk like it was sacred ground. Cars rushed past on the street. People strolled along the pavement. Shops and cafes buzzed with life. I blended into the crowd as quickly as I could, turning a few corners, weaving between strangers. Only then did I risk a glance back. I didn't see anyone. No one out of place. No one running after me. But that didn't make me feel better. I kept moving, fast, my hands shaking so badly I could hardly hold onto my bag. My mind was racing, flashing through everything that had just happened, replaying it again and again. If I had kept walking, if I had stopped to answer, if I had hesitated even for a second longer. It was only when I finally reached my building, a good 15 minutes later, that I allowed myself to slow down. Even then, my fingers fumbled with the keys, dropping them once, twice, before I managed to fit them into the lock. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it, double-locking it, sliding the chain across. Only then did I lean back against the door, breathing hard, my whole body trembling. I stood there for a long time, just listening. The sounds of my apartment, normal, familiar, slowly seeped back into my awareness. The hum of the fridge, the distant thud of footsteps from the apartment above, the muted whoosh of cars passing by outside. It was over. I was safe. I stumbled to the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and drank it down in huge gulps, my hands still unsteady. I had to sit down. I collapsed onto the couch, feeling every muscle in my body aching from the tension. My mind kept spinning, unable to settle. I thought about how close it had been, how easy it would have been for things to go wrong, how I had almost walked straight into whatever they had planned. I don't know exactly what would have happened if I hadn't trusted that gut feeling. I don't need to know. I know enough. The way they were positioned, the way they tried to distract me, the hidden car, the extra guys crouched out of sight. It wasn't random. It wasn't innocent. Something bad was about to happen. I could feel it deep in my bones. For days after, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I walked home, every time I stepped into that park, I remembered. Even in broad daylight, I found myself scanning every face, every shadow. I stopped using the shortcut completely. I started taking longer, busier routes, sticking to main roads where there were always people around. I told myself it was an overreaction, that I was being too cautious, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Sometimes being cautious is what keeps you alive. Even now, years later, I think about that day. I remember the heat of the sun, the bright colors of the grass and trees, the normal sounds of people enjoying their afternoon. And I remember the cold, hard knot of fear that took hold of me and refused to let go. I remember how close I came to making a terrible mistake, and how a split-second decision might have saved my life. I'm grateful that I listened to my instincts. Grateful that I didn't let embarrassment or politeness trap me. Sometimes you don't get a second chance. Sometimes you have to run when every part of you is screaming that something isn't right, even if you can't explain it, even if you're afraid of looking stupid. I'll never forget that feeling. I don't want to forget it, because it's the feeling that kept me safe, that day when everything seemed normal until it wasn't. And I never used that shortcut again. I was a kid when this happened, and I can still remember it so clearly. It's one of those memories that has stuck with me over the years, even though at the time, I didn't think much of it. When I was young, my great-grandmother lived with my grandparents. She was getting up there in age, and while we weren't super close, I always had a soft spot for her. Whenever I visited, she'd be sitting in her chair, usually knitting or reading, and without fail, when I walked into the room, she'd smile at me. Sometimes she'd give me a little thumbs up too. I don't know why, but it always made me giggle a little. I think it was just the way her eyes twinkled, like she was in on a secret, even though I didn't understand what that secret was. She passed away when I was younger, and like I said, we weren't super close, so I didn't really feel the deep grief that some of the other family members did. But her death still affected me in a way I didn't fully understand. I didn't cry much, but I did find myself thinking about her more than usual. It was like she was still around, even though I knew she wasn't. And the weird thing was, I kept remembering that thumbs up of hers. Even though I didn't see her often, I remembered it so vividly. I guess it was one of those little things that stuck with me. I was walking home from school one day when the thought of her popped into my head again. I was near the end of my walk, just thinking about my great-grandma and that little thumbs up. It wasn't anything special in the grand scheme of things, but for some reason, that memory had a weird hold on me. I smiled to myself, not expecting anything unusual to happen. When I got home, I ran straight downstairs to my room. We had a finished basement, and I was always excited to get down there. The stairs were steep, and the landing at the bottom of the steps was tight. There was a gate at the bottom, and above it, the ceiling wasn't much higher than 7 feet, so anyone taller than average had to duck when coming down. It wasn't a big space, but it was cozy in a way. I always liked it, even though it was kind of dark, and the only light came from the small window at the top of the stairs. I was running down those stairs like I usually did, not thinking too much about it. But halfway down, something went wrong. My foot slipped on the edge of the stair, and I lost my balance. There was that brief moment of panic, that feeling of everything happening too fast to control, like when you're falling, but can't quite react in time. It all happened so quickly, and I thought for sure I was going to crash, maybe hit the ceiling or the gate at the bottom. But I didn't. Instead, I landed softly, almost like the air itself cushioned my fall. I didn't hit anything. I didn't stumble or crash into the gate. I was just there, on the ground, standing still, not hurt at all. My first thought wasn't about how lucky I was or how strange it was that I had landed so softly. My first thought was about my grandma. I don't know why. It didn't make sense, but in that moment, the first thing that came to mind was her smile. And then, as clear as anything, I remembered her little thumbs up. I stood there for a second, my feet still firmly planted on the ground, feeling like something had just happened, but not being able to explain it. It wasn't like anything supernatural had occurred. It wasn't like I'd been saved by a ghost or anything like that. But I couldn't shake the feeling that somehow, in that split second, something had guided me down safely, or at least helped me land without getting hurt. It wasn't rational, I know that now, but back then, it felt real, like she had somehow been there, looking out for me, even though she was gone. I remember standing there for a while, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I don't know if it was my imagination running wild, or if I really had experienced something out of the ordinary. But it stuck with me. The memory stayed clear in my mind for years. It wasn't like I thought about it every day, but when I did, it always felt so vivid. The way I had tripped, the way I had landed, and then, that flash of my grandma's smile and thumbs up. It was strange, but not in a creepy or unsettling way. Just unexpected, I guess. The thing is, even as I got older, I could still remember it as clearly as if it had just happened. I don't know if it was the shock of tripping down those stairs, or just the timing of everything, but it felt like something bigger than me had been at play. It's not that I think my grandma was there in any ghostly sense, but in that moment, I felt like maybe she had been watching over me, even if just for a second. Maybe it was a silly thought for a kid to have, but it made me feel comforted. It made me smile, just like she had done when I was younger. Now, as an adult, I still think about it sometimes. I don't know what happened that day, but it was one of those experiences that stuck with me. I don't have an explanation for it, and I don't think I ever will. But I do know that it was a moment in my life that, for whatever reason, made me feel connected to someone who was gone. I didn't need to understand it. I didn't need it to make sense. All I knew was that in that moment, it felt like my grandma was still out there, giving me that little thumbs up of reassurance, like she always had. I've never told anyone about that day. Maybe because it sounds silly, or maybe because it's one of those things that's just too personal. But now, looking back on it, I can't help but think that it wasn't just a coincidence. Maybe it was just the right timing, or maybe it was my own mind playing tricks on me. But either way, I'll always remember it. The fall, the landing, and that brief moment when I felt like she was there with me again. It's one of those memories that, for better or worse, is burned into my mind. I guess that's the strange thing about memories. Sometimes you have these moments in your life that don't make sense, but they stay with you, and you can't really shake them. Even if there's no logical explanation for them, they stick, and you find yourself revisiting them years later, trying to figure out what they meant. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just a kid with an overactive imagination. Or maybe, just maybe, it was something more than that. I'll never know for sure. But what I do know is that every time I think about my great-grandma, I remember that thumbs up. And in some strange, comforting way, I still feel like she's out there, smiling at me, watching over me. When I was in 3rd grade, I had a teacher named Mrs. Todd. She was a short woman, probably not even 5 feet tall, with curly dark hair that she wore in a tight bun most days. Her glasses were always slipping down her nose, and she had this permanent smile that made her seem like she was always happy to see you. She wore bright, colorful clothes too, lots of pinks and purples and dresses with patterns that looked like they belonged in a kid's book. From the first day I walked into her classroom, she was always really nice to me. Way nicer than any other teacher I ever had. Every time there was something fun to do, like passing out supplies or picking people for little activities, she would call on me first. I remember how good it felt. Like I was her favorite. She would say things like, "What a good job you're doing," or "I knew you'd be the perfect one for this." At that age, it just made me feel special. Like I mattered more than the other kids somehow. I would go home and tell my mom how much I loved Mrs. Todd, how lucky I was to have her as my teacher. It wasn't just that she picked me for things. Even when I made mistakes, she would smile and tell me it was okay. When I finished work early, she would let me draw or read a book instead of making me do extra worksheets like some of the other teachers did. I started looking forward to school in a way I never had before. I would sit at the breakfast table excited for the day to start, wondering what kind of fun things she might pick me for that day. Our classroom was one of those older ones, with big wooden desks that had a lid you could lift up and a pull-out drawer underneath for pencils and erasers. The floors were that yellowy brown linoleum that always looked kind of dirty even after it had been cleaned. Our desks were in neat rows, and we each had a cubby at the back of the room for coats and backpacks. The windows were tall and let in a lot of sunlight in the mornings, and there was always the faint smell of crayons and glue in the air. One morning, I walked into class like normal. It was just before the bell, and the room was loud with the sounds of kids talking and laughing. I made my way to my desk and sat down, reaching to open the drawer so I could put away some stuff I had brought from home, just a library book and some pencils. When I pulled the drawer open, though, something stopped me cold. Inside, right there on top of the paper scraps and broken crayons, was a Victoria's Secret magazine. At first, I didn't even understand what I was looking at. I mean, I knew what it was. I had seen the commercials on TV before, but it didn't make sense that it would be in my desk. I just stared at it, frozen, my heart pounding in my ears. I had this sudden fear that I was in big trouble somehow, that someone was going to come by, see it, and think I had brought it. The kid who sat next to me, a boy named Chris, leaned over and saw what I was staring at. His eyes got wide too. He whispered something to me, but I was so freaked out I didn't even really hear what he said. We started whispering back and forth, trying to figure out how it had gotten there. Neither of us could come up with anything that made sense. I felt this tight knot forming in my stomach. I thought maybe I was going to cry or throw up or something. Then, just as we were talking, I saw Mrs. Todd walking toward us. She had that same bright smile on her face, like she always did. I snapped the drawer shut, but it was too late. She had seen that something was up. She came right over and asked what I had there. I tried to explain that I had just found it when I opened the desk, but everything came out jumbled and nervous. I could feel my cheeks burning with embarrassment. I remember thinking over and over, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Mrs. Todd looked at me for a long second, then looked over at Chris. Then she said, real calm and sweet, that Chris must have put it there. She said it like it was just a fact, something obvious that everyone knew. Chris started trying to explain too, but she just kept saying it again and again, that he must have put it there, that there wasn't any other explanation. I remember feeling so confused. I didn't think Chris had done it. I didn't even think he would have been able to get something like that. But Mrs. Todd kept insisting, and she was the teacher. She was the adult. She was the one who was supposed to know everything. Eventually, after what felt like forever, I just nodded and said that maybe Chris had put it there. I didn't know what else to do. I felt so small and scared and wrong, even though I hadn't done anything. After that, everything kind of went back to normal, at least on the surface. Mrs. Todd still smiled at me, still picked me first for activities, still complimented me all the time. I kept telling myself that maybe it really had just been some weird accident, that it didn't mean anything. I was just a kid, and I wanted to believe that the adults around me were always good and safe and right. A few days after the magazine thing, Mrs. Todd pulled me aside after class. The room was mostly empty by then. The other kids had already rushed out to the buses. The sunlight was slanting in through the windows, and the classroom felt strangely quiet. She knelt down next to my desk, so we were eye level, smiling that same wide, bright smile. She told me that she was so proud of me, that I was doing such a great job in class. She said there was going to be a special trip for students who were doing really well, and that I might be able to go if I kept up the good work. She said it would just be me and her, going to the Gulf of Mexico for the weekend. We could see the beach, go swimming, and do all kinds of fun things. At the time, I was thrilled. I didn't think anything of it. A trip to the beach? Just me and my favorite teacher? It sounded like the best thing in the world. I practically floated out of the school that day, my head full of images of sandcastles and seashells and the bright blue water. I don't know if she ever really planned the trip, or if she was just testing to see how I would react. Either way, it never happened. Maybe a week or two after that conversation, Mrs. Todd stopped coming to school. One morning, we walked into the classroom, and there was a substitute there instead. He was an older man with a gray mustache and a serious face. At first, everyone thought it was just for a day or two, but then a new permanent teacher showed up. She was younger, stricter, and didn't seem to like me very much. No more picking me first. No more compliments. I didn't understand what had happened. No one really explained anything to us. I just knew that Mrs. Todd was gone, and I missed her. I missed her more than I probably should have. I remember feeling angry at the new teacher for not being as nice. I would sit at my desk, tracing the edge of the drawer with my finger, remembering the way Mrs. Todd used to smile at me. It wasn't until years later, when I was much older, that I started thinking about it differently. When I was in high school, and then even more when I was in college, I would remember that magazine in my desk, how Mrs. Todd had reacted, how she had blamed Chris so quickly. I would remember that offer for the trip, just me and her, to a place hours and hours away. The pieces started to fit together in ways I didn't like. I realized that what had seemed like kindness wasn't normal, that no teacher should have been acting the way she did, picking a favorite, isolating me from the other kids, offering private trips, making me feel special in a way that didn't belong in a classroom. It made me feel sick to think about it, to realize how vulnerable I had been, how easy it had been for her to make me trust her completely, how close something bad might have happened without me even knowing it. I thought about the timing too, how right after the magazine thing and after the trip offer, she suddenly disappeared, how the school had never explained it. Had they found out? Had someone noticed something was wrong? Had some other kid said something? I would never know for sure. All I knew was that one day she was there, smiling and complimenting me, and the next she was gone. For a long time, those memories made me feel confused and dirty, even though I had done nothing wrong. I felt embarrassed, ashamed, even though I knew deep down that none of it had been my fault. I was just a little kid who wanted to be liked, who wanted to feel special. Now, as an adult, when I look back, I feel something else too. I feel grateful. Grateful that whatever was going to happen didn't happen, that she was stopped, somehow, before anything worse could happen. I think about all the things that could have gone differently, about how lucky I was that my story didn't end up the way so many others have. It scares me still to think about it, about how predators don't always look scary. Sometimes they look like the nicest person in the world. Sometimes they look like someone you would trust with anything, someone you would have told your mother you loved. But it also reminds me to be careful, to teach my own kids one day that trust has to be earned, not just given, that even the nicest smile can hide the worst intentions. It's not a happy memory, but it's a true one. and it taught me something I needed to learn, even if it took years for me to understand it. When I was 7 years old, I walked to my babysitter's house by myself all the time. It wasn't far, just a block or so from the schoolyard, maybe a 5-minute walk at most if you didn't stop to pick up rocks or kick leaves around. The streets in my neighborhood were quiet, the houses close together with chain-link fences, or sometimes just patches of yard separating them. Everyone seemed to know everyone, or at least it felt that way when you were a kid. It wasn't a big town, just a small place where you felt safe walking around even if you were little. I remember it was late fall, maybe October. The trees were half bare, their branches crooked and claw-like against a gray sky. Piles of dead leaves gathered along the curbs, damp from a rain the night before, and the air had that cold, wet smell that seeps into your jacket. I had my backpack swinging from one shoulder, weighed down with my reading book and a crumpled-up brown paper lunch bag. My boots scuffed along the sidewalk, and I remember staring at the cracks in the pavement, hopping over them like stepping stones, feeling good and free like I always did after school. That's when the car pulled up. I didn't notice it at first, just the rumble of an engine slowing down. I thought maybe it was one of the neighbors, or someone's mom coming home early. But the sound stayed beside me. I looked up and there it was, a beat-up old sedan, the paint a dull, dirty white, the passenger side mirror hanging on by some wires. The window was rolled down, and a man was leaning over from the driver's seat, waving his arm at me like he was trying to catch my attention. He was shouting. I couldn't hear the words at first, not clearly. It was like my brain couldn't quite believe someone was yelling at me. But he kept gesturing, his hand moving faster, more aggressive, his face twisted with frustration. Come here. Come here. I froze. I stopped right where I was on the sidewalk, my boots scraping against the concrete. I shook my head, small, sharp jerks like maybe if I said no hard enough he'd just leave. My fingers clenched around the strap of my backpack, so tightly they hurt. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest, hard and heavy, like it was trying to get out. The man kept shouting, getting louder. Then suddenly he stopped. His face changed, like he remembered something important he had to tell me. His mouth moved slower, and he said, clear enough that I could never forget it, "Stay away from Christina." And then he slammed the car into gear and drove off, tires squealing a little as he sped around the corner and out of sight. I stood there, shaking, not sure if I should run or cry or just stand there until someone came. Nobody was around. It was just me and the empty sidewalk and the wet leaves blowing around my boots. I don't know how long I stood there before my legs finally moved, and I started running toward my babysitter's house, not stopping until I was pounding on her front door, gasping for breath. I didn't tell anyone right away. I don't know why. Maybe I was scared they wouldn't believe me. Maybe I just wanted it to go away. My babysitter asked why I was out of breath and so pale, and I mumbled something about running and being cold. She gave me a hot chocolate and turned on cartoons, and by the time my parents picked me up later that evening, I didn't say a word. Days passed, and then weeks, and somehow the memory of that man faded into the background. I was 7. The world moves fast when you're 7. There were spelling tests and picture days and birthdays to think about. Halloween came and went, and soon after that, Christmas lights started going up. I kept being friends, on and off, with Christina. We were in the same grade, same small class, just like always. One week we were best friends, passing notes and braiding each other's hair at recess. The next week, we weren't speaking because she said I was too bossy, or I said she was too mean. That's just how it was with little kids, especially in a town where your choices of friends were whoever sat next to you every day. There was another girl too, one who was part of our little circle, who also couldn't seem to make up her mind if she liked me or hated me. One day she'd invite me to sleepovers. The next she'd spread rumors about me whispering behind cupped hands. I got used to it. I thought that's just how friendships worked. By 5th grade, things should have gotten better. We were older, supposed to be smarter, supposed to be moving past all the silly kid drama. But somehow it felt worse. People started getting meaner in ways that were sharper, more cutting. It wasn't just teasing anymore. It was whisper campaigns, cold shoulders, sudden outbursts. You could never be sure if someone was really your friend, or if they were just waiting to humiliate you the next time you turned your back. One day at lunch, that other girl, the one who alternated between liking and hating me, came up and asked if I wanted to go get a pop from the vending machines in the back hall. I said yes right away. I was so excited to be included that I didn't even think twice. Getting called away like that, being singled out, felt special. Like maybe today was going to be a good day for once. The hallways were mostly empty, just the hum of fluorescent lights and the squeak of our shoes on the tile floor. We each bought a drink, laughing about how cold it was in that part of the school, our breath puffing little clouds. I remember standing there, looking cold in my hands, feeling like maybe I had a real friend after all. When we got back to the classroom, Christina was waiting by my desk. She was smiling too big, her cheeks pink like she'd been running or laughing too hard. She said in this weird, syrupy voice that some people had been messing with my lunch, but she had been nice enough to bring it back for me. She pointed to my bag sitting neatly on my chair. I thought it was weird, but again, I didn't think too hard about it. I was used to weirdness by then. I sat down, opened my bag, pulled out my sandwich and my pop. I was thirsty, so I opened the can first, took a big swig. Immediately, something was wrong. The taste hit me like a slap. Sharp, chemical, burning my tongue and the roof of my mouth. I gagged and spit it out onto the floor without even thinking, dropping the can with a loud clatter. My mouth was burning, my eyes watering. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the water fountain just outside the door, shoving my mouth under the stream and gulping as fast as I could, trying to wash it away. Other kids started gathering around, asking what was wrong, but I couldn't answer. My throat hurt, and my mouth felt like it was coated in something nasty, bitter and sour all at once. A teacher noticed the commotion and came over, and suddenly there were a lot of adults asking questions, pulling me aside, looking at the can, sniffing it. The smell coming out of the pop can was unmistakable once you knew what you were looking for. It stung the nose, sharp and bitter. Lysol. Someone had poured Lysol into my drink. It didn't take long to figure out who. There were only a few people who had been near my desk. Christina, her sister, who was older but still hanging around the elementary wing sometimes. The girl who invited me to the vending machine. The police were called. Not just school staff, real police officers with badges and heavy boots that echoed down the hallways. I had to sit in a little office and tell them everything I remembered, feeling smaller and smaller every time they asked a question. I don't know everything that happened behind closed doors, but I know Christina and her sister got suspended. 3 days for Christina, 4 for her sister. I know their parents were called in. There were a lot of meetings, a lot of papers being signed. There was even a restraining order put in place, although it didn't mean much when there were only 2 classes per grade and barely a dozen kids in each. They were still there. They still showed up every day after their suspensions, sitting on the other side of the room, whispering and laughing with each other. They weren't allowed to talk to me, but that didn't stop them from glaring, from smirking when they thought no teachers were looking. And me, I kept showing up too, every day. I kept my head down, kept my eyes on my work. I didn't have many friends after that. People didn't want to pick sides, didn't want to get involved. It was easier for them to act like nothing happened. After a while, even I started acting like nothing happened. It was easier than being the weird kid who almost got poisoned. But I never forgot. I never forgot the taste of that drink, or the burning in my mouth, or the way Christina's smile didn't quite reach her eyes when she handed me my lunch. And I never forgot the man in the car. Who was he? How did he know? Was he trying to help me or scare me? Sometimes I thought maybe he was a relative of someone Christina had hurt before. Maybe she had done something bad before me, and someone had sent a warning, too little too late. Sometimes I wondered if he was just some random crazy person, and the fact he mentioned Christina was some horrible coincidence. But deep down, I think he knew. I think he saw something nobody else wanted to see. Years later, when I was older and wiser and had more words for the things that happened to me, I looked back and realized how much danger I had been in, how close I had come to getting seriously hurt, or worse, how easily adults around me brushed it off, treated it like kid drama gone a little too far. Christina moved away before high school. Her family packed up and left town one summer without much warning. There were rumors, of course. There were always rumors. Some said they left because her dad got a new job. Others whispered that it had something to do with trouble Christina had gotten into. But nobody ever had any real answers. I never saw her again. The girl who took me to the vending machine stayed in town, but we were never friends after that. I kept my distance, learned to trust my gut when someone's smile didn't feel right. I grew up. I went to high school, then college. I built a life far away from that small town and its empty streets and cracked sidewalks. But every so often, something will happen. A car slowing down beside me on the street, the smell of Lysol in a grocery store aisle, and I'll be right back there, frozen on the sidewalk, clutching my backpack. I was sitting at my computer, hunched over the desk, the dull blue light from the monitor the only thing lighting up my room. The rest of the house was silent and dark. It was late, probably close to 2 or 3 in the morning, though I hadn't checked the clock in a while. Time didn't really feel real at that hour anyway. I had my headphones on, half listening to some quiet instrumental playlist to keep me focused while I worked. The rest of my family was asleep, had been for hours. I was just trying to finish up a few things before I crashed myself. It wasn't unusual for me to stay up this late, especially while I was staying here. Every year, for as long as I could remember, I'd spend a few weeks in this house. It was almost like a second home. Same creaky floorboards, same uneven door frames, same carpet that felt weirdly rough under your feet. I knew it all by heart. The layout was burned into my memory. I didn't need lights to find my way around. At least, that's what I thought. Around 2:30, I started feeling the need to pee. I ignored it for a while, thinking I could just power through and finish what I was doing, but eventually it got to be too much. With a sigh, I pulled off my headphones, set them on the desk, and stood up. My chair gave a tiny squeak as it rocked back into place behind me. I stretched for a second, hearing a few satisfying pops from my back, then moved toward the door. I was careful not to make any noise. The walls were thin in this house, and sound traveled like crazy. Even just opening the door felt like a test of skill. I turned the handle slowly, gently, and eased the door open. It made the faintest little click as it reached the end of its arc. I winced at even that much noise, pausing for a second to listen. Nothing. The house stayed silent. I stepped out into the darkness. It was black out there. No night lights, no hallway lamps. Just pure, solid darkness. The only thing I could see was a little square of faint light spilling out from my computer screen through the crack of my still-cracked door behind me. After that, nothing. But I wasn't worried. I didn't need to see. I knew the way. From my door, it was a few steps forward, then a left turn, another few steps, another left, then straight down the hall to the bathroom. Easy. I could do it half asleep. I had plenty of times before. I shuffled forward carefully, brushing my fingers lightly against the wall to guide me. I counted my steps out of habit. 1, 2, 3, then the first left turn. My bare feet brushed against the transition from the rough carpet of my room to the smoother wood of the hallway. I felt the corner of the wall with my hand and pivoted. Another few steps forward. The second left turn came up just like I expected. I made the turn and padded quietly down the hallway, aiming for the bathroom door. I found the doorknob, twisted it open, and stepped inside. Unlike the hallway, the bathroom had a tiny window up high that let in a little silver moonlight. It wasn't much, but it was enough that I could see where the light switch was without fumbling. I clicked it on, squinting as the brightness stung my eyes for a second, then went about my business. The whole thing took maybe a minute. I finished up, washed my hands quickly, flicked the light off, and stepped back out into the pitch-black hallway. This was the part that always felt a little creepy, but in a familiar, harmless way. I mean, being in total darkness is just naturally unsettling, right? But I knew there was nothing out there. Just walls, doors, and the sleeping breaths of family members tucked safely into their beds. I closed the bathroom door behind me as quietly as I could and put my hand back on the wall to guide myself again. I knew the way back. Straight, a right turn, a few steps, another right, and back into my room. Easy. The air felt a little cooler out here than in my room. The floor was cold under my bare feet, and the silence was almost heavy. It pressed in on my ears, made me hyper-aware of every tiny noise. The soft creak of the wood under my weight, the faint whir of the ceiling fan back in my room. I made the first few steps without a problem. I reached the corner and made my first right turn, brushing my fingertips lightly along the wall. It was all muscle memory. I wasn't even really thinking about it. That's when I thought I saw something move. It was just for a split second. A quick, dark shape, like a shadow slipping across my path. I froze immediately, my whole body going stiff. My heart gave a sudden, hard thump against my ribs. I blinked into the darkness, straining to see. But there was nothing, just black. I stood there for a long moment, listening. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, but nothing else. No footsteps, no breathing. Just silence. Probably just my imagination, I told myself. A trick of the darkness. My eyes trying too hard to make sense of nothing. That's all. I took a cautious step forward. There it was again. Movement. Quick, silent, and way too close this time. It had come from right where my room should have been. A shape slipping towards me, fast and smooth, like it was gliding. I stopped dead, every muscle in my body locking up. My hand pressed flat against the wall. I stared into the darkness, willing my eyes to adjust faster, to make sense of what I was seeing. I couldn't. It was just too dark. Panic started to simmer low in my gut. I could feel it bubbling up, my body shifting subtly towards fight or flight without me even thinking about it. Part of me wanted to bolt back to the bathroom and lock the door. Another part of me knew that if I started running, I wouldn't be able to stop until morning. I listened again. Still nothing. No breathing, no movement. Just that same crushing silence. I forced myself to move. One step, then another. I stretched my hand out blindly, searching for the doorknob to my room. If I could just get back inside, get the door closed, I'd be fine. I told myself that over and over. Just get back to the room. Get inside. You're fine. My fingertips brushed something cool and metal. Relief flooded through me. The doorknob. I gripped it tightly, ready to twist it and throw myself inside. But before I could, that shadow moved again. Right in front of me. It came straight at me, fast and silent, and it was bigger now. That it. It filled the space in front of me, looming dark, shapeless. Inches away from my face. I staggered back a half step, heart hammering wildly, breathing suddenly too loud in my ears. It felt like something was there. Not just a shadow anymore. A presence. Heavy and cold and real. I thought about yelling, waking the house up, letting them all know that something was wrong, that there was someone or something right there with me in the dark. My throat was tight with fear, my hands trembling. But I didn't. I stood there frozen, too afraid to move, too afraid to breathe. Another tiny movement. Closer. Right in front of my face. And then, without thinking, I lurched forward, hand outstretched, desperate to find something solid to anchor myself to. My nose bumped into something smooth and cold. I jumped back instinctively, heart skipping a beat, then reached out cautiously again, fingertips grazing the surface. It was glass. Confused, still half panicked, I felt around the edges. Flat, smooth, slightly cool from the night air. A frame. A wall. And then it hit me. The mirror. There was a mirror hanging on the wall, right next to my bedroom door. A big one, set at a 90-degree angle to the hallway. I knew it was there. I'd seen it 100 times during the day. But in the pitch dark, disoriented and scared out of my mind, I had completely forgotten. I hadn't made my second right turn at all. I was still facing straight down the hallway, right into the mirror. Every time I moved, the faint outline of my own body, my own movement, had been reflected back at me. In the darkness, with no light to help me make sense of it, it looked like a shadowy figure coming towards me. Like something slipping silently out of the solid wood door of my room. It was just me. The wave of relief that crashed over me was so strong it made my knees weak. I sagged back against the wall, pressing the heels of my hands into my eyes and letting out a shaky breath. My whole body was still trembling. I stood there for a long moment, just breathing, feeling the coolness of the wall against my back, letting my heart rate slow down. Slowly, cautiously, I reached out again, found the edge of the mirror with my fingertips, and traced it to the corner. There, just a few steps away, was the real right-hand turn that would take me to my door. I turned, walked the few steps, and finally found the actual doorknob to my room. I twisted it, slipped inside, and closed the door behind me with a soft click. The faint light from my computer was still glowing, casting just enough illumination to make the room feel warm and familiar again. I stood there for a minute, leaning against the door, soaking in the simple safety of being back inside. I let out a long, slow breath. My muscles ached from how tense I'd been without even realizing it. When I finally moved, it was to walk over to my bed, collapse onto it, and stare up at the ceiling. I didn't even bother getting under the covers at first. I just lay there, breathing deeply, letting the last remnants of fear drain away. It was crazy how real it had felt, how easily my mind had turned a simple mistake into something terrifying. But that's how fear worked, wasn't it? It didn't need something real to latch onto. It just needed darkness, confusion, a racing heart. I stayed like that for a while, just listening to the soft hum of my computer and the quiet of the house around me. Eventually, when I felt calm enough, I got up, turned off my monitor, and crawled properly into bed. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadow again, looming closer, reaching for me. Even though I knew now what it really was, the memory stuck with me,